In one of the courtyards in the Blue Lotus Creed, Inu sat quietly above a calm lake as her silvery hair cascaded down her shoulders. She didn't move a single muscle as she sat on the surface of the lake. He might not be here in the dragonfish heavenly cave. A trace of sadness flashed in her eyes when she thought of the possibility. All of a sudden, Li Nan rushed towards her in a hurry and yelled with a face full of excitement. "Young lady, he has appeared. He has finally appeared." Inu stared at her in a daze, and she couldn't react instantly. However, her expression soon thawed, and a look of disbelief replaced it. What was that? "He has appeared." The female disciple, Li Nan, nodded her head and giggled happily. "Yeah, he's here. Like what you expected, he didn't leave the dragonfish heavenly cave. Moreover, he's here in the Blue Lotus Creed. Young lady, it seems like you really understand him. You managed to guess everything he did." Pouting slightly, Inu growled in her cute voice, "Nonsense. I have no idea what you're talking about." However, the look of joy on her face couldn't be hidden as she continued her round of questioning. Where is he right now? In the years that had passed, she had traveled across the lands in order to look for him. Today, she had finally received news on his whereabouts. Someone said that they saw the Qilin chariot rolling about. According to them, he's moving towards Monarch Yu Sacred Land. Monarch Yu Sacred Land. Inu was slightly taken aback. She had gone there in the past, but she didn't expect for the youngster to head over there as if he owned the place. Her expression changed all of a sudden as she thought of something. Wait a minute. Didn't you say that Yong Luosheng of the Ten Swords Creed went over to Monarch Yu Sacred Land? Li Nan blanched when she realized what her young lady was worried about. She hastily added, "Yeah, after we left, young Master Yong Luosheng headed over there immediately. He should be staying around the Long family in the Dragon Emperor continent. Let's go. We're heading over to Monarch Yu's Sacred Land now." Inu leaped to her feet, and before Li Nan could say anything about it, she snapped, "Hurry up!" As soon as she spoke, her figure swayed, and she rushed into the skies. Too scared to mess around, Li Nan followed behind her instantly. "Young lady, that man managed to destroy Chun Dingtian and 8 half-step Dao Venerables from the Ten-Sword Creed and the Dragonfish Creed. He might not be weaker than Yong Luosheng. Even if they run into each other, he might be able to hold his own for quite some time." Li Nan reassured her. "There's no need for you to worry too much about him. Moreover, he will definitely be able to escape if he runs into Yong Luosheng." Inu shook her head and sighed. "You have no idea how strong Yong Luosheng really is." Li Nan was stunned. Yong Luosheng's true strength? Isn't he just a mid-first esteemed Dao Venerable? No matter how strong he might be, the youngster could deal with so many half-step Dao Venerables at once. So, he is probably comparable to Yong Luosheng. Even if he can't defeat Yong Luosheng, he would definitely be able to escape. The rumors spreading outside about Yong Luosheng having 8 high-order Saint Fates is fake, Inu finally explained to Li Nan. "Fake?" Li Nan gasped in shock. "Young lady, do you mean that?" "That's right. Yong Luosheng has 9 high-order Saint Fates." "What? 9? Li Nan didn't know how to react. She might have already guessed when Inu spoke of the matter previously, but she was still shocked. 9 high-order Saint Fates. She knew exactly what that meant. Moreover, Yong Luosheng has 2 Dao Souls. Inu continued, "He has the Dragon Emperor Dao Soul and Myriad Creation Dao Soul. Dragon Emperor Dao Soul and Myriad Creation Dao Soul. How can he have 2 Dao Souls? Since as long as anyone could remember, Yong Luosheng was said to only possess the Myriad Creation Dao Soul. Who would have thought that he would also possess the 8th-ranked Dragon Emperor Dao Soul?" Inu continued, "That's not all. His bloodline isn't that of the Heavenly Dragon. He has the Yang Dragon bloodline." Li Nan's eyes widened in shock. The Heavenly Dragon bloodline and the Yang Dragon bloodline were both peak-ranked bloodlines, but there were differences between these peak-level bloodlines. The Yang Dragon bloodline was evidently stronger from Li Nan's reaction, and it wasn't a simple level or 2 stronger. At that instant, Li Nan finally knew why Yong Luosheng could become the leader of the Ten Swords in the Ten Sword Creed. She also knew how he had managed to inherit the strongest of the 10 swords, the Dragon Sword. Yinyu's expression was somber when she continued to speak. Yong Luosheng might display shocking combat prowess, but that's not all he has. As such, that man is no match for him. If he runs into Yong Luosheng, he will never be able to escape. He might have 11 high-order Saint Fates, but the difference in cultivation realm is too large. He's a 5th resurrection primal ancestor, but Yong Luosheng is a 1st esteemed Dao venerable. The difference between them can be said to be wider than the heavens and earth. If he reaches the 9th resurrection primal ancestor realm, then he might be able to hold his own against Luo Yongsheng. However, Yinyu shook her head silently. She didn't need to continue for Li Nan to understand what she meant. Young lady, we should head there now. Li Nan couldn't help but panic after hearing all that. She knew that her young lady had been looking for that young man, and she wouldn't be doing so for nothing. Nodding her head, Yinyu sighed, let's hope that we're not too late. As Yinyu started making her way over, there was another scene playing out in one of the creeds in the Dragonfish Heavenly Cave. Several dozen Dao venerables were following closely around a chariot. Young lady, if that person doesn't possess 11 high-order Saint Fates, wouldn't you have made a wasted trip down there? One of the elders around the chariot asked. However, he was met with silence. Sighing in his heart, he realized that there was nothing he could do to change her mind. Hurry up! A voice rang from inside the chariot. At the same time, various experts from the Dragonfish Heavenly Cave, who received the news, rushed towards Monarch U's sacred land. For example, the personal disciple of the Blue Lotus Dao Venerable, Xianxia, the personal disciple of the old ancestor of the Tempest Lightning Creed, Su Xiaofeng, and the disciples of the Dragon Fish Creed. I've heard that you, Fengyu, Yinyu are rushing over right now. No shit. Even the Lightning Tiger Prince is heading over. How is that possible? The rumors are definitely true. The rumors are going around that the young man has 11 high-order Saint Fates. His talent is said to be higher than His Highness Huang Shui. After the Lightning Tiger Prince and the others heard it, they were extremely displeased. They are probably rushing over to end the threat once and for all. Discussions flew about the lands. The Lightning Tiger Prince was part of the strongest geniuses in the Divine Tuo Holy World, and he was a mid-first esteemed Dao venerable. When they heard how the Lightning Tiger Prince of the Shenyuan Creed was heading over, numerous experts started to revel in Huang Xiaolong's misfortune. In the past, the 3 moons of the Divine Tuo Holy World, Yu, Fengyu, and Yinyu had promised to take anyone with 11 high-order Saint Fates and above as their partner. Now that someone like that had appeared, no one knew how many were waiting to kill him. All of them were more than happy to see how the Lightning Tiger Prince dealt with him. After sitting in the Qilin chariot, Huang Xiaolong released all 3 of his Dao soul senses. He covered the area of several billion miles, and he took in everything he could lay his senses on. With the current state of his Dao souls, he could sense the situation in hundreds of sacred lands if he pushed them to their limit. If a half-step Dao venerable could cover 4 to 5 sacred lands, they would possess pretty strong Dao souls. However, Huang Xiaolong could easily do tens of times that. What's that youngster thinking? How dare he return to Monarch U's sacred land? Don't tell me he doesn't know that Yong Luosheng is heading over there right now to hunt him down. He probably knows. He should think that he's strong enough to take on Yong Luosheng. What a joke! Does he think Yong Luosheng is Chun Dingtian? Yong Luosheng is the leader of the 10 Swords. He's the strongest among the younger generation of the 10 Swords Creed. With his shocking battle prowess, he'll crush the kid. Moreover, he should have 9 high-order Saint Fates and 2 Dao souls. 9 high-order Saint Fates? That's right. If the youngster runs into Yong Luosheng, he's dead. Even the Lightning Tiger Prince decided to make a trip down. As soon as he arrives, the youngster will die without a complete corpse. One has to know that the Lightning Tiger Prince loves young Lady Fengyu. If the young man really has 11 high-order Saint Fates, the Lightning Tiger Prince will never allow him to live. Young Lady Fengyu will only give up on her thoughts after he deals with him once and for all. 11 high-order saint fates. I'm afraid those who love the 3 moons of the divine Tua holy world can only kill him to smash their dreams. The discussions about him soon entered Huang Xiaolong's ears with the detection of his 3 great Tao souls. Yong Luosheng of the 10 Swords Creed, 9 high-order saint fates, Lightning Tiger who ranks among the 2 tigers of the divine Tua holy world. Huang Xiaolong remained expressionless even after hearing their identity. Apparently, the 10 Swords Creed wasn't giving half a shit about what he said. Neither was the Lightning Tiger or those from the Dragonfish Creed. 2 Dao souls? A frosty light flashed through Huang Xiaolong's eyes. That was fine. He wanted to test out his newfound strength anyway. He wanted to test out the strength of his body after its 6th rebirth. After crossing his tribulation, the first world in his body produced several times more cosmos energy than before. It was a pity that the second world was unable to produce cosmos energy of its own. Perhaps the second world will be able to produce cosmos energy of its own after I enter the 7th resurrection primal ancestor realm. Huang Xiaolong muttered to himself. If he could control the cosmos energy of 2 small words, what would he have to fear when he went up against mid-level Dao venerables? Your Highness, the 10 Swords Creed passed down an order to capture you. They also placed a bounty on your head. Do you think it's time to reveal your identity? Duan Feng asked. That's right. Your Highness, the moment you reveal your identity, no one under the heavens will dare to go against you. Long Jianfei piped in from the side. We can tear off Huang Shuai's disgusting lie. With the 10 Swords Creed's bounty on Huang Xiaolong's head, the 2 of them were pretty worried for him. Huang Xiaolong might have been strong, but he was only a primal ancestor when it came down to it. He couldn't possibly go against the 10 Swords Creed, and much less the Dragonfish Creed with high-level Dao venerables holding the fort. If Huang Xiaolong was willing to reveal his identity, there would no longer be a need to worry about the retaliation or schemes from the 2 creeds. We'll talk about it if the time comes. Brilliant light flashed in Huang Xiaolong's eyes. He knew that if he were to reveal his identity, the 10 Swords Creed would have to call off their hunt for him. However, those who would try to assassinate him in the dark would increase by countless times. The first group of people who wanted nothing more than to kill him were the demons from the outside world. There was even a possibility that they would send over 2 ninth esteemed Dao venerables to make an attempt on his life, and without any guarantee, he wouldn't dare to risk revealing himself. Just as Huang Xiaolong was on his way back to the Monarch U Sacred Land, Yong Luosheng appeared in a certain space above the Dragon Emperor continent. He heard the reports from the disciples there, and his eyes flashed. A snort escaped his lips. So this brat will be back in 5 days. Senior brother, that seems to be the case. With the speed of the Qilin chariot, he will arrive in 5 days. One of the disciples hastily replied. A frosty expression hung on his face as he replied. Get several disciples to follow him around. Report his whereabouts to me in case he tries to escape. Senior brother, you can rest assured that we wouldn't allow him to escape. The disciple laughed. Also, young lady Yin Yu is currently on her way here. She should be here around the same time as him. Hee, that's great. When she arrives, I'll cripple that little bastard in front of her. The disciple hesitated for a moment, and he stammered, What if young lady Yin Yu pleads for mercy on his behalf? Will senior brother? A vicious look flashed past Yong Luosheng's face, and he sneered, Not only will I ignore her pleas, but I will kill him in the most painful way possible to take revenge for junior brother Chan Dingtun and Zhou Hong. 5 days passed in a flash. The immemorial Qilin chariot tore through the skies, and it entered the space above the Emperor U Sacred Land. Without stopping for even the slightest second, it charged towards the Dragon Emperor continent. That young man really entered Monarch U Sacred Land. Dumbass. He knows that he can't defeat Yong Luosheng, but he still dares to return. What a crazy idiot. Another piece of news started to spread not too long after Huang Xiaolong arrived. Young lady Yin Yu is here. She's not alone. Young lady Feng Yu's escort has also arrived. Young lady Yu should be here soon. Soon after, the Lightning Tiger Prince is here. The Lightning Tiger Prince arrived on the Shenyuan chariot. The Shenyuan chariot is the personal vehicle of the Shenyuan Dao Venerable. He actually lent it to the Lightning Tiger Prince. One can see how much he dotes on him. With the Lightning Tiger Prince's talent, it's no wonder the Shenyuan Dao Venerable dotes on him. Rumor has it that the Lightning Tiger Prince asked for a Lightning Fire Dao crystal for cultivation, and the Shenyuan Dao Venerable personally took a trip down to a forbidden region to obtain one. Thoughts started pouring into Huang Xiaolong's mind as young masters arrived in Monarch Yu Sacred Land. An hour after he arrived, Huang Xiaolong returned to the Dragon Emperor continent. The moment Huang Xiaolong's Qilin chariot entered the skies above the continent, a blood river shot towards him and charged straight at the chariot. The blood river was several billion miles in length, and sword qi seethed within it. If one looked closely, they would be able to notice that it was made up of countless strands of sword qi. Tearing through the void, it appeared before the Qilin chariot in an instant. The immemorial Qilins opened their mouths and spat out 2 beams of energy at the incoming river. However, the power of absolute frost and flame was shattered in an instant as the blood river didn't show signs of stopping. A cold snort left Huang Xiaolong's lips as he raised his finger to point at the river. Boom! The stream of energy that emerged from Huang Xiaolong's finger slammed into the river of sword qi. The heavens shook as the earth trembled, and everyone couldn't help but feel their jaws dropping in shock. Like a pillar that pierced through the skies, the beam of energy that shot out from Huang Xiaolong's finger tore through the entire river of sword qi. Like frantic beasts whose home was invaded, the sword qi smashed against the pillar of light in a futile attempt to shatter it. No matter how they smashed into the pillar of energy, they failed to cause a single scratch. Like a godly barrier that formed a world of its own, the single strand of energy stopped the blood river that stretched out beyond the horizon. The sword qi that were deflected flew in all directions and caused the surrounding mountain ranges to shatter and crumble. The blood river seemed to reach the end of its lifespan and it slowly started to dissipate. What was that? Yong Luoxing's sword qi is too damn terrifying. Even peak-level first-esteem Dao Venerables might not be able to receive a single strike from him. As the leader of the 10 swords, Yong Luoxing is naturally stronger than the rest. The sword qi he sent out caused the winds to change direction. Who would have thought that the brat could stop the attack? It seems like his achievements in the past weren't exaggerated. Humph. The only reason he managed to do it was because Yong Luoxing didn't use the dragon sword when unleashing the strike. So what if he managed to stop the blood river? When Yong Luoxing shows up, he's going to cry for his father. Experts who witnessed the scene started discussing among themselves. By the time the blood river dissipated, the disciples of the Blue Lotus Creed, Tempest Lightning Creed, and the Dragon Fish Creed arrived. They were flabbergasted when they saw what had happened. Like the others, they were shocked that Yong Luoxing possessed an astounding level of strength. Of course, they were equally as shocked that Huang Xiaolong could stop the strike. It seems like he won't be taken down the moment Yong Luoxing appears. He might be able to hold out for several strikes. Su Xiao of the Tempest Lightning Creed snorted. One of the disciples from the Dragon Fish Creed sneered. There's no way Yong Luoxing used his Dao Souls previously. The only thing he used was his comprehension of the sword. We can't judge the brat off such a simple strike. The disciple who spoke was one of the personal disciples of a vice hall master in the Dragon Fish Creed. He was called Han Tong, and he was a half-step Dao Venerable. He could be said to be one of the more famous disciples in the Dragon Fish Heavenly Cave. Yang Jia of the Blue Lotus Creed shook his head. Ha ha, brother, Han Tong is right. Yong Luoxing didn't even use 1/10 of his power in the previous strike. In the distance, 2 figures stopped in the middle of the air when they felt the energy fluctuations in front of them. Young lady, are they fighting? Li Nan exclaimed. Inu couldn't help but reveal an anxious expression as she hurried. We have to head over immediately. Upon increasing their speed once again, they charged over to the Dragon Emperor continent. In another location, Yu Yu's face changed when she felt the sword qi in the air. Young lady, that's Yong Luoxing's sword qi. Tan Meichin gasped in shock. Yu Yu's pupils shrunk, and she sighed to herself. It seems like they've started. I wonder what happened. That guy should be able to hold out against Yong Luoxing's probe, right? Tan Meichin wondered. Let's hope he can hold his own until we arrive. You didn't dare to make any assumptions. With their speed, they needed the time it took to brew a pot of tea before they could arrive in the Dragon Emperor continent. Let's go. Pushing the fire phoenix under her to the limit, she rushed towards the scene of the battle. As for Fengyu, the final moon of the divine Tua holy world, she rode on her chariot, and she charged towards Huang Xiaolong the moment she felt the exchange. Why the hell did he move so quickly? It seems like Yong Luoxing is planning to deal with the brat before I arrive. The lightning tiger prince frowned. His junior brothers were killed by the brat. It's no wonder he's planning to kill the kid as soon as possible. One of the disciples of the Shenyuan Creed reported respectfully. He should know that the moment your highness arrives, he will no longer be able to snatch the kill from you. Nodding his head, the lightning tiger prince growled. Push the Shenyuan Grand Formation to the limit. We're advancing at full speed. The disciple stammered in response. Full speed? Opening the formation to the limit. If they were to push the formation to the limit, the consumption of Grand Tao Spirit Stones would be insane. Your Highness, why don't we open it? A light flashed through the lightning tiger prince's eyes, and he roared at the others behind him. Yes, Your Highness. The disciple could only do as he was told. In an instant, the Shenyuan chariot turned into a streak of light as its speed increased by 10 times. Seeing as the blood river was shattered, Yong Luoxing's figure appeared in midair. The disciples of the Ten Swords Creed stood behind him, and Yong Luoxing glared at Huang Xiaolong, who was seated comfortably on his Qilin chariot. Hey, you're not too bad. You managed to take on 1/10 of my sword intent. If you crawl over here and beg for death, I'll grant you your wish. Are you going to force me to drag you down from your chariot? The sense of irritation in his heart grew stronger when he saw the nonchalant look on Huang Xiaolong's face. The experts in the surroundings couldn't help but break out into a clamor when they heard what Yong Luoxing said. 1/10. How can 1/10 of his sword intent be so scary? I told you, if Yong Luoxing makes his move, that brat will be deader than dead. Let's keep watching. Ha ha ha. That brat will definitely crawl out from his chariot like the loser he is. Huang Xiaolong stared at Yong Luoxing from the chariot, and he sighed. 1/10 of your sword intent? Even if you force yourself to unleash the full might of your sword intent and more, you're nothing more than causing a slightly stronger breeze. In my eyes, you're nothing more than a slightly stronger ant. What? Everyone widened their eyes in shock when they heard what Huang Xiaolong said. What the fuck did he just say? Brat, are you crazy? How dare you say that my senior brother is stronger than an ant? Hurry up and beg for death. The disciples of the Ten Swords Creed pointed at Huang Xiaolong and started hurling abuses in response. Yong Luoxing raised his hand slowly and stopped them. He glared at Huang Xiaolong while revealing a sinister smile. If I'm slightly stronger than an ant, what the hell are you? Prepare to receive my all-out attack. Sword chi started pouring out from his body the moment the words left his lips. As though 1,000,000,000 swords were awakened in his body, a pillar of sword chi that threatened to tear the heavens apart shot into the skies. Terrifying waves of sword chi filled the lands, and they howled in anger as though in response to Huang Xiaolong's challenge. Boom! Without any hesitation, a massive sea of sword chi shot towards Huang Xiaolong. Previously, he had managed to summon a river of sword chi. Right now, an uncountable number of sword chi filled the skies and pierced towards Huang Xiaolong. The faces of everyone in the surrounding changed. The faces of Duan Feng and the others changed when they saw the overwhelming amount of sword chi. They didn't expect his sword intent to be so strong. If that was purely his sword intent, then how strong would he be if he used his Tao Souls and high-order Saint Fates? The only person who could remain calm was Huang Xiaolong. In the distance, Xianxia, Su Xiaofeng, and the others who were looking at Huang Xiaolong frowned when they saw how calm he was acting. How can he act so casually when facing Yong Luoxing's full sword intent? Heh! If he doesn't die, he'll definitely be seriously injured. Let's watch how he escapes from the chariot when it's blown to pieces. Su Xiaofeng chuckled sinisterly when he thought of how Huang Xiaolong would be embarrassed in a second. Even second-esteemed Dao venerables wouldn't dare to take the attack head-on. The brat is basically asking for it. Xianxia growled coldly. No matter who it was, they felt that Huang Xiaolong was looking down on them with the way he treated Yong Luosheng's full-powered sword intent. In the instant the sword river was about to slam into the chariot, Huang Xiaolong sent out a single punch. With a blinding blue light covering his fist, everyone felt as though their Dao souls were frozen when they stared into it. Even first-esteemed Dao venerables hiding in the void around them were no exceptions, much less cultivators at the level of Xianxia and the others. Their expressions changed drastically. Before they could react, Huang Xiaolong's punch landed on the never-ending sea of sword qi. The long-awaited explosion didn't occur, and the earth that shook whenever two super attacks collided remained silent. Shockwaves didn't spread like everyone expected. The only sound that could be heard was a dull thud, as though someone had punched the earth. Everyone could see the terrifying sea of sword qi freezing in the skies, and they turned into frozen icicles that formed a massive frozen river. The sword qi that could sunder the heavens were frozen solid. Just like that, along with blue light spreading through the skies, a sea of blue appeared before everyone. The blue light didn't stop as it appeared before Yong Luosheng in an instant. With his expression changing, he raised his arm in panic. Boom! The heavens finally shook and everyone saw a figure tearing through the space as he shot towards one of the distant mountain ranges. Crash! Unable to stop the spreading blue light, it quickly approached the members of the Ten Swords Creed. Not a single person managed to withstand the blow as they were sent flying. What just happened? Someone in the crowd screamed. Looks of disbelief appeared on the faces of those present. Yong Luosheng used everything he had comprehended in the way of the sword to unleash the strike, but he was sent flying with a single punch from Huang Xiaolong. The punch didn't even hit him directly, and he was sent soaring through the skies like a dead dog. That wasn't all. The members of the Ten Swords Creed weren't spared either. All of them were like flies that were slapped out of the sky as they fell one by one. Absolute frost. Someone's trembling voice finally rang through the skies in an attempt to explain the power Huang Xiaolong wielded. Xianxia of the Blue Lotus Creed was the one who spoke, and he couldn't believe his eyes. That was the power of absolute frost. Chaos erupted in the hearts of many when they heard what he said. Previously, Huang Xiaolong had used the power of absolute frost and flame to destroy the Grand Dao physique of Yuzhou, Chun Dingtian, and the others. However, that was something that they had heard through the rumors. None of them had seen it for themselves, and they refused to believe that as a primal ancestor, Huang Xiaolong had the ability to wield one of the absolute powers. However, he had now displayed the power of absolute frost right before them, and there was nothing they could do to deny its presence. As the frozen sea in the skies started to dissipate, balls of blue mist swirled above the land. As the sunlight reflected off the droplets of blue mist, a breathtaking scene was painted. Weaker than a breeze, Huang Xiaolong muttered when he stared at Yong Luosheng, who was crawling to his feet. His voice rang loud and clear in the minds of those present. Even though they felt that he was being extremely annoying, not a single person dared to speak up. Those who chided him in the past felt their faces turning red. Boom! The mountain range where Yong Luosheng had landed was shattered with a loud blast after he crawled to his feet, and one could see that the armor on his body was frozen by icy blue qi. With a disheveled look, he cleaned himself of the shattered pieces of armor, and he swept his gaze across the disciples of the Ten Swords Creed. Killing intent rose in his heart, and his vision turned red. You deserve to die. Brat, you have successfully angered me. Everyone around you will die. All of you will follow that little bastard to the underworld. Yong Luosheng growled as anger overwhelmed him. Huang Xiaolong casually glanced at him and muttered, I told you, you're nothing more than a slightly stronger ant in my eyes. You have one last chance to make your move. You had better summon your Dao souls and Saint Fates. No. Call out your bloodline and give it everything you got. Su Xiaofeng's expression sank when he heard what Huang Xiaolong said. This brat really thinks that he has won because he took on the sword strike from Yong Luosheng. Isn't it just sword intent? When Yong Luosheng calls out his Dao souls, he won't be able to jump about for much longer. A cold gaze flashed through Han Tong's eyes, and he sneered, I hope Yong Luosheng makes him suffer before killing him. Yong Luosheng glared at Huang Xiaolong and raged, Great! Since you wish to see my Dao souls, Saint Fates, and bloodline, I shall fulfill your wish. Rays of blinding light emerged from his body all of a sudden. 2 Dao souls flew into the skies and the world seemed to fall silent in an instant. Monarch, you sacred land seemed to contain nothing more than the 2 Dao souls he had summoned, and a ferocious dragon roar could be heard in the skies as life force filled the lands. Twin Dao souls. Yong Luosheng actually has 2 Dao souls. Dragon Emperor Dao Soul and the Myriad Creation Dao Soul. Everyone started to clamor the moment the 2 Dao Souls appeared. After all, the Dragon Emperor Dao Soul was ranked 8th and the Myriad Creation Dao Soul was ranked 5th. There might have been people with 2 Dao Souls around the Divine Tuo Holy World, but those with 2 Dao Souls in the top 10 ranks were rare. Soon after, high-order Saint Fates started to fly out one after another as 9 of them hovered in the air above the rest. Resplendent rays of light shone above everyone else. 9 high-order Saint Fates. He's only second to Lord Huang Shui and the other super talents. All of a sudden, a massive red dragon whose body was filled with flames appeared behind him. The fire that covered the body of the divine dragon seemed to contain the ability to incinerate everything in its path. Unparalleled bloodline and the Yang Dragon bloodline. Yang Jia's expression changed. The unparalleled bloodline was extremely rarely seen, but the Yang Dragon bloodline was even stronger than that. There were many who were taken aback by Yong Luosheng's sudden revelation. It's no wonder Yong Luosheng is hailed as the leader of the 10 swords. His talent is only second to the super genius of the Divine Tuo Holy World. Su Xiaofeng sighed. All of a sudden, the cry of a phoenix broke everyone's train of thoughts. With a beauty on its back, the phoenix made its appearance. Young Lady Yu Yu. Young Lady Yu Yu has arrived. When everyone saw the figure sitting on the phoenix, they couldn't help but feel their jaws dropping in amazement. Even Yong Luosheng couldn't help but stare at her. All of a sudden, another chariot appeared on the horizon. As it thundered towards those present, everyone could see several dozen Dao venerables standing beside it. A beauty who didn't lose in terms of looks could be seen sitting on the chariot. Young Lady Fengyu. The crowd started to quake. 2 of the 3 moons of the Divine Tuo Holy World, Fengyu and Yu Yu, were both present. Young Lady Yin Yu. Young Lady Yin Yu has arrived. Someone screamed, and everyone turned to look at 2 streaks of light shooting towards them. One of them was silver in color, and even though it was extremely far, they could tell that a beauty was contained within the pretty lights. As the streak of light got closer and closer, her peerless appearance was shown to the world. The 3rd moon of the Divine Tuo Holy World. Yu Yu, Fengyu, and Yin Yu were all present. As the crowd started to get riled up, Yong Luosheng, Xianxia, and the others were especially unable to keep their excitement under control. The 3 moons were the greatest beauties in the Divine Tuo Holy World, and they had the title Yu in their name to signify the moon. They had never been seen together, and it was the first time all 3 of them were present. Just as the 3 of them made their appearance, a thunderous roar brought everyone back to reality as a chariot tore through the space to make its way over to them. As soon as the appearance of the chariot became clear, a look of reverence appeared on the faces of everyone present. Xianyuan Chariot, His Highness, the Lightning Tiger Prince, has arrived. The Xianyuan Creed was a superpower on the level of the Dragonfish Creed and the Divination Creed. They represented the greatest powers in the Divine Tuo Holy World, and as the greatest talent in the Xianyuan Creed, the Lightning Tiger Prince was one of the peak geniuses the world had to offer. The faces of the ladies changed slightly when they noticed his arrival. There was 1 dragon, 2 tigers, and 3 moons in the Divine Tuo Holy World. They all had 10 high-order Saint Fates, but their talent could be split into different levels. A common agreement was that the talent of the Son of Creation, Huang Shui, was the best among the rest. That was something no one dared to challenge. After all, the power of the Huanglong bloodline was too great. The two tigers of the divine Tua holy world came after Huang Shui. The blue tiger of the divination ancestor creed and the lightning tiger of the Shenyuan creed had talent only second to Huang Shui. Finally came the three moons of the divine Tua holy world. The lightning tiger prince was ranked higher than all three of them, and that was the reason behind their slight change in expression. It didn't take long for the Shenyuan chariot to appear in front of those present. They saw the massive figure of the lightning tiger prince, and his aura suffocated those present. A sense of dread rose in everyone's hearts. As experts started to make their way over to show their respects, even people like Xianxia, Su Xiaofeng, and Han Tong didn't dare to tarry. Xianxia might have been the personal disciple of the Blue Lotus Tao Venerable and held extraordinary status in the divine Tua holy world, but it was still lacking when he compared himself to the lightning tiger prince. As for Su Xiaofeng and the others, there was no need to speak of them. He was just one of the disciples of an ancestor in the Tempest Lightning Creed. Han Tong's master was just a vice hall master of the outer branch of the Dragon Fish Creed, and their status were a far cry from Xianxia, much less the lightning tiger prince. Practically everyone who were watching the battle went forward to welcome the Shenyuan chariot. Of course, there were those who didn't head over, as they were merely disciples of some random clans or families. They knew that their statuses weren't great enough for them to speak to the lightning tiger prince, and they could only watch on from the side with a face full of reverence. The lightning tiger prince became the center of attention the moment he appeared. The battle between Huang Xiaolong and Yong Luosheng was thrown to the back of their minds. Nodding his head slightly towards Xianxia and the others, the lightning tiger prince turned his attention to the three moons of the divine Tua holy world, and he started to make his way over. Shenyuan Patian took large strides as the aura of a king was exuded from his body. It's a rare occasion for Lady Fengyu, Lady Yu, and Lady Inyu to gather together. Shenyuan Patian chuckled slightly, and he greeted the three of them at once. Of course, everyone noticed that the first person he spoke to was Fengyu. In the divine Tua holy world, it was no secret that the lightning tiger prince liked Lady Fengyu. Yu and Inyu didn't dare to show any disrespect as they returned his greeting. Greetings to young Master Patian. As for Fengyu, she merely nodded her head. Shenyuan Patian had a weird habit, and he only liked it when people called him the lightning tiger prince. The last time someone had called his name, he had beaten them half to death. However, the smile remained on his face when Yu and Inyu called him by name. Of course, no one could actually get angry at any one of the three moons of the divine Tua holy world. Turning to look at Yong Luosheng, Inyu was the first to break the silence. Young Master Yong Luosheng, I know that you formed some grudges with the young man over there. However, I hope you can show some restraint on your part and stop right here. I am willing to compensate you for the matter with your junior brothers. The gazes of everyone finally returned to Huang Xiaolong and Yong Luosheng. A frown formed on Yong Luosheng's face when he heard how she was pleading for mercy on his behalf. Young Lady Inyu, I'm not trying to go against you here. However, my 10 Swords Creed has ordered me to capture him. Even if I let him off now, His Highness the Lightning Tiger Prince will never let this brat off. The three ladies were stunned for a second, and Inyu turned to look at Shenyuan Patian. Shenyuan Patian narrowed his eyes when he looked at Huang Xiaolong and sneered, Brat, I'm sure you managed to obtain a ton of Blue Lotus nectar when you entered the Blue Lotus pond previously. Hand them all over and submit to me. I shall ensure that you live through this. When Chen Dingtian and the others had tried to kill Long Jianfei and the others, Huang Xiaolong had saved them with 5 drops of Blue Lotus nectar. After the disciples of the Dragon Fish Creed had gone back and told the others of the news, everyone had realized that Huang Xiaolong should have quite a lot of it left. Everyone who came to watch the battle definitely had their minds on the Blue Lotus nectar. After all, a single drop was worth 100,000 Tuashan Dao coins. That was a fortune high-level cultivators couldn't get even after a lifetime of accumulation. Yong Luosheng frowned when he heard what Shenyuan Patian said. Shenyuan Patian was actually planning on taking the brat in as his subordinate. Weren't the rumors going about that he was there to kill the kid? Did the Shenyuan Dao Venerable give a different order? Yong Luosheng's guess wasn't too far off from the truth. Shenyuan Patian had received an order from his father requesting for him to bring Huang Xiaolong over to their side. Feng Yu and Yu Yu were about to speak, but they were interrupted by Huang Xiaolong. I have more than 2,000 drops left. However, neither you nor your father has the right to command me. What? 2,000 drops? Everyone turned to stare at each other, unable to believe what they just heard. Yong Luoshang and the others felt a trace of greed flash in their hearts, and the hidden first esteem Tao Venerable had sinister thoughts flashing through his mind the moment he spoke. Even the 3 moons of the divine Tua holy world were shocked at his revelation. The blue lotus pond had appeared many times in the past, but no one had ever obtained such a huge amount of blue lotus nectar. Even the red fox Tao Venerable and the clandestine pavilion master had only managed to obtain 100 drops. How could the youngster before them obtain more than 2,000 drops? Shenyuan Potion's laughter rang through the skies all of a sudden. 2,000 drops! Ha ha ha! Neither I nor my father have the authority to command you. Anyone who heard Shenyuan Potion's laughter could feel the anger in his heart. His killing intent was barely hidden when he spoke, and it was clear that he wanted to tear Huang Xiaolong into pieces. Indeed, with 10 high-order Saint Fates and the status as the young patriarch of the Shenyuan Creed, Shenyuan Patian was one of the top geniuses in the divine Tua holy world. How could a primal ancestor speak to him in such a condescending tone? He even had the guts to speak about his father, the Shenyuan Tao Venerable. It was no wonder killing intent was born in his heart. Shenyuan Patian stopped his laughter abruptly and glared at Huang Xiaolong as frosty light flashed through his eyes. Brat, even if a high-level Tao Venerable appears to protect you today, I'll kill you. Anyone who dares to stop me will be declaring war with my Shenyuan Creed. Those who stand in my way will die. Shenyuan Potion's voice boomed through the skies, and the expression on the faces of the 3 moons of the divine Tua holy world changed. It went without saying that his threats were aimed at them. No one other than the 3 of them had the authority to stop him. He was blatantly threatening the 3 of them. Of course, Xianxia and the others were overjoyed when they heard what he said. If they could, they would do a little dance to celebrate Huang Xiaolong's death. According to them, there was no way Huang Xiaolong could live if Shenyuan Patian made a move. Xianxia sneered in his heart. He was afraid that Huang Xiaolong would agree to serve the Lightning Tiger Prince and get the Shenyuan Creed's protection. As one of the strongest superpowers in the divine Tua holy world, the Shenyuan Creed wasn't one to be trifled with. If Huang Xiaolong really chose to stand with them, no one would dare to move against him. Luckily for him, Huang Xiaolong had to run his mouth off to offend Shenyuan Patian. However, Yong Luosheng maintained a smile on his face. Even though Shenyuan Patian had declared that Huang Xiaolong would die, he really wanted to kill Huang Xiaolong personally. He didn't wish for someone to do it for him. Ignoring the fact that his junior brothers were killed, he had to return the humiliation after Huang Xiaolong had sent him flying. Otherwise, he would become a laughingstock in the divine Tua holy world. Your Highness, my junior brothers died in the hands of this bastard. I wish to avenge them with my own hands. You do not need to dirty your hands when dealing with trash like him. After all, your reputation shouldn't be sullied by such a dirty loser. Yong Luosheng hesitated for a moment before speaking to Shenyuan Patian. Shenyuan Patian turned slightly and stared at Yong Luosheng in silence. Everyone looked at the 2 of them as they awaited Shenyuan Potion's response. A smile suddenly appeared on the Lightning Tiger Prince's face, and he chuckled in amusement. You're right. As the young patriarch of the Shenyuan Creed, people might laugh at me for fighting such a weakling. All right, you shall be allowed to harvest his life. As for the blue lotus nectar, all of it shall belong to my Shenyuan Creed. I want the Qilin chariot too. Oh right, the immemorial sword will belong to my Shenyuan Creed too. Shenyuan Potion's voice was firm, and he was extremely domineering. No matter how unfair they felt it was, no one dared to question him. Xianxia and the others could only lower their heads slowly in acknowledgement. One had to know that all of them were lying if they said they weren't tempted by the 2,000 drops of blue lotus nectar, Qilin chariot, and the immemorial sword. However, no one dared to go against Shenyuan Patian. All right, I shall take his life. Everything else shall belong to your highness. Yong Luosheng hesitated for a moment before replying. Shenyuan Patian roared with laughter in response. Huang Xiaolong chose not to interrupt them as he looked at the two of them like they were fools. A cold sneer formed on his face when he heard them splitting up the loot before they had even started fighting. When he revealed his stash of blue lotus nectar, he wasn't afraid that anyone would dare to move against him. He had long since analyzed everyone's strength, and he could see that only one of the old experts standing guard beside Feng Yu was a high-level Dao Venerable. The rest were mid-level Dao Venerables at best, and none of them could pose a threat to him. As such, the only person he was wary of was the old expert standing beside Feng Yu. The other 6 Dao Venerables following behind Shenyuan Patian were nobodies in his eyes. The strongest was a 4th esteemed Dao Venerable, and the others were low-leveled ones. Shenyuan Potion's status might have been exalted in the divine Tua holy world, but sending a 4th esteemed Dao Venerable to protect him was extravagant gesture. One had to know that every single Dao Venerable was a supreme expert in the divine Tua holy world. Those in the mid-level Dao Venerable realm were even harder to come by. Even the Shenyuan Dao Venerable couldn't deploy them as he pleased. As he slowly made his way towards Huang Xiaolong, Yong Luosheng's sword intent grew stronger and stronger. "Brat, did you hear that? Your life belongs to me now." A frosty light flashed in Yong Luosheng's eyes, and he snorted, "You should thank your lucky stars. If His Highness had made a move, you would have died a miserable death. His Highness methods are something ants like you will never be able to comprehend." With his Dragon Emperor Dao Soul and myriad creation Dao Soul flashing above him, 9 high-grade Saint Fates surrounded them. Brilliant light filled the skies in an instant. The monarch Yu sacred land seemed to freeze as the air became still. Feng Yu wanted to interject, but the old expert shook his head silently. He passed a silent transmission to Feng Yu. "Young lady, let's watch for now. If he can't take it, it won't be too late for us to make a move to save him." Feng Yu was slightly taken aback by her evaluation, but she nodded her head eventually. Staring at the 3 moons of the divine Tua holy world, the lightning tiger prince sneered. "Damn brat, I, Yong Luosheng, have always been a very fair person. In case you cry in hell, I shall allow you to summon your Saint Fates. Otherwise, you won't be able to defend yourself the moment I attack." A cold voice rang through the skies. With an expressionless face, Huang Xiaolong replied, "There's no need for me to summon my Saint Fates to deal with someone like you." One of the 1st esteemed Dao Venerables from the Shenyuan Creed roared with laughter. "This brat is really arrogant. How I wish I could pinch him to death right this instant." Su Xiaofeng snorted coldly. "Killing him quickly is too easy on him. We have to torture him till he begs for death. When that happens, we can parade him around the surrounding sacred lands." Shenyuan Patian chuckled in agreement. "Your idea isn't too bad." Feng Yu, Yu, and Yin Yu frowned when they heard what he said. "You must be tired of living." In a fit of rage, the sword in Yong Luosheng's hand shot outwards. Grand Dao energy gathered, and a terrifying aura was released from the sword. With sword chi containing the aura of a dragon, a wave formed and crashed against Huang Xiaolong. The pure sword chi formed a formidable wave that seemed unstoppable as it smashed apart everything in its way. "Good sword." Shenyuan Patian nodded slightly. "Seems appropriate for killing a pig." He was comparing Huang Xiaolong to a pig, but as the wave got closer and closer to Huang Xiaolong, it started to slow down. When it arrived 10 miles away, it was stopped by a formless pressure. Yong Luosheng couldn't believe his eyes as he waved the dragon's sword in his hands once again. "Break!" A trace of sword chi stronger than those he had sent out previously tore through the void and slammed against the invisible barrier. The sword chi had reached the pinnacle of sword chis, and it was something he had congealed after a long period of accumulation. Even though it was only a single strand, it contained several thousand times more destructive power. A dragon followed closely behind, and it was the sword spirit born from the dragon sword after countless years of nurturing. Like Skylet, it was a spirit born from an artifact. The only difference was that the dragon was several times stronger than Skylet. Boom! As the formless barrier was shattered, the single strand of sword qi shot towards Huang Xiaolong along with the dragon sword spirit. Everyone watched on as the strand of destructive sword qi shot towards Huang Xiaolong. They were shocked at the power contained behind the sword qi. The sword intent he has cultivated is really at a shocking level. It's no wonder he's the leader of the 10 swords. I'm afraid no one in his generation will be able to form a stronger sword intent than Yong Luosheng, the mid-level Dao Venerable from the Shenyuan Creed side. Elder Xian, don't you think that the brat has to leave his chariot now? Yang Jia revealed a bright smile when he thought about how sorry Huang Xiaolong would be in a moment. Shenyuan Patian and those watching the battle broke out into laughter too. The only ones who felt a trace of worry were the 3 moons of the divine Tuo holy world. Just before they could make a move to stop Yong Luosheng, Huang Xiaolong casually reached out with his right hand. Spreading his fingers, the unparalleled strand of sword qi froze before it could touch the chariot. That was right, it froze in midair. As the sword qi remained in its place, time seemed to come to a standstill. With a wave of Huang Xiaolong's hand, a terrifying wave of energy poured out from his body. The power he wielded seemed to control everything under the heavens, and it gave off the feeling it could reverse the yin and yang. The lives of everyone present were no longer controlled by them, and they felt that Huang Xiaolong could determine their fates as long as he willed it. What? Everyone saw how the sword qi remained in the air without dissipating, and shock filled their hearts. What's going on? Su Xiaofeng cried out in disbelief. Shenyuan Potion's smile froze on his face, and traces of light flashed through his eyes. Even the 3 moons of the divine Tuo holy world couldn't believe what they were seeing. Reaching out to stop a strand of sword qi without allowing its energy to dissipate was something even the 3 of them couldn't do. The old expert beside Feng Yu widened his eyes in shock, and he seemed to turn energetic all of a sudden. World harmony. What? World harmony? The Dao venerables around felt their bodies trembling when they heard what he said. They felt as though someone had slammed a sledgehammer into their minds. World harmony was a legend that was passed down since the start of time. It was a grand Dao realm that surpassed everything they knew about the world. It was said that the moment one comprehends the power of space to the limit, they would meld with the world. The world would become like an extension of the cultivator, and everything would fall under his control. However, even most ninth esteemed Dao venerables were unable to become one with the world. There was only a single person in the divine Tuo holy world who could truly become one with the world. After all, the world they were speaking of wasn't just the heavens and earth. If it was that simple, there were true saints who could do the same thing. World harmony was when one merged with the divine Tuo holy world. Tan Mei Qin, who was standing beside Yu, muttered softly while she was still stuck in a state of disbelief. This move again. What do you mean? Yu snapped back to reality and questioned. Tan Mei Qin lowered her voice and replied. He used this exact move when he had sent Zhou Hong flying. The scene was something Tan Mei Qin would never forget as long as she lived. By the time they were done, Huang Xiaolong had raised his hand and pushed outwards slightly. The strand of sword qi that came from Yong Luosheng spun around in midair, and it shot towards him with incredible speed. The speed at which it flew was at the very least 4 times faster than when Yong Luosheng had unleashed his attack. If they thought that Yong Luosheng's strike was terrifyingly fast, the scene that was playing out at that moment made them eat their words. Rip! Spatial cracks appeared along the flight path of the sword qi, and the void was like a piece of wet paper. It was torn apart with no resistance at all as chaos streams poured out from the void. Yong Luosheng's expression changed, and a look of terror emerged on his face. He realized that, as the wonder of the dragon sword, he had no way of controlling it. Dragon Sword World! Yong Luosheng screamed in a desperate attempt to defend himself. As he desperately circulated Grand Dao energy to push his Dao souls to the limit, the light that emerged from his body filled the entire sacred land with light. A shocking amount of Grand Dao energy descended on the lands. The dragon's sword in his hand pierced outwards, and a massive world filled with swords appeared. The sword world was formed by massive strands of sword qi that held the shape of dragons. They rolled about and eventually fused to form a giant rune in the skies. The symbol of a dragon was painted in the skies with sword chi, and a giant grand Dao dragon was formed. It was too bad that his flashy moves were useless, as the strand of sword chi shattered his dragon sword world instantly. The energy contained in it dissipated in the wind before the sword chi landed on his chest. Bang! The heavens rippled and the earth trembled. Turning into a shooting star, Yong Luoxing's figure disappeared from their sights. With her jaws dropping, Tan Meiqin recalled the scene where Zhou Hong was blasted out of the city. Now, the leader of the 10 Swords, Yong Luoxing, was sent flying out of Monarch Yu sacred land. Looking at Yong Luoxing, who was flying through the air, everyone felt like they were in a dream. Someone with 2 Dao souls and 9 high-grade Saint Fates was sent flying just like that. Xianxia Patian was equally stuck in a state of disbelief. Even he couldn't send someone like Yong Luoxing flying. With his 10 high-grade Saint Fates and amazing talent, he couldn't come close to doing it. He might be stronger than Yong Luoxing, but he was barely stronger than him. He would, at the very most, be able to defeat Yong Luoxing after a short battle. He couldn't even kill the man instantly, much less send him flying out of an entire region. After Yong Luoxing flew several trillion miles, he finally started to fall from the skies. Huang Xiaolong wasn't going to stand on ceremony at all. He grabbed at the void, and the dragon's sword flew towards him. Even though artifacts at the level of the dragon sword had already recognized their owner and wouldn't allow themselves to fall into the hands of others, the dragon sword seemed perfectly content in Huang Xiaolong's hands. This sword is pretty good. Too bad its previous owner is nothing more than a damn pig. Huang Xiaolong muttered softly. Even though his voice wasn't loud, it slammed heavily into the minds of those who heard it. It was especially so for Xianxia Patian, as he was laughing at Huang Xiaolong previously. Now that Huang Xiaolong was addressing Yong Luoxing as a pig, he was basically grouping Xianxia Patian together with the likes of Yong Luoxing. One of the second esteemed Dao venerables from the Xianxia Creed stepped forward all of a sudden as a cold light flashed through his eyes. Brat, you had better watch your mouth. Our prince isn't someone you can mock. Do you really think you're some big shot after defeating Yong Luoxing? To our Xianxia Creed, you're nothing more than an ant. There isn't even a need for anyone stronger than me to make a move. I, alone, will be able to crush you with my pinky finger. His voice rang through the skies as he openly berated Huang Xiaolong. Look, it's Yong Luoxing. Yong Luoxing is back. Someone screamed all of a sudden. With his eyes completely bloodshot, killing intent leaked out of his body as he slowly flew towards Huang Xiaolong. When they saw that Yong Luoxing was back, everyone felt a trace of relief in their hearts. I knew it. How can a mere primal ancestor brat harm brother Yong Luoxing? Su Xiaofeng chuckled. From what they could see, Yong Luoxing was unharmed, and his body was in perfect condition. What bullshit? World harmony? He can't even do a thing to brother Yong Luoxing, even if he managed to fuse with the world. Han Tong sneered. A calm expression hung on Huang Xiaolong's face. Even though his previous strike was strong, he knew that it would be unable to seriously injure someone with 2 Dao souls, 9 high-order Saint Fates, and 2 peak-level bloodlines. A Dao venerable could temper their body with the cosmos energy produced by their small world, and their grand Dao physiques were something primal ancestors would never be able to compare to. Even if Huang Xiaolong used the power of his own world, it would be difficult to smash Yong Luoxing to bits. He hadn't even used cosmos energy in his previous strike, and it was no wonder Yong Luoxing could still fly about. If he really wanted to shatter Yong Luoxing's grand Dao physique, the cosmos energy from his 2 small worlds would do the trick. Whatever the case, Yong Luoxing was merely putting on a strong front. There was no way getting hit by the previous attack hadn't injured him in the slightest. Even though he looked fine, the sword chi was currently wreaking havoc inside his body. He was only suppressing it with all the cosmos energy he could muster. As he slowly descended from the skies, the sword chi that surrounded him became stronger and stronger. Another sea of sword chi surrounded him as traces of mysterious energy appeared from every part of his body. The energy that emerged seemed to belong to another world, and it was something only Yong Luoxing could control. Cosmos energy. Yong Luosheng is finally using his cosmos energy. There were half-step Dao venerables who yelled when they noticed the change around him. Isn't it a little humiliating for a first-esteemed Dao venerable to call out their cosmos energy when dealing with a primal ancestor? Someone in the crowd tooted. Everyone knew that the reason Dao venerables were supreme existences was because of the presence of cosmos energy. There was no way for a primal ancestor to challenge a Dao venerable because they wouldn't be able to get past the barrier of cosmos energy in the first place. The difference between cosmos energy and Grand Dao energy was insurmountable. It didn't matter how strong the Grand Dao energy was. Yong Luosheng's cosmos energy is extremely pure. The small world in his body should have already reached the 5th level. It's no wonder he's the leader of the 10 Swords, the second esteemed Dao venerable, who was scolding Huang Xiaolong earlier, sighed. With his strength, he will definitely kill the brat in 3 moves or less. Shenyuan Patian nodded his head slowly. He suppressed the shock in his heart, and the gaze in his eyes grew colder as he looked at Huang Xiaolong. Regardless, the brat had to die today. There was no way he could allow a threat like Huang Xiaolong to mature. As a 6th resurrection primal ancestor, Huang Xiaolong had sent someone at Yong Luosheng's level flying out of the sacred land. Even without using cosmos energy, Yong Luosheng was a force to be reckoned with. If they allowed someone like Huang Xiaolong to enter the Dao Venerable realm, the Shenyuan Creed wouldn't be able to deal with him even if they activated all their resources. However, a trace of suspicion remained in his heart. Wasn't Huang Xiaolong said to be a 5th resurrection primal ancestor? Why was he a 6th resurrection primal ancestor? Could the rumors be wrong? The moment Yong Luosheng summoned his cosmos energy, the 3 moons of the divine Tua holy world reacted in unison. Feng Yu spoke to the old expert beside her. Elder Tong, if he runs into any trouble, you have to save him. What about those from the Shenyuan Creed? Ignore them. We'll deal with it when the time comes. Feng Yu didn't hesitate to throw the Lightning Tiger Prince's threat to the back of her mind. Yes, young lady. Yu and Yu ordered the Dao Venerables around them to do the same. As cosmos energy poured out from Yong Luosheng's body, the sword chi around him started to increase at a frightening pace. Monarch Yu's sacred land seemed to be shrouded by a storm of sword chi as terrifying waves of energy swept across the lands. Under the might of Yong Luosheng's cosmos energy and sword chi, Monarch Yu's sacred land seemed to reach its limits. Finally, Yong Luosheng's aura peaked and his sword chi started to scatter. As silence descended on the lands, only one voice could be heard booming through the skies. Dragon of Creation. Waving his arms in the air, sword chi poured out from Yong Luosheng's body as though there was a never-ending supply. A dragon formed from sword chi stretched several dozen thousand miles long. The moment it formed, the faces of everyone around changed. Every single second esteemed Dao Venerable turned serious when they noticed the power continued in the strike. Even someone blind would be able to feel the power contained behind the strike. As the sword chi dragon formed, cosmos energy surged out from Yong Luosheng's body and fused with it. In the next instant, the dragon, spanning thousands of miles, charged at Huang Xiaolong. Buzz. The hearts of everyone in Monarch Yu's sacred land started to tremble under the might of the horrifying sword chi, and sword users no longer retained control over their swords as they flew out from their scabbards. They couldn't help but drop their jaws in shock. Fusing his sword intent, cosmos energy, and power from his Dao souls, Yong Luosheng actually managed to complete his final strike. Even mid-level Dao venerables would find it hard to do something like this. Everyone couldn't help but marvel over Yong Luosheng's slash. Bang! 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 Under the combined might of Yong Luosheng's Dao souls, sword intent, and cosmos energy, the world seemed to shatter under the sheer power contained in his final slash. Right before it could find its target, Huang Xiaolong casually raised his arm and stretched his fingers. When Shenyuan Patian saw what Huang Xiaolong was doing, he couldn't help but sneer out loudly. This brat is really planning to stop Yong Luosheng's strike with the same move. He must be tired of living. He's probably a one-trick pony, Han Tong sneered. He can only use this move if he plans to show off. Ha ha ha. Whatever the case, this brat is really stupid. He can't even recognize Yong Luoxing's cosmos energy. He really thinks that he can take on the same move with the spatial energy he controls. Everyone burst into laughter. As laughter rang through the air, Huang Xiaolong stretched out his hand, and a wave of mysterious energy pervaded the air. Like Yong Luoxing's cosmos energy, the power Huang Xiaolong controlled flooded his surroundings. It was streams of energy even purer than what Yong Luoxing had summoned. Everyone stared at Huang Xiaolong as an explosion went off in their minds. Even people at the level of Shenyuan Patian, Fengyu, Yu, and Yinyu couldn't believe their eyes. Cosmos energy? That was cosmos energy. The primal ancestor realm brat standing before them was wielding cosmos energy. Moreover, it was purer than what Yong Luoxing could bring out. As for the power it contained, there was no need to compare a firefly to the moon. As the attacker, Yong Luoxing's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Boom! As the heavens and earth trembled, the sword chi dragon slammed into a barrier formed from Huang Xiaolong's cosmos energy. Like an unstoppable wall, Huang Xiaolong's cosmos energy charged forward and shattered whatever remained of the sword chi dragon. A familiar scene played out as Yong Luoxing's sword chi dragon was crushed to bits once again. Looking at the sword chi dragon that was slowly crumbling, Yong Luoxing finally started to panic. Fear gripped his heart as his body turned icy cold. When Huang Xiaolong shattered his sword intent, the sword chi that ravaged his body from the backlash wasn't fully dispelled. He was desperately suppressing it with his cosmos energy. And now that Huang Xiaolong had initiated a full counterattack, if he was struck, would he? In a fit of panic, Yong Luoxing pushed himself past his limit as he staked everything on his final strike. With everything he had, he slapped outwards. It was too bad he was too damn weak compared to Huang Xiaolong. As the wall of cosmos energy formed by Huang Xiaolong pressed closer, the barrier he tried to put up shattered to pieces. No! 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 He screamed in terror as unprecedented fear overwhelmed him. Everyone could hear the desperation in his voice. No matter how hard he tried to escape, there was no way out. Everyone watched on in shock as Yong Luoxing, the leader of the Ten Swords, the brightest star of the Ten Swords Creed, the genius with 9 high-order Saint Fates, dual Dao souls, and 2 peak bloodlines, was frightened to the point of running away with his tail tucked between his legs from a primal ancestor. As he turned his body, the shattered remains of the sword chi dragon caught up to him. Boom! With a miserable shriek, Yong Luoxing shot off into the stars. Everyone felt an earthquake running through their hearts as his screams entered their ears. This, is he flying out of Monarch, you sacred land again? One of the late First Esteemed Dao Venerable muttered. He might even be sent further away this time. He's probably blasted out of the entire region. Making a short pulling motion in the skies, Huang Xiaolong grabbed Yong Luoxing as everyone was speculating how far away he had flown. As he dragged Yong Luoxing's body like a broken doll towards him, everyone saw how the armor and battle robes on Yong Luoxing's body were torn to shreds. Scars lined his body, and it was a gruesome sight to say the least. No one could hold back their shock. That was a Dao Venerable's grand Dao physique they were talking about. It was said to possess the strongest defense after being tempered by one's cosmos energy. But Huang Xiaolong had managed to beat Yong Luoxing up with a single action. One could only wonder how strong Huang Xiaolong's last strike was. You? Who are you? Yong Luoxing's voice trembled, and he stared at Huang Xiaolong like he was looking at a monster. He had never been so afraid of anyone, and not even 9th esteemed Dao Venerables could cause him so much fear. Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong. At that instant, everyone present carved his name into their minds. As long as they lived, they would never forget the legends of Huang Xiaolong, who defeated a Dao Venerable at the 6th Resurrection Primal Ancestor Realm. How? How can you? Before he could continue, Huang Xiaolong pointed at several points around his body and sealed off his energy. By casually swinging his hand, he tossed Yong Luoxing into the immemorial Immortal cave. Everyone turned to stare at him, and the looks on their faces turned extremely colorful. There were those who looked at him with an envious gaze, and there were some who were extremely suspicious. As for the 3 moons of the divine Tua holy world, they didn't know what to feel when they looked at the youngster before them. They wanted to speak, but didn't know how to start. In the end, they could only swallow their words for the time being. Your Highness, Huang Xiaolong is really a freak. He can wield cosmos energy as a primal ancestor, and this is something extremely suspicious. We should return to make a report to the Patriarch immediately, the 4th esteemed Dao Venerable beside Shenyuan Patian advised. Shenyuan Patian suppressed the waves in his heart and asked a simple question. Is it possible for him to be a Dao Venerable hiding his cultivation realm? The mid-level Dao Venerable shook his head and sighed. There is no way of doing that. He is most definitely a primal ancestor. I checked several times with the Shenyuan Divine Eye. There is no mistake. The Shenyuan Divine Eye was a pinnacle grand Dao art from the Shenyuan Creed. They could see through all darkness and lies as long as they trained in the secret technique. But what about the blue lotus nectar and Qilin chariot? Shenyuan Patian couldn't bear to leave without the treasures. The only reason he had come was because of the blue lotus nectar. Now, they were telling him to return empty-handed. Your Highness, we have no way of holding him down. The mid-level Dao Venerable sighed. A look of shock found its way onto Shenyuan Potion's face. What? Even you can't take him down? Nodding slowly, a look of embarrassment appeared on his face. Fine. Shenyuan Patian nodded reluctantly. We're leaving. When he conversed with the mid-level Dao Venerable, they spoke through voice transmissions. He only spoke out loud when ordering the retreat. Xianxia and the others turned to stare at him in shock the moment the order to leave left his lips. The 3 moons of the divine Tua holy world couldn't understand his sudden change in the decision and stared at him blankly. Just as they were about to turn to leave, a chilly voice rang through the air. Did I allow you to leave? Huang Xiaolong. He did it again. Everyone stared at him in shock. When his words reached Shenyuan Potion's ears, he turned around in an instant as lightning flashed through his eyes. Little fucker, who do you think you are? Do you think you can stop me from leaving? A chilly light flashed through Huang Xiaolong's eyes in return. Weren't you barking about killing me off previously? Are you scared now? Why are you being such a wimp? Did your balls go soft or did you lose your manhood? Lightning Tiger? You should probably change your name after today. Why don't I give you a name? Since you're such a wuss, just change your title to Softballs instead. Everyone stared at Shenyuan Patian with their mouths agape. Softballs? Their expressions instantly lit up, but none of them dared to laugh. Of course, as the person in question, Shenyuan Patian raised his head to the skies, and a massive lightning tiger covered the heavens. A terrifying wave of killing intent rushed out of his body. Little doggy Huang, do you really think I'm afraid of you now that you defeated Yong Luosheng? Ferocious laughter left Shenyuan Potion's lips. I'll kill you right now. No, I'll smash you apart like the little shitsack you are. Only if he tore Huang Xiaolong limb from limb would he be able to appease the anger in his heart. The moment Shenyuan Patian moved, the mid-level Dao Venerable reached out to stop him. It was true that Shenyuan Patian was stronger than Yong Luosheng, but they were extremely clear that he wouldn't be able to defeat someone who crushed Yong Luosheng with a single move. Even someone at his level wasn't confident of taking Huang Xiaolong down, much less Shenyuan Patian. Is that so? After getting up from the Qilin chariot, Huang Xiaolong made his way towards them. In an instant, the 4th esteemed Dao Venerable locked his attention on Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong, you had better kneel down and apologize to His Highness. Otherwise, even if you manage to escape today, my Shenyuan Creed will hunt you down to the ends of the world. There will be nowhere for you to hide in the divine Tua holy world. Everyone turned to stare at Huang Xiaolong instantly. The high-level Dao Venerable beside Feng Yu spoke up all of a sudden. Young Master Huang, why don't I act as the mediator here? Apologize to the Lightning Tiger Prince, and we'll call off all grudges. How about that? She was trying to help Huang Xiaolong out here. Even if Huang Xiaolong's talent was the highest of everyone she had seen so far, she felt that it wasn't wise for him to go against a behemoth like the Shenyuan Creed. Elder Tong, you better stay in your place. If you overstep your boundaries, you can't blame me for acting out of line. Xianyuan Patian sneered, little doggy Huang, this won't end until you kneel before me to beg for mercy. Yang Jia and the others stared at Huang Xiaolong gleefully when they heard what Xianyuan Patian said. Now, they wanted to see if Huang Xiaolong would accept his fate. If he refused, he would offend the entire Xianyuan creed. If he kneeled, he would be humiliating himself in front of the 3 moons of the divine Tua holy world. If that were to happen, they would never agree to take him as a Dao partner. Not to mention the fact that Xianyuan Patian wouldn't let Huang Xiaolong off so easily even if the latter agreed to kneel. Just as the 3 moons of the divine Tua holy world were about to open their mouths to speak for him, Huang Xiaolong's figure blurred. When he reappeared, he was standing right before Xianyuan Patian. His speed was something those present could hardly see. Your Highness, danger! The mid-level Dao Venerable of the Xianyuan Creed yelled the moment he saw Huang Xiaolong move. But it was too late. Boom! Raising his leg, Huang Xiaolong sent a kick straight into Xianyuan Potion's gut. As a shriek of pain left his lips, Xianyuan Patian was sent flying off like a bullet out of a gun barrel. By silently circulating the leftover nirvana energy flowing through his body, Huang Xiaolong stared at Xianyuan Potion's miserable figure. That was right. He had used his nirvana energy to pierce straight into Xianyuan Potion's body, bypassing all his defenses. After flying for God knew how long, Xianyuan Patian slammed heavily into one of the continents floating around in space. He tumbled for several more miles, and he only stopped when he crashed into the mountain ranges in the distance. What? Everyone stared at Huang Xiaolong in disbelief. They couldn't contain the shock they felt after seeing what had happened. They were shocked at the fact that Xianyuan Patian was sent flying with a single kick. However, the feeling was nothing compared to the horrific discovery that Huang Xiaolong had dared to move against Xianyuan Patian. Of course, the way he sent the Lightning Tiger Prince flying with a single kick was also surprising. One had to know that Xianyuan Patian was one of the 2 tigers of the divine Tua holy world. He was considered the peak of all geniuses in the younger generation, and he was only second to the son of creation, Huang Shui. As a mid-first esteemed Dao Venerable, he had 10 high-order saint fates. Someone at his level was sent flying with a single kick from Huang Xiaolong. The 3 moons of the divine Tua holy world were equally flabbergasted, and their pretty little jaws dropped in fright. From what they recalled, the Lightning Tiger Prince was like the sun in the skies. His strength and reputation were unparalleled, and he had been domineering ever since his ascent. There were countless experts ready to move at his beck and call, and no one had ever dared to go against his wishes. He had never been disrespected, much less sent flying with a single kick. Your Highness! The experts from the Xianyuan Creed were scared out of their minds as they reacted instantly. In a state of panic, they flew towards Xianyuan Patian. As the young patriarch of the Xianyuan Creed, he was the only son of the Xianyuan Dao Venerable. He was also the person their 9th esteemed Dao Venerable realm ancestor doted on the most. If anything were to happen to him, they would all be punished. As for Xianxia and the rest, they stared at Huang Xiaolong blankly. They had no idea how to react. Where in the world would they find someone in the divine Tua holy world who had the guts to send Xianyuan Patian flying with a single kick? Their worldview was single-handedly flipped around by Huang Xiaolong. Whatever the case, they failed to remain in their state of shock as Huang Xiaolong turned to stare at all of them. Previously, they had mocked him as though he was the lowest of the dregs when Xianyuan Patian had arrived. How would their mockery escape Huang Xiaolong's ears? Their expressions changed the instant Huang Xiaolong turned to stare at them. Brother Huang. Yang Jia was about to defend himself when Huang Xiaolong sent him flying with another kick. Unlike Xianyuan Patian, Huang Xiaolong kicked him directly in the face, and the imprint of a shoe could be seen on his face as he shot through the air like a cannonball. If the Lightning Tiger Prince was unable to dodge Huang Xiaolong's attack, there was no need to speak for people like Yang Jia and the others. One by one, Su Xiaofeng, Han Tong, and those who were laughing at him turned into clairvoyance as they managed to see the future. They realized what was going to happen to them after Yang Jia was sent flying. With a burning sensation on the right side of their faces, They felt a frightening strand of energy shooting into their bodies without the slightest bit of resistance. The energy was extremely cold, and it pierced straight into their Tao souls. They experienced unspeakable pain as the nirvana energy ravaged them from the inside. Crying out for their mothers, they drew beautiful arcs through the skies. Without exception, those who had mocked Huang Xiaolong were sent flying. Those who watched the scene play out couldn't help but feel a chill run down their spines. Like Xianxia, everyone who were dealt with were the key disciples of their factions. They might not have been super geniuses, but their reputation in the divine Tua holy world was nothing to scoff at. They were treated as exalted beings wherever they went, but all of them were crushed by Huang Xiaolong's unstoppable might. Those who weren't sent flying stared at Huang Xiaolong in disbelief, and it was especially so for the 3 moons of the divine Tua holy world. Silence descended on the lands. One of the peak first esteemed Tao venerables, who was hiding in the void around them, sneered. Huang Xiaolong is basically sentencing himself to death. Ha ha ha, he didn't just offend Shenyuan Padian. He basically offended every power in the Dragonfish Creed. No matter how talented he is, he's doomed. No one will be able to save him now. Even 9th esteemed Tao venerables wouldn't dare to stand out for him. After the battle, Huang Xiaolong's reputation was sure to rock the foundations of the divine Tua holy world. But without enough power, he wouldn't be able to protect himself. With his talent, he would have no problems getting a master at the 9th esteemed Tao venerable realm. However, he had offended too many powers from the Dragonfish Heavenly Cave. No superpower would dare to take a troublemaker like him in. After all, they wouldn't be able to stand against the combined might of so many creeds. As soon as the words left the lips of the first esteemed Tao venerable, Huang Xiaolong's punch tore through the void towards him. He felt as though he was struck by a bolt of lightning as he was punched out from his hiding spot. His armor shattered as blood sprayed out from his mouth. The other Tao venerables, who were hiding in the void around the battlefield, felt their hearts stop for a moment. They felt that their concealment was perfect and Huang Xiaolong would never be able to discover them. However, his previous punch proved them wrong. As their bodies started to tremble in fear, they were afraid that Huang Xiaolong would move against them the moment they irritated him. By the time the first esteemed Tao venerable was blown away, the members of the Shenyuan Creed had arrived beside Shenyuan Patian. They saw a stream of golden blood leaking from his lips. Huang Xiaolong's kick might not have been strong enough to send him flying out of the region, but it was too damn strong. He had even used the power of nirvana. As the experts tried to stabilize his condition using their cosmos energy, they discovered that it was completely useless. What's going on? How can this be? The 4th esteemed Tao venerable gasped in shock. What power did you use? What did you do to His Highness? He glared at Huang Xiaolong with killing intent bursting out of his eyes. Today you will no longer be able to live. I'll kill you no matter what it takes. He turned into a bolt of lightning as he charged at Huang Xiaolong. Die! The 4th esteemed Tao venerable didn't hold back as his killing intent threatened to burn the heavens. He had never wished to kill anyone so much in his life, but at that moment, he wanted nothing more than to turn Huang Xiaolong into dust. Die! 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 As his eyes turned blood red, only one thought remained in his mind. Huang Xiaolong had to die. He had to die a miserable death. Be careful! Yu, Fengyu, and Inyu screamed in unison when they saw the mid-level Tao venerable flying towards Huang Xiaolong. Right before they could order those around them to save Huang Xiaolong made his move. With his figure blurring, he didn't escape. Instead, he charged straight towards the 4th esteemed Tao venerable. Those present started at Huang Xiaolong with slack jaws. This, don't tell me Huang Xiaolong is really thinking of taking on Lord Bai Ye's strike. A 2nd esteemed Tao venerable gasped in shock. He's crazy. How can a primal ancestor think of fighting a mid-level Tao venerable head-on? He's basically asking to die. If Huang Xiaolong plans on running away, Lord Bai Yi might not be able to stop him. Going straight towards a 4th esteemed Tao venerable is the last thing he should do. Lord Bai Yi is going to turn him into human meat paste. Several experts sneered at Huang Xiaolong's lack of awareness. When the fourth esteemed Tao Venerable of the Shenyuan Creed, Bai Yi, saw that Huang Xiaolong was planning to take him on, a sinister smile formed on his face. Initially, he was afraid that Huang Xiaolong would take the chance to run away. He didn't think that the brat would be daring enough to counterattack. Brat, since you chose to die, you can't blame anyone. I'll be doing the heavens a favor by killing you right here and now. Cosmos energy poured out from his body when he thought about how he was going to end the life of someone who would pose a threat to their Shenyuan Creed in the future. Lightning covered his fists, and blinding flashes pricked the Tao souls of those present. Huang Xiaolong's pupils focused when he noticed the cosmos energy pouring out from Bai Ye's body, and he summoned the cosmos energy produced by his first small world. With a punch of his own, he smashed it towards the incoming energy from Bai Yi. After 6 rounds of tempering, Huang Xiaolong had no idea how strong he actually was. Bai Yi had come at a perfect time as he could test out his strength on this mid-level Tao Venerable. Boom! A heaven-shattering blast rang through the monarch sacred land, and those situated in other sacred lands around could hear the explosion clearly. Everyone in the monarch sacred land heard a buzzing sound in their minds, and their sense of hearing became completely useless. There was only the terrifyingly loud blast left between the heavens. Primal ancestors, who were closer to the battlefield, felt like their Tao souls were about to tear apart, and swathes of land around the monarch sacred land started to crumble. The shock waves of the collision could be felt throughout the entire area. Even at their level, the 3 moons of the divine Tua holy world took several steps back as they turned slightly pale from the impact. There was only a single thought in the minds of those present. They had to escape. The destructive energy raged through the lands, and those who ran away from the scene of the battle felt cold sweat dripping down their backs. When they finally felt that it was safe enough to turn around, they saw Huang Xiaolong floating in the air alone. Bai Yi, the 4th esteemed Tao Venerable of the Shenyuan Creed, was nowhere to be seen. Where is Lord Bai Yi? Someone asked. Someone finally spotted him after looking around. There. Look over there. When they turned to stare at one of the shattered ruins, they could make out a sorry figure whose body couldn't even be considered a proper human's body. Looking closely, they saw that he was Bai Yi, the exalted 4th esteemed Tao Venerable of the Shenyuan Creed. No one could believe what they were looking at. Everyone had expected for Huang Xiaolong to be on the losing end, and they were waiting to see him fly out of the monarch sacred land. No one would have thought that Bai Yi would be on the losing end instead. Shenyuan Patian, who was still spitting out mouthfuls of golden blood, stared at the scene before him as the blood drained from his face. As for Xianxia and those who finally crawled out of the ground, they stared at each other as their bodies froze. Fengyu stared at Bai Yet, who was still out cold, and her devastatingly pretty face revealed an incredulous expression. How? What? Yu and Yu stared at Huang Xiaolong like they were looking at an absolute monster. They couldn't comprehend how a primal ancestor was so strong. Bai Yi was a 4th esteemed Tao Venerable from the Shenyuan Creed. The person who had sent him down to eat dust was Huang Xiaolong, a 6th resurrection primal ancestor. There were at least 6 realms between the two of them, not counting the major jump from primal ancestor to Tao Venerable. The 7th esteemed Tao Venerable beside Fengyu, Elder Tong, was equally as shocked. Is this real life? One of the Tao Venerables hiding in the void muttered to himself. After this battle, Huang Xiaolong will become the #1 genius in the younger generation. No one could contain their emotions when they looked at Huang Xiaolong. No one stepped out to doubt the statement any longer. No, he will be the #1 person in our Huanglong world. The voice of a Tao Venerable trembled when he spoke of his conjecture. #1 person in the Huanglong world. He would surpass the son of creation Huang Shui. While everyone was in a state of shock, Bai Yi crawled out from the rubble. He stared at Huang Xiaolong like he was looking at the most terrifying existence he had seen in his life. How can you be so strong? That was a question that was on everyone's mind. No one knew how a primal ancestor could possess such terrifying combat prowess. Who in the world are you? That was the other question everyone had on their minds. Looking at the abilities he had displayed, his talent had already surpassed the Son of Creation, Huang Shui. No one understood how that was possible. How could his talent be even better than the son of the God of Creation? Huang Xiaolong replied with a calm expression, "You can relax. I'm not the young master of some hidden superpower. I'm just a nobody from a tiny holy world." He knew that everyone was curious about his identity, and he wasn't planning on hiding it. Another holy world? Everyone looked at each other, and the shock they felt in their hearts multiplied. Bai Ye's heart loosened when he heard that Huang Xiaolong was from another holy world. His talent might be great, but the thing truly holding Bai Yi and the others back was Huang Xiaolong's identity. The Shenyuan Creed might have been one of the largest powers in the divine Tua holy world, but they weren't the strongest. There was the mystical pavilion, holy dragon race, heavenly phoenix race, and several other powers stronger than them. As long as he wasn't related to any of them, there was nothing the Shenyuan Creed had to fear. All of a sudden, Huang Xiaolong started walking towards Shenyuan Patian. The expressions of those from the Shenyuan Creed changed instantly. "Activate the Shenyuan chariot right now. Protect His Highness," Bai Yi screamed, and he rushed towards Huang Xiaolong once again. The other three Dao Venerables didn't hesitate as they joined the offensive. Everyone else got ready to leave on the Shenyuan chariot after grabbing Shenyuan Patian. Looking at the four of them, Huang Xiaolong snorted slightly, and he activated all three Dao souls. High-order Saint Fates started to appear one after another. In the end, Huang Xiaolong decided against showing his 12th Saint Fate. Even so, his 3 Dao souls and 11 high-order Saint Fates were enough to shock everyone present. 3 Dao souls. 11 high-order Saint Fates. Everyone felt blinded by the radiance that came from the 11 high-order Saint Fates, and their world turned dark. The Dao souls and the Saint Fates were the only things left in their sights. 11 high-grade Saint Fates. There really is someone with 11 high-order Saint Fates in this world. Feng Yu, and Yin Yu stared at Huang Xiaolong in amazement. Previously, Huang Xiaolong had shown off his horrifying combat abilities, but he hadn't revealed his Saint Fates. No one could confirm if he really had 11 of them. However, the truth was revealed when Huang Xiaolong summoned 11 high-grade Saint Fates before them. The instant they appeared, Huang Xiaolong punched out with a single fist. With one punch, Bai Yi and the other 3 Dao Venerables from the Shenyuan Creed were sent flying. What? After seeing how the 4 Dao Venerables from the Shenyuan Creed were sent flying, everyone failed to contain the shock in their hearts. One had to know that there were 2 of them there who were late 3rd esteemed Dao Venerables. If they worked with the other Dao Venerable, their strength would be comparable to Bai Yi. Yet, they couldn't even take a single punch from Huang Xiaolong. Initially, they felt that Bai Yi was enough to force Huang Xiaolong to his limit. If anyone else were to join the battle, they were confident that they could take Huang Xiaolong down. However, they realized that their assumption couldn't be more wrong. Even the 3 moons of the divine Tua holy world failed to hide their disbelief at the situation. On the Shenyuan chariot, Shenyuan Patian turned to stare at the frightening sight, and his expression changed. "Hurry up and activate the formation. Use everything we have to shoot the Shenyuan arrow. Kill him. Kill that motherfucker." Shenyuan Patian screamed in panic. When the experts of the Shenyuan Creed heard what he said, they complied immediately. They sent everything they had into the eye of the formation, and a pillar of light emerged as Huang Xiaolong soared towards Shenyuan Patian. A ray of blinding light shot up into the skies as Grand Dao runes appeared around it. As the runes slowly formed the shadow of an arrow, blinding rays of golden light filled the skies. When everyone saw the golden arrow in the skies again, it gave off the feeling that it could pierce a hole through the 9 heavens. A terrifying aura came from it, and everyone stared at the arrow with a horrified gaze. Shenyuan arrow. It's said to be able to tear through any creature under the heavens. The moment the Shenyuan arrow appears, its target will not live to see another day. When the Shenyuan Dao Venerable had used the Shenyuan arrow in the past, he had nearly shattered the small world of a late 9th esteemed Dao Venerable Realm Demon. Unbelievable! How can a small world of a late ninth esteem Dao Venerable be affected by a single arrow? The Dao Venerable's present broke out into fervent discussions the moment the arrow appeared. Swish! Under the shocked gazes of everyone present, the Shenyuan arrow tore through space and appeared right in front of Huang Xiaolong. Narrowing his eyes, Huang Xiaolong used the cosmos energy produced by both small worlds and the grand Dao energy from his 3 great Dao souls. With the assistance of the 11 high-order Saint Fates, he revealed, a frighteningly strong power surrounded his fist as he punched the arrow. Young Master Huang, be careful. Dodge the arrow. What are you doing? Fengyu, Yinyu, and Yuyu screamed in unison when they saw that he was planning to go head-on against the Shenyuan arrow. A ball of rage filled his heart when Shenyuan Patian heard their cries. A malevolent smile formed on his face when he thought about how Huang Xiaolong was stupid enough to fly straight towards his death. He could already imagine the scene where Huang Xiaolong's grand Dao physique was blown up into a rain of blood and flesh, and a wave of satisfaction washed over him. Boom! As the punch collided with the arrow, the world seemed to freeze. Stuck in midair, the arrow didn't seem to be on the losing end. Tearing through the cosmos energy around Huang Xiaolong's fist and grand Dao energy from his Dao souls, it continued on towards its target. Huang Xiaolong sucked in a cold breath when he realized that he had underestimated the Shenyuan arrow. He had already used 90% of his power in his attack, and even 5th esteemed Dao Venerables would be blown away by the strength contained in his fist. However, he didn't seem to be able to stop the arrow. Reacting instantly, Huang Xiaolong's other punch arrived at the tip of the arrow. This time, he activated the Huang Long bloodline and the power of absolute frost and blaze. He didn't leave out the power of nirvana he wielded, and his ability of extreme poison as well. Clang! When the arrow slammed into his other fist, the sound of metal slamming against metal could be heard as Huang Xiaolong was sent flying through the skies. As he shot through the skies like a missile, the power contained in his second fist slammed heavily into the arrow to shatter it. The Shenyuan arrow that was hailed as a godly weapon by everyone started to crack as the runes that formed it started to dissipate. He managed to destroy the Shenyuan arrow. Did he use the power of absolute frost and absolute blaze in his final strike? There seems to be 2 other different types of energies. They seem even stronger than the power of absolute frost and blaze. Is it really possible that he can wield 4 different types of peak-level energies? There's no way. It's impossible for him to control more than a single type of energy, much less 4. Whatever the case, he's too reckless. How can someone like him challenge the might of the Shenyuan arrow? I'm afraid his hand has already been blown to bits. The energy contained in the arrow had managed to send Huang Xiaolong flying into one of the distant mountain ranges, and he was covered in a rain of stone and dust. Yinyu, Fengyu, and Yuyu turned to stare at the debris with a look of worry on their faces. Long Jianfei and the others were equally as worried. "Ha! Little doggy Huang. Let's see if you manage to survive." Shenyuan Patian roared with laughter as he failed to contain the happiness he felt. Even though the Shenyuan arrow was shattered, it had managed to damage Huang Xiaolong. From the looks of it, Huang Xiaolong's right hand should have been crippled. He might be able to reform his hand in the future, but it would definitely be weaker than it was at its peak. After all, a newly formed arm would have to go through endless tempering in order to reach the same level it once was. As such, Huang Xiaolong's strength would be greatly affected. "Elder Tong, do you think young Master Huang?" Fengyu turned to ask the high-level Dao Venerable beside her in a state of worry. By shaking her head, Elder Tong sighed. "The Shenyuan arrow can pierce through any object in the world. Even a high-grade cosmos artifact can't stand against it. No matter how strong his grand Dao physique is, it's useless. Wouldn't this mean young Master Huang's right arm is definitely crippled after taking on the Shenyuan arrow? In fact, the right side of his body might be shattered right now." Elder Tong stared at the Shenyuan chariot with a serious expression. "The power contained in the Shenyuan arrow is something you cannot imagine." Feng Yu's expression changed. The faces of Yin Yu and Yu Yu weren't much different. Right before the three of them could fly over to inspect Huang Xiaolong's injuries, a massive blast shook the skies as a figure appeared in midair. With a short burst of light surrounding him, Huang Xiaolong shook off the dirt and rocks that clung to him. Everyone turned to stare at him as though they were looking at a monster. Ha! He seems completely fine. His right hand looked fine, and his body was still in its perfect condition. The only difference was that there was a small stream of golden blood flowing down his right arm. As they looked closely at the blood dripping from the skies, they noticed that the color was purer than any blood they had seen. Moreover, it emitted a distinct shine. How is this possible? Shenyuan Potion's body froze, and he widened his eyes in disbelief. Bai Yi and the others stared at Huang Xiaolong with a face full of terror. The Shenyuan arrow was something that could shatter high-grade cosmos artifacts. However, it failed to destroy Huang Xiaolong's arm. All it managed to do was to leave a small cut on him. Wouldn't that mean that his Grand Dao physique was stronger than high-grade cosmos artifacts? Quick! Run! Leave! Let's go! Shenyuan Patian screamed at the members of the Shenyuan Creed behind him. By the time they snapped back to attention, none of them were in the mood to think of Huang Xiaolong's strength. They activated the formation in a hurry, and they didn't bother summoning another Shenyuan arrow. Instead, they focused all their energy on running away. The Shenyuan chariot was extremely fast, and it disappeared from their sights in an instant. A cold light flashed in Huang Xiaolong's eyes when he looked at the fleeing chariot. The figure of a golden phantom appeared behind him, and it shared his facial features. It was as though he had summoned a Grand Dao clone of himself. When those around him felt the terrifying aura coming off the golden phantom, they were flabbergasted. What's he doing now? There's no way he's thinking of attacking the Shenyuan chariot. As a peak-level Dao Venerable Cosmos artifact, even 9th esteemed Dao Venerables wouldn't be able to shatter its defenses. When everyone was still stuck in a state of shock, Huang Xiaolong sent both fists towards the void before him. The golden phantom behind him mirrored his actions, and a majestic blast tore through the void. The monarch you sacred land started to shake under the sheer amount of power contained in his strike. Everyone felt the space around them trembling, and they found it hard to stay on their feet. Boom! Huang Xiaolong's punch reached the Shenyuan chariot almost instantly, and it slammed heavily into its side. With brilliant rays of light emerging from the eye of the formation, Grand Dao runes poured out to defend those inside. However strong the defenses of the Grand Dao runes were, they didn't manage to stop Huang Xiaolong's punch instantly. The chariot was like a tiny boat in the ocean besieged with roaring waves as it tumbled about for several billion miles before finally rolling to a stop. The experts watching the battle sucked in a cold breath when they saw what happened to the Shenyuan chariot. Huang Xiaolong might not have torn the defenses of the chariot apart, but he had managed to send it flying. The fact was shocking enough. As the Shenyuan chariot tumbled through the air, those inside felt the world around them spinning round and round. In a state of panic, they pushed themselves past their limit and poured another round of energy into the eye of the formation. As the chariot turned into a streak of light, it tore through the barrier around Monarch You Sacred Land and disappeared into the sea of stars. When those who stood around saw the sorry state of the Shenyuan chariot, they couldn't help but sigh in their hearts. They wanted to say something, but the words got stuck in their throats. Previously, Shenyuan Patian had led 6 Dao Venerables to the Monarch You Sacred Land in high spirits. They had made a grand entrance, and they had even mocked Huang Xiaolong. Now they were escaping with all they had. By throwing away the last shred of their dignity, they were running away like rats scuttling from a sewer. If not for the Shenyuan chariot, they were afraid that the Lightning Tiger Prince would have had to remain behind today. As a deafening silence filled the lands, everyone turned to stare at Huang Xiaolong with a complicated expression. No matter what they felt when they looked at him, there was an unmistakable sense of fear hidden in their eyes. By the time the Shenyuan chariot disappeared, Huang Xiaolong had retrieved his Dao souls and saint fates. The aura of an emperor around him had disappeared, but no one would ever dare to look down on this 6th resurrection primal ancestor realm youngster again. Huang Xiaolong took a short step and appeared in the Qilan chariot. Let's go. Long Jianfei and the others nodded respectfully, and the Qilin chariot tore through the skies. A look of astonishment could be seen on the faces of the 3 moons of the divine Tuo holy world when he left. They were expecting him to speak to them after he was done. But he didn't throw a single glance their way before he left. Could it be that he didn't know their identities? No, that wasn't possible. He definitely knew of them. After their initial shock, a sense of irritation formed in their hearts. As the 3 moons of the divine Tuo holy world, they received the highest treatment no matter where they went. They had never been ignored like this. "Young lady, do you think we should?" Tan Mei-chin asked cautiously. After a slight hesitation, Yu finally spoke up. "We should return. Let's come another day." The reason she had rushed over to Monarch Yu's sacred land was because she was afraid that Huang Xiaolong would die under Yong Luoxing's blade. As it turned out, her worries were unfounded. Now that she had managed to confirm Huang Xiaolong's possession of 11 high-order Saint Fates, it was enough. A complicated feeling arose in her heart when she thought about it. In the past, the 3 of them had sworn to the heavens that they would only accept a Dao partner if he had 11 high-order Saint Fates. Today, someone like that had appeared. Wouldn't that mean? Looking at each other silently, the 3 moons of the divine Tuo holy world took their leave. When the others saw that there was nothing else of interest, they left too. After the various experts left Monarch Yu's sacred land, news of the battle started to spread like wildfire. The divine Tuo holy world trembled the moment Huang Xiaolong's achievements were made public, and as long as one was a resident of the divine Tuo holy world, they received the news. Shenhuang Supreme Dragon Dao Soul, Nefarious Origin Dao Soul, Great Immemorial Dao Soul, 11 high-order Saint Fates. At the peak of the mid-6th Resurrection Primal Ancestor realm, he managed to form a small world. The cosmos energy he wields is purer and stronger than a 4th esteem Dao Venerable. With the power of absolute frost, fire, and 2 other types of peak-level energies, he stopped the Shenyuan arrow. He blew a 4th esteem Dao Venerable away with a single fist. Shenyuan Patian and those from the Shenyuan Creed ran away with their tail tucked between their legs. Any piece of this information could shake the foundations of the divine Tuo holy world. There were even some powers who tried to investigate which organization Huang Xiaolong belonged to. The only surprising piece of news was that the 10 Swords Creed, who had placed a giant bounty on Huang Xiaolong's head, called it off the moment the news reached them. In the main palace of the Dragon Fish Creed, the Dao Venerables gathered, and the number who showed up was even greater than the last time. As the Grand Hall Master, Li Shui's expression was solemn as she received the reports of what had happened in Monarch Yu's sacred land. She wasn't the only one. Those who were in the hall expressed their disbelief, including the Hall Master of Enforcement Hall, Zhu Hui, 11 high-order Saint Fates, 3 Dao Souls, and 4 types of absolutal powers. Zhu Hui couldn't forget about the report he had just received. The thing that shocked him the most was that, as a primal ancestor, Huang Xiaolong had already cultivated a small world of his own. A type of fear he had never expected to feel rose in his heart. As a 6th esteemed Dao Venerable, he was starting to feel afraid of a primal ancestor. Grand Hall Master, why don't we report this to the Patriarch? The Hall Master of the Foreign Affairs Hall, Wang Tsuyang, coughed. His voice was sore, and his feelings were complicated. After sucking in a cold breath, Li Shui stopped them. Right now, Lord Huang Shui is at a critical stage of his cultivation. We can't risk disturbing them. Sweeping her gaze across those present, she sighed. Before the Patriarch gives us any order, no one is allowed to offend Huang Xiaolong. Consider this my highest order. If anyone under you offends him, I'll cripple their cultivation and chase them out of the Dragon Fish Creed. The hearts of everyone skipped a beat when they heard her threat. However, they still agreed respectfully. Grand Hall Master, Huang Xiaolong's talent has already overshadowed Lord Huang Shui. Do you think? One of the Vice Hall Masters asked meekly. Upon shaking her head, Li Shui snapped at him. Before his identity is made known, no one is allowed to make any guesses. Even though Li Shui forbade them from guessing Huang Xiaolong's identity, speculation started to spread throughout most of the powers in the divine to a holy world. There were some who said that Huang Xiaolong was like those from the mystical pavilion and that they were not people from the Huanglong world. On the other hand, there were some who said that Huang Xiaolong was a spirit of Genesis. Moreover, he was said to be one of the strongest among them. There were rumors that he had just awakened with frightening talent, enough to rival the strongest of geniuses. There were even some who said that he was the incarnation of a supreme expert at the peak of late ninth esteem Dao Venerable Realm. Whatever the case, Huang Xiaolong's reputation started to spread through the divine to a holy world at an astounding speed. In the past, everyone had felt that he could only rely on the immemorial Qilins to defeat his enemies. They finally realized how wrong they were. The Blue Lotus Creed had once passed down an order to capture Huang Xiaolong in order to please the Dragonfish Creed. However, they acted the exact same way like the Ten Swords Creed had done after the battle in Monarch U Sacred Land. In the span of a day, the bounty on Huang Xiaolong's head had disappeared, and no one was allowed to speak of it. In a desperate attempt to avoid retaliation from the monster that was Huang Xiaolong, Lin Rui, the Blue Lotus Dao Venerable, personally passed down the order to punish Xianxia by locking him up for 100,000 years. The matter where Xianxia was beaten to a pulp by Huang Xiaolong was completely forgotten as Lin Rui refused to speak of it. When Shenyuan Patian arrived, Xianxia and the others openly mocked Huang Xiaolong. Even though Huang Xiaolong had kicked them half to death, all of them were severely punished by their factions the moment they returned. With the exception of Xianxia, who was imprisoned for 100,000 years, the others were thrown out without exception. As if they were afraid that Huang Xiaolong wouldn't find out, the Tempest Lightning Creed announced to the entire world that Su Xiaofeng would be expelled from the creed. It didn't matter that his master pleaded for mercy on his behalf, as the decision was made by the Tempest Lightning Patriarch himself. Several days passed in the blink of an eye, in the Dragon Emperor Manor in the Dragon Emperor continent. Huang Xiaolong hovered in mid-air as he looked at the starry skies above. After the brawl with Yong Luoshang and Bai Yi, Monarch U Sacred Land was basically left in shambles. Luckily for him, the restrictions he had laid down in the past had prevented the Dragon City in the Dragon Emperor continent from falling. Other than some superficial damage, it was completely functional. Ever since returning, Huang Xiaolong had remained in the Dragon Emperor Manor to comprehend the Grand Dao. The Blue Lotus Nectar he had received in the past was used to aid in his cultivation. When Long Jianfei and the others came to him with news that the Ten Swords Creed had cancelled the reward on his head, he didn't give half a shit. The only thing he cared about was entering the Dragon Fish Creed. If he couldn't enter the Dragon Fish Creed, he wouldn't be able to obtain the Huanglong armor. He had been racking his brains for the past few days, but he had failed to find an answer. After obtaining the armor and refining the Huanglong blood essence inside it, he would definitely be able to enter the high-level primal ancestor realm. When that happened, the second world that formed in his body would finally solidify and produce a frighteningly large amount of cosmos energy. Even if he were to run into sixth esteem Dao Venerables after that, he would have nothing to fear. He had gained a better understanding of his strength after his fight with Bai Yi. He knew that if he used everything he had, he would be able to battle against a mid-fifth esteem Dao Venerable. If a sixth esteem Dao Venerable were to turn up, he would be defeated. As such, he needed to enter the high-level primal ancestor realm as quickly as he could. He desperately needed the cosmos energy produced by his second world. While he was stuck deep in his thoughts, Long Jianfei, Duan Feng, and Duan Zheng flew towards him. "Your Highness!" The three of them bowed as soon as they approached. Nodding his head, he started to ask about matters regarding the Long family. Laughing excitedly, Long Jianfei told Huang Xiaolong about how everyone in his family had managed to recover. They were planning to visit Huang Xiaolong to thank him. Huang Xiaolong chuckled in response. "Your Highness, young Lady Feng Yu and Yin Yu are at the city gates. They are hoping you would grant them a visit. Do you think?" Duan Feng asked cautiously. Since he had activated all the formations around the city, visitors could only remain outside the city gates. "Feng Yu? Yin Yu?" Huang Xiaolong was taken aback for a moment, but he agreed eventually. "All right, let them in." He knew that they were definitely there for a reason, and he wondered if they were there because of the oath they had made in the past. In the past, the 3 moons of the Divine Tua Holy World had sworn that they would only accept Tao partners with 11 high-order Saint Fates. If they were there for that, Huang Xiaolong's expression turned a little strange when he thought about it. Long Jianfei and the others soon brought the ladies to Huang Xiaolong. The high-level Tao Venerable Elder Tong followed a fair distance behind them. When Huang Xiaolong looked at the 2 beauties, he couldn't feel even a shred of excitement. He welcomed them without revealing his identity. The 2 ladies could feel that he wasn't putting on airs when he greeted them, and they felt a little more at ease. After chatting at the entrance of the mansion, Huang Xiaolong quickly invited them in. As soon as they entered the inner palace of the Dragon Emperor Manor, the 2 ladies started to hesitate as they thought about what they wanted to say. "Young Lady Fengyu? Young Lady Yinyu? Do you have something on your mind?" Huang Xiaolong chuckled. The 2 of them stared at each other and saw the determination in their eyes. Parting her lips, Yinyu broke the awkward silence. "Truth be told, young Master Huang, my mother was affected by a special poison several tens of thousands of years ago. I have been searching for the antidote since then, and I have consulted with many experts. I am unable to cure her, and according to a senior, the poison in her body can only be cured by someone who controls the Absolute Blaze. They would have to use the power of Absolute Blaze along with their cosmos energy in order to drive the poison out of her body." As such, Yinyu stopped and she didn't continue. Huang Xiaolong received a bout of enlightenment in that instant. As it turned out, she needed him to save her mother. "Young Master Huang, you can rest assured I will agree to any requests as long as you manage to cure her." Yinyu couldn't help but continue when she saw that Huang Xiaolong was keeping silent. In the past tens of thousands of years, she had been desperately looking for someone who fit the criteria. Those who could control the Absolute Blaze in the Divine Tua Holy World could be counted on one hand, but they were either hiding from the world or missing. She couldn't locate them at all. Huang Xiaolong's appearance had given her a sense of hope. However, the way she put it was a little ambiguous, and she quickly followed up, "I mean to say that I will be able to give you any Grand Tao pill or Grand Tao spiritual vein you want." Huang Xiaolong shook his arm and replied, "Young Lady Yinyu, you don't have to worry. Saving her is nothing more than a simple gesture. There's no need for any compensation." Yinyu stared at him in shock. Feng Yu was taken aback as well. In order to dispel the poison, Huang Xiaolong would require a large amount of cosmos energy. However, he said that he was willing to do it for free. "But I have something that I wish young Lady Yin you could help me with." The 2 of them were startled. As she clenched her jaws, Yin expected the worst. "Please tell me your request." As she wondered about what he wanted her to give in return, Huang Xiaolong responded, "I'm planning to enter the Dragon Fish Creed in a bit. I wonder if young Lady Yin has a way to make that happen." Entering the Dragon Fish Creed? The 2 ladies yelped in unison. They didn't think that Huang Xiaolong's request would be just to enter the Dragon Fish Creed. They felt that Huang Xiaolong would take the chance to raise an unreasonable request, but it seemed as though they were wrong. When they heard his request, Yinyu's expression turned a little complicated. "Young Master Huang, I wish to agree, but the Dragon Fish Creed is in lockdown. No one can enter the Dragon Fish Creed without the permission of the Dragon Fish Tao Venerable. I hope you can understand." Huang Xiaolong felt a wave of disappointment wash over his heart when he heard her response. Initially, he had felt that they would be able to get him into the Dragon Fish Creed with their identity as the 3 moons of the Divine Tua Holy World. He hadn't expected that he would have to obtain the permission of the Dragon Fish Tao Venerable. If that was the case, even if Long Jianfei regained his status in the Dragon Fish Creed, it would be of no use. Even if his teacher, Chan Shi, appeared to help him, they wouldn't be able to reach the level of the Dragon Fish Tao Venerable. Huang Xiaolong failed to contain his disappointment, and Yinyu hastily apologized. "Young Master Huang, I am really sorry, It's not your fault." Huang Xiaolong shook his head and sighed. "Perhaps you can come up with another request." Yinyu muttered in a soft voice, "I have a high-grade cosmos armor that can be used in exchange." She had managed to obtain the armor only after towing the line of life and death in one of the forbidden regions out there, and it was one of her most precious treasures. There's no need for that. Helping you is nothing much, and there is no need for a reward. Inu sank into silence for a short while after hearing what he said. Even so, I will forever be thankful to you. The Silver Shadow Creed will remember the favor, and if you wish to request anything of us in the future, we will do everything in our power to fulfill your wish. Huang Xiaolong was startled, but he eventually nodded his head helplessly. All right then. He felt that Yin Yu was really stubborn, but it wasn't anything bad. Upon turning to Feng Yu, Huang Xiaolong wondered what she was there for. Yin Yu was there to save her mother, but Feng Yu couldn't possibly be trying to save someone with his power, right? Feng Yu stared at Yin Yu for a moment, and a strange expression formed on her face. Noticing the look on her face, Yin Yu took her leave and told Huang Xiaolong that she would be waiting for him outside the main hall of the Dragon Emperor Manor. After Yin Yu left, Feng Yu laid down a restriction that prevented anyone from hearing their conversation. Retrieving an icy blue orb of light cautiously, Huang Xiaolong noticed that there were tons of ice-attributed restrictions laid down on it. When the restrictions came together, they seemed to form an ice eyeball. This is the Eye of Frost, Feng Yu said. Eye of Frost? Huang Xiaolong stared at her with question marks popping up in his mind. From Feng Yu's expression, Huang Xiaolong could tell that the Eye of Frost was no ordinary treasure. However, this was the first time he was hearing of it ever since he had stepped into the divine Tua holy world. Feng Yu was stunned when she saw the blank look on Huang Xiaolong's face. Does young Master Huang not know what the Eye of Frost is? Huang Xiaolong shook his head and explained, It hasn't been long since I entered the divine Tua holy world. I spent most of my time in one of the creeds in the outer regions of the divine Tua holy world, and I'm not too well informed with the treasures here. Feng Yu was shocked. As she stared at the Eye of Frost, the pretty blue light illuminated her face and her beauty, astounding Huang Xiaolong. The Eye of Frost is the inheritance treasure of the Frost Eye race. It's one of the keys to open their treasury. Frost Eye race. Are you talking about one of the races formed during the creation of the world? Huang Xiaolong was shocked. The races that were formed during the creation of the divine Two Holy World were terrifying existences. The Frost Eye race was one of the strongest factions among them. However, they had fallen from their position, and they had disappeared from the eyes of everyone in the divine Tua holy world after they were invaded by the demons from the outer heavens. It had already been several billion years since their disappearance. Who would have thought that Feng Yu would be in possession of their inheritance treasure? Huang Xiaolong couldn't imagine how she had got her hands on it. Also, he wondered about her connection with the Frost Eye race. Looking at Huang Xiaolong as though she had predicted his response, she explained, This is indeed from the Frost Eye race. However, one can only activate the key if they can control the power of absolute frost. Huang Xiaolong's heart trembled. He felt that he knew what she was about to say, and he even started thinking of how they should split the loot. Feng Yu's soft voice interrupted his train of thoughts. If young Master Huang controls the Eye of Frost, we'll be able to open the treasury left behind by the Frost Eye race. We can head into the treasury to search for treasures, and young Master Huang will be able to keep anything you find in the treasury. However, you will only be able to enter alone. Feng Yu added a term all of a sudden. A light flashed through Huang Xiaolong's eyes, and he agreed immediately. All right. There was absolutely no reason for him to turn down such a great opportunity. When Feng Yu obtained his confirmation, she heaved a sigh of relief in her heart. She was afraid that Huang Xiaolong would start to bargain with her over the matter. After all, the number of people who controlled the power of absolute frost in the divine Tua holy world could be counted on one hand. The best person she could choose to work with was Huang Xiaolong. After deciding on a time and place to open the treasury, they came to a conclusion that they would open it exactly 2 years later. Huang Xiaolong would have to head over to the Silver Shadow Creed to cure Yin Yu's mother before he could do anything else. Moreover, he planned to head over to look for the Immortal cave located in the Boundary Emperor Creed. After refining the poison contained inside along with the poison in Yin Yu's mother, His ability to control poison would take a big leap forward. Huang Xiaolong then decided on a location with Feng Yu. As for when he would treat Yin Yu's mother, he set the time to be within the next half of the year. The two ladies bade their farewells and they left. However, Yin Yu handed over a jade pendant that was silver in color to Huang Xiaolong before she left. "What's this?" Huang Xiaolong asked. With her face slowly flushing red, Yin Yu replied, "This is my silver moon pendant. This presence is equal to mine, and when you head over to the Silver Shadow Creed, you can use it to prove your identity. They will bring you over to meet me as soon as you show the pendant." Of course, there was another meaning behind giving him the pendant. There were two silver moon pendants, and the meaning behind it should be obvious. Too lazy to think about anything else, Huang Xiaolong accepted the pendant, and he laughed. "All right, there should be a ton of disciples trying to meet young Lady Yin Yu. With this pendant, I won't be mistaken for those young masters trying to get lucky." A shy giggle escaped her lips when she heard what Huang Xiaolong said. Young Master Huang must be joking. Not a single disciple of the Silver Shadow Creed will dare to disrespect young Master Huang. The expression on Feng Yu's face turned extremely complicated when she noticed that Yin Yu had given him a silver moon pendant. However, she chose to remain silent. Finally, Huang Xiaolong managed to send them away. After the two of them left, Huang Xiaolong returned to the main hall of the Emperor Dragon Manor. "Your Highness, members of the Mystical Pavilion have arrived. There are 4 high-leveled enforcers waiting outside." Long Jianfei rushed over the moment Huang Xiaolong stepped into the hall, and he made the report. Mystical Pavilion. They were the strongest power in the divine Tua holy world. That wasn't all. They were the strongest power in the Huanglong world. Long Jianfei didn't dare to tarry as he made the report to Huang Xiaolong instantly. "Oh!" Huang Xiaolong was taken aback. After the battle in the Monarch Yu Sacred Land, other than Feng Yu and Yin Yu, there were many experts sent over by their creeds to greet Huang Xiaolong. All of them came bearing Grand Dao pills, Grand Dao herbs, and Grand Dao medicine in order to form a good impression. Could the members of the Mystical Pavilion also be there to do the same thing? Huang Xiaolong was afraid that they were there for something else. With a trace of light flashing in his eyes, Huang Xiaolong muttered, "Let them in." Long Jianfei nodded hastily and rushed out to welcome them. As he ran over, there were 4 men in purple robes standing outside the city gates. Supreme Grand Dao runes were inscribed on their robes, exuding a peerless aura. The 4 of them were all 4th esteemed Dao venerables from the Mystical Pavilion. The world was large, but those who had the qualifications for the Mystical Pavilion to pay them a visit could probably be counted on 2 hands. Not to mention the fact that they had sent 4 mid-level Dao venerables over to meet a single primal ancestor. When the 4 of them saw Long Jianfei returning alone and no sign of Huang Xiaolong, they couldn't help but frown. "This little brat is really putting on airs." One of the white-browed experts frowned and an unpleasant expression appeared on his face. When they thought about who they represented, a sense of dissatisfaction formed in their hearts. When they had just arrived, the Blue Lotus Dao Venerable, the Lightning Cloud Dao Venerable, and all the patriarchs of their factions had personally come over to welcome them. Yet, Huang Xiaolong only sent out a 5th resurrection primal ancestor to welcome them after holding them at the gates. This little brat is only slightly more talented than the others. When all is said and done, he's just a 6th resurrection primal ancestor. People like him wouldn't even be qualified to bring tea to us. A skinny old expert harumphed. A middle-aged man who was slightly on the chubbier side eventually revealed a smile and he chuckled softly. He's the only person since the start of time to possess 11 high-order Saint Fates. He has all the qualifications to act haughtily. The 3 of you better start smiling when you meet him. If you ruin the Pavilion Master's grand plan. The 3 of them felt a chill running down their hearts and the complaining stopped instantly. They nodded their heads like obedient children. "Lords, my young master has invited you in." Long Jianfei bowed respectfully when he approached. The 4 of them were existences even his master had to fawn over. How would he dare to show the slightest disrespect? Under Long Jianfei's escort, the 4 of them entered Dragon City. "You should be Chun Shi's disciple," Long Jianfei, am I right? The slightly chubby, middle-aged man laughed softly as he looked at the person bringing them around. Yes. As he nodded slightly, a trace of melancholy formed on the chubby man's face. Your master and I ran into each other several times. His talent is pretty great, and he had hopes of entering the high-level Dao Venerable realm. Alas! Long Jianfei's expression fell. His master had entered the bright lightning abyss, and no one knew about the situation there. He was extremely worried, but as a fifth resurrection primal ancestor, he would be unable to approach the most dangerous forbidden region in the divine Tua holy world with all the restrictions surrounding the area. Now, I can only wait for His Highness to enter the Dao Venerable realm, Long Jianfei thought to himself. Huang Xiaolong had once said that he would look for Long Jianfei's master after he entered the Dao Venerable realm. Long Jianfei, have you been following your young master for a long time? The chubby man asked once again. The smile on his face didn't fade, and it gave off a sense of familiarity to everyone who met him for the first time. However, Long Jianfei felt alarm bells going off in his head, as he realized that the other party was trying to fish for information on Huang Xiaolong. Not more than 1,000 years. Long Jianfei thought for a moment and replied, less than 1,000 years. The four of them stared at each other in silence. Did your young master really come from another holy world? The skinny expert asked. That's right. Previously, Huang Xiaolong had announced to those present during his battle with the Lightning Tiger Prince that he hailed from another holy world in order to get them curious about his actual identity. The four of them quickly followed up with several questions, and Long Jianfei replied honestly when he could. As for the questions that probed about Huang Xiaolong's secrets, Long Jianfei skirted around the topic. When they finally arrived at the Dragon Emperor Manor, they realized that they didn't manage to learn many things about Huang Xiaolong. They introduced themselves after entering the manor, and they went straight down to business. Huang Xiaolong was stunned when he heard their reason for coming. Your pavilion master wishes to invite me over to refine a pill? That is correct. The chubby man, Zhang Wen, smiled. Truth be told, our pavilion master managed to obtain the recipe of an ancient grand Dao pill. He will need young Master Huang's Nirvana flame in order to successfully refine the pill. We will never shortchange you if you agree to help. Huang Xiaolong looked at them calmly while he responded, Nirvana flame? It seemed as though the mystical pavilion had done a complete investigation on him. Of course, he wasn't surprised at all. After all, he had used all 4 types of energy to stop the Shenyuan arrow. It came as no shock that the mystical pavilion, the #1 power under the heavens, would be able to learn of it. I'm afraid he's not just after my Nirvana flame. Zhang Wen chuckled softly. Young Master Huang's power of absolute frost and blaze will definitely assist our pavilion master in increasing the success rate of the pill formation. I wonder what terms your pavilion master will be able to provide me with for my assistance. Zhang Wen's smile became even brighter, and he continued, Our pavilion master said that he is willing to do anything in his power to fulfill your wish. Anything I wish? Huang Xiaolong sneered. From the looks of it, the pavilion master of the mystical pavilion was merely toying with him. When he really made a request, he was afraid that the pavilion master would bruise him off after they completed the pill. That is correct. Zhang Wen laughed softly in response. I don't require your pavilion master to do anything. Huang Xiaolong shook his head. I have heard that there were 9th esteemed Dao venerables who managed to purchase origin chi energy from your mystical pavilion. The faces of Zhang Wen and the rest changed instantly. Huang Xiaolong, you're going too far. How dare you set your eyes on our origin chi? The skinny expert, Chun Shaoan, blew up in an instant. Do you really think you're worth a strand of Genesis energy? When they had arrived at the gates of the city, Huang Xiaolong had only sent Long Jianfei out to welcome them. He had been holding back his anger due to Zhang Wen's comment, but he hadn't expected Huang Xiaolong to request a strand of Genesis energy. The white-browed old man's expression turned frosty in an instant. It's your honor to help our pavilion master refine a pill. How dare you fail to appreciate our pavilion master's kindness? It was no wonder the members of the mystical pavilion would rage. According to them, the status of their branch pavilion master was high above the masses. The four of them were sent to invite Huang Xiaolong, and that was an honor a primal ancestor should be more than thrilled to receive. How dare an ant like Huang Xiaolong request for a strand of Genesis energy? Zhang Wen's smiling face froze, and a trace of coldness flashed through his eyes. He didn't think that Huang Xiaolong would dare to ask for something so valuable. However, the smile soon returned to his face. Young Master Huang, the Genesis energy isn't as cheap as purple grand mist aura. A hidden expert once bought a strand from us, but he used 10 billion grand Dao coins in exchange. He might not have raged like the other two, but he was extremely displeased with Huang Xiaolong's request. Anyone would be able to hear the trace of mockery in his voice. Glancing at Zhang Wen, Huang Xiaolong muttered coldly, "I was merely asking about the fact that someone managed to buy a strand of Genesis energy. Did I mention I wanted a strand as compensation?" The four of them stared at him in stunned silence when they heard what he said. Raising the cup of tea in his hands, Huang Xiaolong causally took a sip, and he continued, "I might be easygoing at times, but I hate it when people question my ability. Who do you think you are? I changed my mind. Tell your branch pavilion master that he needs to bring out a strand of Genesis energy if he wants my help." What? The four of them thought that Huang Xiaolong was merely cracking a joke and that he would change his terms. They didn't think that he would immediately request a strand of Genesis energy in return. The skinny elder glared at Huang Xiaolong and snapped, "Huang Xiaolong, who the fuck do you think you are? With our branch pavilion master's identity, even the dragonfish Dao Venerable will have to lower himself to refine a pill with him if he wills it. Moreover, the dragonfish Dao Venerable wouldn't dare to ask for any remuneration. You're just a sixth resurrection primal ancestor. Who do you think you are? Do you really think that you're invincible because of your talent? If you dare to offend our mystical pavilion, we'll crush you any time we wish." Huang Xiaolong's figure blurred as he appeared in front of Chen Shaoan. "Crush me?" Chen Shaoan failed to react in time before Huang Xiaolong sent him flying off with a single kick. With Huang Xiaolong's foot slamming straight into his belly, Chen Shaoan was sent flying like Shenyuan Patian. Of course, he didn't forget to use his nirvana energy in the kick. With a miserable howl, the skinny elder was sent flying out of the Dragon Emperor Manor. What? Zhang Wen and the others were shocked. They didn't expect that Huang Xiaolong would dare to move against them. As high-level enforcers of the mystical pavilion, even the dragonfish Dao Venerable wouldn't dare to make a move on them. "You!" Shichuan, the white-browed expert, roared in rage as he locked his aura on Huang Xiaolong. Before he could do anything, Zhang Wen stretched out his hand to stop them from going any further. Glaring at Huang Xiaolong, Zhang Wen snapped, "Young Master Huang, do you know the outcome of offending us? It seems like Shenyuan Patian said the same thing to me several days ago." Zhang Wen's throat spasmed as he thought about the reports he had heard. Indeed, their statuses were exalted, but they were slightly lacking when it came to challenging Shenyuan Potion status. They might be fourth esteemed Dao Venerables, but they were mere enforcers of the mystical pavilion. Shenyuan Patian was the young patriarch of the Shenyuan Creed, and he was one of the two tigers of the divine Tua holy world. Zhang Wen glared at Huang Xiaolong for a whole minute before speaking. "Our branch pavilion master sent me over to express his sincerity. I hope young Master Huang will change his condition." Huang Xiaolong was stunned. He didn't expect that the other party would still request for him to refine a pill after sending one of them flying. It seemed as though the pill was extremely important to the mystical pavilion branch master. Of course, it made sense after he thought about it. How trashy could a pill be if it required the power of absolute frost, flame, and his nirvana flame? "All right, I can change my condition." Huang Xiaolong snickered. "I want 30 strands of beginning qi." He knew that it was impossible for the other party to bring out a strand of Genesis energy, and he changed it T beginning qi. It might not be comparable to the Genesis energy, but it was several times more valuable than purple grand mist aura. If he managed to obtain 30 strands, he would definitely be able to enter the high-level primal ancestor realm. The most important thing to Huang Xiaolong was entering the 7th resurrection primal ancestor realm. beginning qi might be precious, but Huang Xiaolong believed that the branch pavilion master of the mystical pavilion would definitely be able to obtain them. The faces of Zhang Wen and the others sank. It was true that the beginning qi wasn't as rare as Genesis energy, but it was still something extremely valuable. Even fourth esteemed Dao venerables like them wouldn't be able to afford one easily, much less 30 of them. Zhang Wen frowned. Young Master Huang, 30 strands of beginning qi is too much. Why don't we give you 3 strands of it if the refinement is successful? 3? Huang Xiaolong sneered in his heart. He wondered if he was the one requesting for them to help him refine a pill or if they were the ones asking for a favor. Go back and tell your branch pavilion master that my price is 30 strands of beginning qi. I want 20 strands before the refinement process. As for the other 10, you can give them to me after we successfully refine the pill. What? 20 strands up front? Shi Chuan raged. Huang Xiaolong, do you think you're... Enough! Zhang Wen glared at the white-browed expert before turning to Huang Xiaolong. I will relay your request to our branch pavilion master after I return. Huang Xiaolong stared at him with an expressionless face and muttered, if your branch pavilion master doesn't give me a reply in 10 days, I'll void the deal. With his expression turning dark, Zhang Wen didn't say a word. No longer staying around, the 4 of them brought Chun Shaoan away from the manor. Your Highness, wouldn't the mystical pavilion? Long Jianfei and the others couldn't help but worry when Zhang Wen and the others left. Huang Xiaolong merely waved his hand and sighed. It's fine. As long as they needed his help, they wouldn't dare to move rashly. Moreover, his strength wasn't something they could look down on. By the time Zhang Wen and the others left Monarch Yu's sacred land, the rage in their hearts overwhelmed them. Brother Zhang Wen, he's fucking crazy. Who the hell does he think he is? How dare he ask for 30 strands of beginning qi? Chun Shaoan growled. Are we really going to agree? Killing intent had formed in his heart after Huang Xiaolong had sent him flying away. Glancing at Chun Shaoan, a frosty light flashed through Zhang Wen's eyes. It doesn't matter. After the refinement, I'll make him spit out 10 times as much. When the 4 of them returned to the mystical pavilion in the Dragonfish Creed, they reported everything Huang Xiaolong requested to the branch pavilion master, Zheng Lei. Zheng Lei's expression sank the moment he heard what they said. Did he really request for 30 strands of beginning qi? Chun Shaoan hastily followed up. That's right, branch pavilion master. Huang Xiaolong is an arrogant bastard who doesn't care about our mystical pavilion. He wanted a strand of Genesis energy in the beginning, and he injured me after I spoke out against him casually. Zheng Lei turned to look at Zhang Wen for confirmation. Nodding his head, Zhang Wen continued. He initially wanted a strand of Genesis energy, and it's true that he injured Brother Chun Shaoan after he spoke out casually. After my mediation, he changed his terms to 30 strands of beginning qi. Moreover, he wants 20 strands before starting the refinement process. Zheng Lei narrowed his eyes and growled. He's too arrogant. How dare he injure the members of my mystical pavilion? Frosty light gathered in his eyes when he imagined what happened during their confrontation. With unconcealed hatred flashing in his eyes, Chun Shaoan growled. Branch pavilion master, Huang Xiaolong is merely relying on that little talent of his to look down on our mystical pavilion. If news of this gets out, we will become the laughingstock of all the worlds. We can't let this go. Zheng Lei glanced at Chun Shaoan and muttered. With the ability to control 4 peak-level energies and 11 high-order Saint Fates, he indeed has the ability to act arrogantly. Yes. Feeling Zheng Lei's gaze on him, Chun Shaoan didn't dare to continue sowing discord. However, in the endless years of our existence, our authority has never been challenged. Zheng Lei continued. Those who infringe on our status have to learn of the consequences. Chun Shaoan rejoiced in his heart when he heard what Zheng Lei said. Lord Branch Pavilion Master is right. In the past, even when a 9th esteemed Dao Venerable challenged our authority, they were suppressed by us. He had to issue an apology to the entire world for offending us. And Huang Xiaolong shall be no different. Even if he's talented and has the ability to become a 9th esteemed Dao Venerable, his behavior cannot be excused. Chen Shaoan wasn't bullshitting. No one had ever challenged their authority since their formation, and a ninth esteemed Dao Venerable was once forced to apologize after crossing them. He even had to give up a huge portion of his treasures before swearing never to cross anyone from the mystical pavilion ever again. Even ninth esteemed Dao Venerables couldn't do as they wished before the behemoth that was the mystical pavilion. As the peak power in the Huanglong world, their authority couldn't be challenged. Apologizing to the world and swearing to avoid anyone from the mystical pavilion was the lightest punishment one could receive. When it came to Huang Xiaolong, a mere primal ancestor, the mystical pavilion couldn't care less about his talent. No matter how talented one was, it was nothing if they were killed before they reached the ninth esteemed Dao Venerable realm. Spreading across multiple worlds in the Huang Xiaolong world, the mystical pavilion's word was law. No matter how strong one's creed was, they wouldn't dare to show the slightest disrespect. Zheng Lei turned to Zhang Wen and said, "Tell Huang Xiaolong I accept his terms." Question marks popped up in the minds of everyone. "We'll deal with him after he refines the pill," Zheng Lei muttered. "Yes, Branch Pavilion Master," the four of them replied respectfully. "About the 30 strands of beginning qi?" Zhang Wen soon asked. "We'll do what he says. Give him 20 strands before we start the refinement," Zhang Lei growled. "However, tell him we'll need some time before we can gather all 20 strands. We'll give them to him in 5 years." Even as the branch pavilion master of one of the mystical pavilion's branches, gathering 20 strands of absolute beginning qi wasn't an easy task. Getting them all in 5 years was a feat in itself, and even people like the Dragonfish Dao Venerable wouldn't be able to do anything like it. One day later, in the Dragon Emperor Manor, Huang Xiaolong looked at the reply he received from the mystical pavilion indifferently. He had expected them to agree, and the reply came as no surprise. 5 years. Light flashed through Huang Xiaolong's eyes. That was fine. In 5 years, he could prepare himself for anything the mystical pavilion might do. After receiving the reply, Huang Xiaolong left the Monarch Yu Sacred Land. Since Long Jianfei's family had recovered, there was no longer a need for him to remain. Of course, he strengthened the restrictions around the manor and city. He paid special attention to the hidden space the members of the Long family were hiding in. Once he left, he decided that he would head over to Boundary Emperor Creed to look for the Immortal Cave left behind by the Dao Venerable. After refining the poison contained in the Immortal Cave, he would then head over to the Silver Shadow Creed to cure Yin Yu's mother. 1 month later, Huang Xiaolong and the others finally arrived in Boundary Emperor Creed. As one of the 12 creeds in the Dragonfish Heavenly Cave, it ranked near the bottom. In fact, it was ranked second to last, and the Patriarch himself was only a 5th esteemed Dao Venerable. After he arrived, Huang Xiaolong charged towards the Immortal Cave without caring about anything else. Half a month passed, and the Qilin chariot finally stopped in the space above a tiny sacred land. "Your Highness, the Immortal Cave should be located in this marsh right here," Duanzhang reported. Huang Xiaolong nodded his head and ordered the Qilin chariot to rush straight down towards the marsh. An endless marsh soon appeared before their eyes. "That is a dense miasma covering the marsh," Duanfeng gasped in surprise. Even though they were several thousand miles away, they could already feel the prickling feeling on their skin. Turning serious, Duanzhang warned, "The miasma might be a little weaker than the peak-level poison, but it's still dangerous. Please be careful. There are endless numbers of venomous creatures in the marsh, and the body of a high-level primal ancestor wouldn't be able to defend against them." Duanfeng and Long Jianfei nodded. Patting the Qilin chariots on the back, the chariot tore through the miasma and charged straight into the marsh. Huang Xiaolong was completely unafraid of the miasma with his body. Even if it was 1,000 times more poisonous, they would only be considered tonic to someone like Huang Xiaolong. Of course, as the Qilin chariot thundered towards the marsh, the miasma couldn't approach those on it. The power of absolute frost and blaze emerged from the Qilins, and the mist froze or evaporated before they could come close. Not long after they entered, they were besieged by a group of venomous beasts. A purple scorpion tore through the lands as it pounced at Huang Xiaolong and the others. It was too bad it exploded into pieces with a single point from Huang Xiaolong. At his current level, even half-step Dao Venerables would be killed by a strand of energy Huang Xiaolong sent out. The venomous beasts might be strong, but they were defenseless before him. Help! As they soared through the skies in the Qilin chariot, a cry for help reached their ears. Your Highness, should we take a look? Duanfeng turned to ask Huang Xiaolong the moment he heard the cries for help. Let's take a look, Huang Xiaolong muttered. After locating the cries, the Qilin chariot turned to charge towards it. They soon discovered a pair of youngsters who were surrounded by a group of experts. From the looks of it, they were at an absolute disadvantage. Duanzhang gasped in shock when he saw the group of people hunting the youngsters. Chao family? Chao family? Duanfeng and Long Jianfei stared at each other and shock flashed through their eyes. Are they the Chao family of the Scarlet Blood Heavenly Cave? Huang Xiaolong asked. In the past, Duanzhang had said that he was accompanied by his good friend from the Chao family when he had looked for the Immortal Cave in the marsh. Yes, Your Highness, that's the one. Duanzhang nodded and looked at the members of the Chao family. A look of contempt appeared on his face. After all, no one would be happy when they were backstabbed by their friends. The young man and young lady caught sight of Huang Xiaolong, and they seemed to have found a trace of hope in their otherwise decided fate. Seniors, please save us, they begged instantly. By raising his hand, Huang Xiaolong pointed at the members of the Chao family. He sent them all flying with a gesture. The two of them were stunned for a second, but they quickly flew towards Huang Xiaolong's party. We are disciples of the true Yang sect of the Nine Palace Sacred Land. I am Yuan Lin, and I would like to express my thanks. The male disciple bowed to Huang Xiaolong. The Nine Palace Sacred Land was where the marsh was located, and Huang Xiaolong had once went there to scout out their strength. He knew that the true Yang sect was the second strongest power in the Sacred Land. They were slightly taken aback when they heard that the two youngsters were from the true Yang sect. However, it didn't take long for the disciples who were flung away to return. The members of the Chao family surrounded Huang Xiaolong and the others. Who are you? One of the disciples of the Chao family snapped the moment he returned. His tiny eyes looked even tinier on his massive face, and his facial features were a mess. We are members of the Chao family in the Scarlet Blood Heavenly Cave. You better not interfere with us. They might have been sent flying by Huang Xiaolong, but they remained extremely hostile the moment they returned. Of course, they had the ability to remain cocky. After all, the Chao family was one of the superclans in the Scarlet Blood Heavenly Cave. Standing at the peak of a region, the Chao family was comparable to some of the ordinary creeds. As a peak late fourth esteemed Dao Venerable, the old ancestor of the Chao family was an expert in the eyes of many. Of course, the disciples of the Chao family mostly entered the Scarlet Blood Creed to obtain high positions. The middle-aged man growled, This entire region has been claimed by my Chao family since a few months ago. The few of you had better leave right now. Otherwise, what if we don't? Duanzhang muttered in a cold voice. If you refuse to leave now, you won't be able to leave later. The young man sneered. With an expressionless face, Huang Xiaolong knew that the Chao family had taken the marsh for themselves because of the existence of the Immortal Cave. It seemed as though Duanzhang's good friend had already made a report to the higher-ups of the Chao family in order to gain some benefits. Right now, the Chao family had to be sending over several experts in order to explore the Immortal Cave. Sweeping his gaze across the members of the Chao family, Huang Xiaolong stated calmly, If I refuse to leave, even if your old ancestor arrives, he won't be able to do anything. The members of the Chao family were slightly taken aback by his claim. However, they soon started to laugh. How arrogant! The middle-aged man snorted. Do you really think that the old ancestor wouldn't be able to deal with a primal ancestor like yourself? He might have been forced to retreat by Huang Xiaolong previously, but he was still a sixth resurrection primal ancestor. He was able to see through Huang Xiaolong's cultivation realm instantly. By the time the words left his lips, several figures had soared towards them. When the members of the Chao family saw the newcomers, they couldn't help but rejoice. Experts were there to reinforce them, and there was even a peak late ninth resurrection primal ancestor among them. When the two disciples of the True Yang sect saw the newcomers, a wave of despair washed over their hearts. They hid behind Huang Xiaolong, and they knew that everything rested on the young man before them. Lord Qiao Shuanghe. The members of the Qiao family greeted the group of experts instantly. The person they welcomed was naturally the strongest in the group, the peak late ninth resurrection primal ancestor. The Qiao family had mobilized 4 ninth resurrection primal ancestors in order to obtain the Immortal cave, and one could see how much they valued it. Nodding towards the members of the Qiao family, Qiao Shuanghe soon turned to face Huang Xiaolong and the others. "Have you told them about how this area belongs to our family?" he casually asked the middle-aged man. "We tried to ask them to leave, but the little bastard said that even if our ancestor arrived, he wouldn't be able to do as he wished." Qiao Shuanghe and the other 3 stared at each other in amazement. They soon burst into laughter. Qiao Shuanghe stared at Huang Xiaolong and sneered, "Are you for real? Do you not know about my Qiao family? Right? How can a 6th resurrection primal ancestor know anything about a superclan like us?" The disciples of the Qiao family burst into laughter. Preposterous! Duanfeng and the others raged when they saw how the 9th resurrection primal ancestor mocked Huang Xiaolong. The expression of Qiao Shuanghe sank, and he snorted, "Since you're not planning to leave, you can stay here forever." As soon as he spoke, a massive palm print appeared in the skies, came crashing down on Huang Xiaolong and the others. According to him, none of them would be able to stand up against a 9th resurrection primal ancestor like him. No matter how strong they were, they would be beaten half to death by a single attack from him. Against these weaklings, he felt that 60% of his strength was more than enough to kill them. The 2 disciples of the True Yang sect stared at the massive palm print descended on them, and hopelessness filled their hearts. However, they failed to notice that Huang Xiaolong didn't even bother staring at Xiao Shuang's attack. As the ice qilin raised its head, a beam of light shot towards the palm, freezing it in midair. "What?" Qiao Shuanghe and the others gasped in shock. The 2 disciples of the True Yang sect also stared at the ice qilin in amazement. The fire qilin wasn't going to wait for them to catch their breath as a red beam shot towards the members of the Qiao family. With Qiao Shuanghe in the mix, all of them turned to dust. By casually waving his arm, Huang Xiaolong grabbed their Dao souls and threw them into the immemorial grand formation. With a look of disbelief, the 2 disciples of the True Yang sect stared at Huang Xiaolong. They couldn't understand what had just happened. "All right, the 2 of you can leave now." Huang Xiaolong's words brought them back to reality. Snapping to attention, the 2 of them thanked Huang Xiaolong profusely before going on their way. When they finally left, Huang Xiaolong and the others started to head deeper into the marshes. In the depths of the marshes, Huang Xiaolong retrieved the souls of Qiao Shuanghe and the rest. "You, what do you think you're doing? How dare you attack us and shatter our bodies? Our Qiao family will never let you off. Let me tell you right now, our Qiao family has sent out 4 Dao Venerable Realm experts over to the marshes. They will arrive soon, and all of you will die." Qiao Shuanghe's Dao soul started screaming the moment Huang Xiaolong brought him out. Huang Xiaolong looked at the Dao soul with a placid expression and asked, "For Dao Venerables?" That was perfect. He was missing Dao Venerable Realm subordinates anyway. After he had revealed his possession of 11 high-order Saint Fates, and his ability to wield cosmos energy, he had managed to draw the attention of everyone in the divine Tuo holy world. There were tons of people plotting against him in the dark. If he managed to subdue several Dao Venerables, he would be able to make them think twice before moving against him. "That's right. If you release me now and beg for mercy, we might consider letting you off," Qiao Shuanghe snarled. "Otherwise, we'll exterminate your entire faction." "Exterminate His Highness' faction?" Long Jianfei snorted lightly. "Do you even know who His Highness is?" Huang Xiaolong raised his hand and stopped Long Jianfei from going further. He didn't bother explaining anything to Qiao Shuanghe, and he immediately conducted a soul search. Even half-step Dao Venerables couldn't search Qiao Shuanghe's soul, but it was a piece of cake for Huang Xiaolong to do so. With his cosmos energy, he shattered the defenses around the other party's Dao soul. It didn't take long for him to look through Qiao Shuanghe's soul. In the instant his defenses were broken by Huang Xiaolong's cosmos energy. Qiao Shuanghe stared at Huang Xiaolong with an incredulous look. He couldn't imagine how a sixth resurrection primal ancestor like Huang Xiaolong could use cosmos energy. Whatever the case, Huang Xiaolong wasn't going to stop now. His cosmos energy rampaged around Qiao Shuanghe's Dao souls like a tsunami, and it quickly filled every inch of his Dao soul. Qiao Shuanghe's memory poured into Huang Xiaolong's mind like blood. Ordinarily, a primal ancestor had lived for countless years. Their memories were terrifyingly strong, and if an ordinary first esteem Dao Venerable tried to absorb the memories of a primal ancestor, they would have to do so carefully. Of course, that didn't apply to Huang Xiaolong. He scanned through the other party's memory in a flash. Several minutes later, he was done with Qiao Shuanghe. Not only did he hear of Qiao Shuanghe's past, but he even learned some secrets about the Qiao family. With his cultivation realm at the 9th resurrection primal ancestor realm, Qiao Shuanghe's position in the Qiao family wasn't low. Moreover, he was from the same generation as the patriarch's grandson, and he learned a ton of secrets related to the family. From the other party's memory, Huang Xiaolong learned that the 4 Dao Venerables sent by the Qiao family were all low-level Dao Venerables. The strongest among them was a mid-third creation Dao Venerable, and the others were second esteem Dao Venerables. It was slightly surprising they would send a third esteem Dao Venerable over to lay claim to the Immortal Cave. One had to know that the old ancestor of the Qiao family was a late fourth esteem Dao Venerable. A third esteem Dao Venerable should be an extremely important force in the family. With his abilities, he should be only second to the old ancestor. It seemed as though the Qiao family was putting extraordinary emphasis on the Immortal Cave in the marshes. Seems like there's quite a lot of treasures in the Immortal Cave. A light flashed in Huang Xiaolong's eyes. If that wasn't the case, there was no way the Qiao family would be able to send 4 Dao Venerables over. Huang Xiaolong might not have known which Dao Venerable had left behind the Immortal Cave, but he knew that the value of it was definitely comparable to the immemorial Immortal Cave he obtained in the past. At the very least, it should have been left behind by a mid-level Dao Venerable. Initially, Huang Xiaolong hadn't hoped for too much when he had received the reports from Duanzhun. He was only interested in the peak-level poison around it, but now it seemed as though that wasn't all it contained. There had to be Grand Dao pills and Grand Dao spiritual veins in order for the Qiao family to place such importance on it. There might even be strands of absolute beginning qi or creation spiritual qi contained within. After tossing Qiao Shuanghe into the immemorial Immortal Cave, Huang Xiaolong continued to head deeper into the marshes. The deeper they went, the more they ran into attacks from the venomous creatures. Of course, none of them could even approach the chariot as they were either killed from a single slap or they suffered even worse from the immemorial fire and ice qilin. Most creatures turned into ice sculptures or specks of dust after the qilins were done with them. Very quickly, Huang Xiaolong arrived in the area around the Immortal Cave. It went without saying that restrictions filled the area around them, and Huang Xiaolong quickly surmised that the 4 Dao Venerables were the ones behind them. Sending a single punch towards the barrier, sounds of cracking could be heard as traces of light filled the skies. Grand Dao runes swirled around the skies before shattering to pieces. The formations might have been laid down by 4 Dao Venerables, but they were only strong enough to defend against ordinary low-level Dao Venerables. The barrier around the Immortal Cave was nothing more than a piece of paper to Huang Xiaolong. Who? The moment the formation was shattered, several figures shot out from inside the Immortal Cave. More than 60 experts surrounded Huang Xiaolong in an instant. After sending out 4 Dao Venerables, the Qiao family hadn't sent out too many experts. There were only slightly more than 100 primal ancestor realm disciples in the Immortal Cave, and more than 60 of them were stationed at the entrance. They were shocked when they discovered Huang Xiaolong's party. They couldn't imagine how the weaklings before them had managed to shatter the restrictions left behind by the 4 Dao Venerables. There was only a single person who reacted differently among them. As soon as he spotted Duanzhang, his eyes went wide, and he yelled, "Duanzhang! Qiao Fengjiang!" A furious expression formed on Duanzhang's face the moment he noticed the other party. Qiao Fengjiang was the friend who had backstabbed him when they were exploring the area. He was sent to guide the Tao Venerables after discovering the Immortal Cave. Sucking in a cold breath, Qiao Fengjiang was shocked. He hadn't expected to run into Duan Feng again, especially after the man was hit by the absolute poison. How did he dispel something so strong? Staring at Duan Zhang, one of the half-step Tao Venerables of the Qiao family asked, Fengjiang, is that the Duan family's disciple you were talking about? That's right, Lord Qiao Wu. Qiao Wu turned to Duan Zhang and growled. We were planning to send people over to hunt you down. Who would have thought that you would run straight back into us? A trace of suspicion flashed through his eyes the next moment. How did you neutralize the poison? However, he felt something click in his head the next moment. Don't tell me you managed to obtain the medicine of creation? If he had managed to neutralize absolute poison, there would only be one explanation. He definitely managed to obtain a peerless medicine. By quietly standing behind Huang Xiaolong, Duan Zhang didn't bother replying to the man from the Qiao family. With Huang Xiaolong summoning his Tao souls, he tried to look for the 4 Tao Venerables. Unable to locate any one of them, Huang Xiaolong could only assume that they had entered the Immortal Cave. Since the time the cave was discovered, it had already been 3 months. With their speed, they should have already entered the depths of the Immortal Cave. No longer in the mood to mess with the disciples guarding the entrance, Huang Xiaolong waved his hand to drag Qiao Wu and the other disciples towards him. When Qiao Wu was still thinking about whether or not Duan Zhang had obtained the medicine of creation, he realized that a 6th resurrection primal ancestor was trying to make a move on them. A cold snort escaped his lips. Dumbass! As soon as he spoke, he raised his hand to send a slap flying towards Huang Xiaolong. When the words barely left Qiao Wu's lips, his expression changed. He realized that the slap he had sent towards Huang Xiaolong was shattered before it formed. The moment Huang Xiaolong released his aura, even the space around them came to a standstill. No one could move a single muscle on their body no matter how strong they were. How can this be possible? He couldn't believe what he was feeling. Isn't the young man before us a 6th resurrection primal ancestor? How could someone at his level be stronger than a half-step Tao Venerable? He wasn't just slightly stronger, as that wouldn't allow him to stop everyone from moving. He had to be at least 100 times stronger for that to happen. When Qiao Wu was panicking in his mind, the other members of the Qiao family realized that they were also unable to move. Circulating their Tao souls to the limit, Qiao Fengjiang and the others realized that they were completely helpless in the face of the 6th resurrection primal ancestor standing across them. As Huang Xiaolong increased the pressure, Qiao Fengjiang and the others felt their visions going dark as an explosion rang out in their minds. They lost consciousness almost instantly. After sealing their energy, Huang Xiaolong threw all of them into the immemorial Immortal Cave. Like Qiao Shuanghe and the others who were already in there, they were mercilessly suppressed by the Grand Formation. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. Stand guard out here. I'll take a look inside, Huang Xiaolong instructed Duan Zhang and the others. Bowing respectfully, they watched as Huang Xiaolong disappeared through the entrance of the Immortal Cave. After leaving the immemorial Qilins outside, Huang Xiaolong was ready for them to take care of any emergencies that might arise. He had fed them with a lot of blue lotus nectar recently. The 2 Qilins' strength were brought to a whole new level, and they should be able to hold back a first esteemed Tao Venerable if they joined hands. It didn't take long for him to appear inside the Immortal Cave. The nameless Immortal Cave was large, and the entrance alone could allow more than 1,000 people to pass through at any moment. Horrifying black qi assaulted him the moment he entered. The black qi was extremely corrosive in nature, and it was clear that it originated from the power of absolute poison. As he stared across the space before him, Huang Xiaolong saw that the sea of black qi was endless. If any Tao Venerables were to appear, they would definitely feel their entire bodies going numb just from looking at the vast sea of black qi. However, Huang Xiaolong was the exact opposite. Joy filled his heart when he noticed the dense black poisonous qi. The amount of absolute poison qi in the Immortal Cave had already exceeded his expectations. It seemed as though his control over absolute poison would reach a whole new level after he absorbed the poison in the air. Huang Xiaolong opened his mouth and inhaled deeply. Like an endless tide, the poison qi in the air poured into his body. As he traveled deeper into the immortal cave, Huang Xiaolong circulated his grand mist parasitic medium without end. With the ability to control absolute poison, Huang Xiaolong's speed of assimilation couldn't be measured. The more he absorbed the poison qi in the air, the stronger his ability to control absolute poison became. The stronger that became, the faster he absorbed the poison qi in the air. It was an amazing cycle. Whatever the case, the poison qi in the air was too damn much. Even after walking for an entire hour, he failed to refine even 1/10 of the poison qi in the air. Half a day later, he finally realized that the poison qi in the immortal cave was weakening. With his speed, he estimated that he needed 2 whole days in order to complete the refinement process. The only thing that stumped him was the origin of the poison qi. Absolute poison was created during the beginning of the world. Huang Xiaolong couldn't comprehend how the owner of the immortal cave had managed to obtain so much of it. With Huang Xiaolong's ability, he could clearly see that the cultivator who had managed to keep the power of absolute poison in the immortal cave for so many years had used a very special method to keep it in there. After absorbing so much poison qi along the way, Huang Xiaolong finally discovered the presence of the 4 Dao Venerables deep in the immortal cave. With his Dao souls activated, he continued to search for the eye of the formation along with the source of the poison qi. They were detected because they were in the range of his detection. Since the 4 of them could remain in the immortal cave for such a long time, Huang Xiaolong knew that they had a treasure that could ward away the poison qi in the air. Unable to push his Dao souls to the fullest as he was afraid of the restrictions hidden in the immortal cave, Huang Xiaolong could only feel his way around. He only arrived behind the 4 Dao Venerables after a long time. When he discovered them, they were currently trying to shatter one of the restrictions on a gate. With their fervor, Huang Xiaolong felt that the treasury had to be located there. Even after a long bombardment, they had only managed to slightly weaken the restrictions on the gate. If they wanted to shatter the restriction completely, he was afraid they would still need 10 long days. In no hurry, he waited for them to whittle down the power stored in the restriction. He planned to head over only when they were almost done. Using his Dao souls, he continued his search for the source of the poison qi. Finally, he discovered the eye of the formation producing the poison qi. Huang Xiaolong was shocked when he saw a dark pool sitting in the middle of the formation. The darkness of the pool was enough to send chills down the spines of those who laid eyes on it. And the poison qi above the pool of water was even more terrifying than that in the air. It seemed as though the poison qi above the pool was strong enough to form poison spirits. It was evident that the poison qi went through countless years of refinement, finally forming its own sentience. If 6 esteemed Dao Venerables were to notice the black pool, they would be scared out of their wits. However, Huang Xiaolong was built differently. Excitement bubbled in his heart. Poison of Genesis. Huang Xiaolong's eyes flashed in amazement. The poison of Genesis was said to be the source of all poison in the world. It was no wonder the poison qi in the air was so intense. Trying to contain the happiness in his heart, Huang Xiaolong looked at the tiny pool. Even though it only contained a little poison of Genesis, Huang Xiaolong knew that his ability to control absolute poison would surpass his ability to control absolute blaze and frost the moment he refined the small pool. It might even be able to rival his power of nirvana. Huang Xiaolong ignored the 4 Dao Venerables and charged towards the black pool while absorbing all the poison qi he could. After arriving an hour later, the poison spirits charged at him like hornets whose nest was poked. With a giant grin on his face, Huang Xiaolong took a deep breath. He sucked everything that came after him into his body without a second thought. If he couldn't control the power of absolute poison, he wouldn't have dared to do anything like that, even with the Huanglong bloodline. However, that was if he couldn't control the power of absolute poison. Being able to wield the strongest ability to command poisons, Huang Xiaolong didn't fear the little creatures at all. The poison spirits would be existences that could shake the foundations of many creeds. However, all of them were mercilessly sucked into Huang Xiaolong's body without the slightest resistance. After absorbing more than 1,000 of them, He circulated the power of absolute poison and refined them all. Not willing to let his guard down, Huang Xiaolong crossed his legs and sat down above the black pool. He circulated the grand mist parasitic medium in order to turn the poison spirits into streams of pure energy. When he had strolled around the Immortal cave previously, he had devoured and refined the poison qi in the air casually. Things were different now that he was dealing with the poison spirits. As the poison spirits were slowly refined by him, rays of black light emerged from his body and transformed into a multitude of shapes. A trace of absolute poison qi emerged from the black pool and entered Huang Xiaolong's body as he refined the poison spirits. The trace of poison qi that came from the black pool was extremely pure, and it was several dozen thousand times stronger than whatever he absorbed around the Immortal cave. His body turned completely black the moment the trace of poison qi entered his body. From afar, one would mistake Huang Xiaolong for a human-shaped black diamond sparkling in the sun. In the blink of an eye, 10 whole days passed. Huang Xiaolong opened his eyes slowly and took a deep breath. All the poison qi contained in the Immortal cave swarmed towards him, and nothing could stop him as he absorbed all of them in a single breath. In a matter of minutes, the poison qi in the Immortal cave was sucked dry by Huang Xiaolong. Slowly after getting to his feet, Huang Xiaolong casually pointed at the air in front of him. A ray of black light emerged to pierce through the structures in the Immortal cave without any signs of stopping. The structures in the Immortal cave were created using the sturdiest spirit stones in the divine Tuo holy world, and they were reinforced by grand Dao runes made by Dao Venerable Realm experts. Even fourth esteemed Dao Venerables would find it difficult to shatter a single wall, but Huang Xiaolong's absolute poison power tore through them like they were nothing. Only after piercing through several hundred wall faces did the strand of energy start to dissipate. Tearing through the walls wasn't the most frightening part of the absolute poison qi. After piercing through a single wall, the corrosive power it contained shattered the protective grand Dao runes like they were nothing. Huang Xiaolong nodded his head in satisfaction. He didn't use the cosmos energy contained in him when he tried out the power of absolute poison, and he knew that its power would only multiply when he did. With the power shown by the strand of absolute poison qi, there wasn't a need to mention first and second esteemed Dao Venerables. Even fourth esteemed Dao Venerable Realm experts wouldn't be able to hold out for more than a second if he directed it at them. Glancing at the black pool below him, Huang Xiaolong realized that his ability to control absolute poison would increase several times if he managed to refine all the black liquid. However, there was something more important he had to take care of right now. After releasing his Dao souls, Huang Xiaolong saw that the restrictions around the treasury were almost completely dark. From what it seemed, they would take less than an hour to completely shatter the entrance. With a shake of his body, Huang Xiaolong tore through the skies and shot straight towards the treasury. He appeared before them in the blink of an eye. Who? Since he wasn't hiding his presence this time, the four of them quickly discovered him the moment he approached. When they turned to stare at him, they were dumbfounded to discover a sixth resurrection primal ancestor standing behind them. They had no idea how someone at his level had managed to enter the Immortal cave. Weren't their Chao family disciples standing guard at the entrance? The four of them stared at each other and stopped their assault on the gate. Brat, who the hell are you? How did you get in here? The third esteemed Dao Venerable's expression sank as he snapped at Huang Xiaolong. He didn't let down his guard as he summoned his Dao soul to observe the space around him. He was shocked to discover that there was no one else in the area. Huang Xiaolong ignored their question and spoke to them with an expressionless face. My identity doesn't matter. The only thing that matters is the fact that I want the treasures in this immortal cave. All four Dao Venerables were stunned. However, one of them soon roared with laughter. Please say that again. Do you mean to say that you, a puny primal ancestor, plans to keep all the treasures here for yourself? That's right. Huang Xiaolong swept his gaze across the four of them, and he continued, I'm also missing several Dao Venerable Realm subordinates. If you submit to me, I can give you a few Dao pills when we leave. The four of them didn't know if Huang Xiaolong was pulling a prank on them, but they burst into uncontrollable laughter. If not for the fact that Huang Xiaolong looked normal, they would have seriously wondered if he was dropped as a baby. a mere sixth resurrection primal ancestor, not only dared to lay claim to the entire immortal cave. He even wanted all 4 Dao venerables to submit to him. Moreover, he would spare them several grand Dao pills if they did. What did they look like to him? Beggars? Taking a break from laughing, one of them wheezed. Brat, I might not know how you managed to get into this place, but I know that you won't be leaving today. The moment he spoke, he decided to move against Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong shook his head before they could make a move, and he sighed. All of you better come at me together. If you come alone, I'll cripple you with a single strike. The 4 Dao venerables were stunned silly by what Huang Xiaolong said. Staring at him with a weird look on their faces, they wondered if Huang Xiaolong was really insane. Could his brain be filled with shit? Crippled by a single strike? The second esteemed Dao venerable snorted in amusement when he heard what Huang Xiaolong said. Brat, I don't care if you are actually stupid or pretending to be a fool. You're dead. He reached out to send a slap flying towards Huang Xiaolong after he spoke. As his palm shattered the space around it, it slammed into Huang Xiaolong's body. A massive blast rippled through the air, and the 4 of them felt that Huang Xiaolong's grand Dao physique was done for. However, their jaws dropped to the ground the next moment. The palms seemed to have struck the air. Huang Xiaolong stood his ground, and the clothes he wore weren't even ruffled. The second esteemed Dao venerable stared at his hands in horror. Who are you? The third esteemed Dao venerable turned serious as he stared at the youngster standing before him. Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong. Who the fuck was that? The 4 of them stared at him as though he was crazy. They weren't to be blamed as they had already entered the immortal cave before the battle in the Monarch U Sacred Land. Young Master Huang, we are willing to split the treasures here with you. The third esteemed Dao venerable shocked everyone with his decision. The second esteemed Dao venerable wanted to speak, but he was interrupted by the third creation Dao venerable. I know what I'm doing. Young Master Huang, why don't we split it up? This immortal cave was left behind by the mysterious old man, and 1/10 of it is still a sizable amount. According to the third esteemed Dao venerable from the Chao family, Huang Xiaolong should have been more than happy to accept his suggestion. The mysterious old man was a 5th esteemed Dao venerable, and he was someone who specialized in using poison. His cultivation in the poison arts was enough to shock the divine Tua holy world. In the past, God knew how many scared lands had fallen prey to the mysterious old man, and no one knew how much riches he had obtained. There were some who believed that the mysterious old man was wealthy enough to challenge mid-level creeds like the Blue Lotus Creed and the Tempest Wind Creed. As such, a portion of the treasury had to be an absolutely shocking amount. Oh? Mysterious old man. Huang Xiaolong was slightly taken aback. He didn't think that the immortal cave would belong to such a famous figure. He might not have resided in the divine Tua holy world for a long time, but he definitely had heard rumors of the mysterious old man. That's right. Young Master Huang, how about it? You can take 1/10 of the treasures here. Even after we obtain 9/10 of the treasures here, we will need to hand over a huge part to the Chao family. The 4 of us will probably be able to split 2/10 of the treasures here. The third esteemed Dao venerable chuckled. He changed his mind when he saw that Huang Xiaolong wasn't affected in the slightest when struck by a second esteemed Dao venerable. As such, he wasn't confident of taking him down any longer. Splitting the treasures seemed like a good idea. Just as he was awaiting Huang Xiaolong's happy agreement, Huang Xiaolong surprised him. I've made myself clear. I want everything here. The expressions of the 4 Dao venerables changed drastically. However, if you agree to submit to me, I will give you 1/10 of the treasures. He was greeted with 4 faces darker than thunderclouds when he was done. Big brother, there's no need to waste any more time with him. I refuse to believe all 4 of us can't take him down. The second esteemed Dao venerable growled. The third esteemed Dao venerable, who had suggested splitting the treasure in the first place, glared at Huang Xiaolong and tried to reason it out. Are you really willing to take the risk? If you insist on fighting to the death, I can tell you right now that none of us will be able to benefit from it. Moreover, the 4 of us can work together to unleash a secret art that can stop even fourth esteem Dao venerables. The fusion art was something they had obtained from a high-level Dao venerable. If they used it together, they would be able to double their combat prowess. Risk? Fight to the death? Are you worried that both sides would suffer from serious losses if we went all out? Huang Xiaolong chuckled in amusement. You won't have to worry about that. Hurry up and unleash your secret art. Anger flashed in their eyes and they made up their mind in an instant. Kill! Heaven's hammer! The voice of the third esteem Dao venerable rang through the space. For bodies rose into the skies and their figures started to turn blurry. It didn't take long for them to disappear completely. No, that wasn't what actually happened. They didn't disappear, and they were merely moving too quickly for the eyes to see. Of course, that only applied to ordinary experts. Huang Xiaolong released his Dao souls, and their movements were easily captured by his senses. However, there was something that shocked him. Every time they moved, they would use the Grand Dao of Space and Grand Dao of Wind. When the two Daos merged, their powers increased tremendously. Their energies seemed to meld together as they moved in midair. It was no wonder they could hold back fourth esteem Dao venerables even if they worked together. Ordinary fourth esteem Dao venerables would find it extremely difficult to shatter their defenses as soon as they unleashed the secret art. When they finally gathered their strength, the four of them charged at Huang Xiaolong in unison. Boom! The entire Immortal cave shook when they attacked. The strike they unleashed was something ordinary people couldn't fathom as their speed had reached the extreme. Like the name suggested, their strike came from above, and it felt as though a heavenly hammer was descending on its prey. Huang Xiaolong didn't even flinch when he noticed the attack. Raising his hands casually and stretching out his fingers, Huang Xiaolong didn't even bother using his peak-level energies to stop them. His body was enough. The heavens seemed to shatter, and the earth started to crack as they slammed into each other. In the next instant, the four of them were thrown out of the void as they were sent crashing into whatever structures the Immortal cave had to offer. The space around the Immortal cave trembled, and cracks started to form. The spatial restrictions in the Immortal cave were laid down by the fifth esteem Dao Venerable, the mysterious Old Man. It was the only reason it hadn't shattered. Otherwise, the previous attack would have turned the space around them into a shattered mess. Of course, Huang Xiaolong holding back had a lot to do with the place remaining intact. When the four of them slammed heavily into a random wall, golden blood leaked out from the corners of their lips. Staring at Huang Xiaolong in horror, only a single thought flashed through their minds. How can this be? You, how are you so strong? The third esteemed Dao Venerable stared at Huang Xiaolong with an incredulous look. Ignoring the question, Huang Xiaolong sighed. Your heaven's hammer is pretty good. However, the four of you can't compare to Bai Yi of the Shenyuan Creed even after working together. Lord Bai Yi of the Shenyuan Creed? The four of them were shocked. Could it be that the exalted fourth esteemed Dao Venerable, Bai Yi, had already lost to the youngster before them? Bai Yi might have been a fourth esteemed Dao Venerable, but his reputation preceded him as he was Shenyuan Potion's guard. There was no way they didn't know him. How about it? What do you think about my term? Huang Xiaolong asked. Brat, are you fucking crazy? Why would we betray the Chao family for you? The second esteemed Dao Venerable snapped. You must be dreaming if you think that you can make us, Dao Venerables, your subordinates. Is that so? Huang Xiaolong casually reached out to drag him over. Realizing that his energy was sealed, it was too late for the second esteemed Dao Venerable to regret. With a single point, dark green flames emerged from Huang Xiaolong's fingertips and entered his body. Miserable howls filled the air. The three of them couldn't believe what they saw. Is that the Nirvana flame? The four of them could have never expected Huang Xiaolong to be able to control a power like the Nirvana flame. Sending out another strand of black flame, the second esteemed Dao Venerable's fate turned even uglier as his body started to corrode. Absolute poison. Seemingly trying to prove something to the other three, Huang Xiaolong used the power of absolute frost on the second esteemed Dao Venerable who was already writhing miserably on the ground. Absolute frost. The three of them stared at Huang Xiaolong with a terrified gaze. Of course, he didn't forget to display his control over the absolute blaze. The three of them were scared out of their minds, and they couldn't imagine how someone could control 4 peak-level energies alone. Huang Xiaolong didn't waste any time as he threw the second esteemed Dao Venerable to the side after he was done. With another pull, he grabbed another second esteemed Dao Venerable. What do you want? Huang Xiaolong's new victim screamed in terror. As Dao Venerable realm experts, they knew how strong each one of the powers Huang Xiaolong had demonstrated was. What do you think? Huang Xiaolong replied in a cold voice. Under the horrified gaze of the second esteemed Dao Venerable, deep green light emerged from Huang Xiaolong's fingertips. No! Before he could say anything, Huang Xiaolong sent the ray of dark green light drilling into his body. Roaring with rage, his 2 other companions charged at Huang Xiaolong with the intent to kill. It was too bad they barely moved before they were sent flying by a single slap. They only managed to stop themselves after crashing through several thick pillars. Spitting out mouthfuls of golden blood, fear appeared in their eyes as they stared at the monster of a primal ancestor standing before them. Cosmos energy. The reason they were defeated so quickly was because the other party was using cosmos energy. Moreover, it was 5th-level cosmos energy. The small worlds in the bodies of the 2 Dao Venerables trembled violently along with their Dao souls. As Huang Xiaolong glanced at the 2 of them, a black flame emerged from his fingertips before drilling into the body of the second esteemed Dao Venerable in his hands. He didn't stop there as he sent the power of absolute frost and blaze into his body in succession. After he was done, he flung the second esteemed Dao Venerable towards the one he had already dealt with. Their screams filled the immortal cave, and Huang Xiaolong turned to stare at the other 2. With a look of fear on their faces, they retreated hastily. We are willing to give you 9/10 of the entire treasury, the third esteemed Dao Venerable stuttered. Previously, he had addressed Huang Xiaolong as young Master Huang, but after witnessing Huang Xiaolong's true strength, he no longer dared to call his name. He couldn't hide the fear in his voice. 9/10. Huang Xiaolong shook his head. It seems like you haven't thought it through. As soon as he spoke, he started to walk towards the 2 of them. Their bodies started to convulse when they realized the monster they dreaded was coming straight for them. Sir, are you really planning to make our entire Qiao family into your enemy? The third esteemed Dao Venerable held on to the trace of hope in his heart as he prayed that the reputation of the Qiao family would be of use. However, Huang Xiaolong merely chuckled in response. You're wrong. You and the entire Qiao family have challenged me. That's your greatest mistake. Activating the Huang Long bloodline in his body, a massive golden dragon descended and appeared behind him. Before the third esteemed Dao Venerable could speak, a terrifying wave of dragon chi filled the area. It was as though the dragon transcended the rivers of time to appear before them, and they felt smaller than an ant before it. A look of horror appeared on their faces when they realized what was going on. Creation, God, Huang Long, God of Creation, Huang Long. Wouldn't that make Huang Xiaolong? Half an hour later, the 4 of them kneeled before Huang Xiaolong respectfully. They paid their respects to the son of creation, Huang Xiaolong. Even when he had displayed his terrifying combat prowess with 4 different peak-level energies, they weren't as shocked. However, his Huang Long bloodline had convinced them. Huang Xiaolong wasn't surprised that they were willing to submit. 9th esteemed Dao Venerables might be unable to force the 4 of them to submit, but he was different. As the descendant of the god of creation, every creature in the Huang Long world was under him. Even a peak late 9th esteemed Dao Venerable would be nothing more than a resident of the world. It went without saying the 4 of them submitted to him. Of course, Huang Xiaolong showed off his strength before revealing his Huang Long bloodline in order to scare them into obedience. If he wasn't strong enough, the threat of the Huang Long bloodline would only cause them to plot against him in the dark. After making them swear an oath in the name of the god of creation, he brought out several drops of blue lotus nectar. Blue lotus nectar! The 4 of them gasped in shock. Nodding his head, Huang Xiaolong passed it over to them. Nurse yourself back to health. The four of them stared at the priceless treasure hovering before them and stuttered, "Your Highness, this, don't worry about it. I have a lot more." Huang Xiaolong stopped them from refusing the blue lotus nectar before they could even voice their concerns. The four of them stared at each other before thanking Huang Xiaolong with a respectful bow. Swallowing the drop of blue lotus nectar, they started to recover at speed visible to the naked eye. Since Huang Xiaolong had held back when he had made his move earlier, their injuries weren't anything that couldn't be healed in a short period of time. After they were nearly done, Huang Xiaolong brought the four of them to the entrance of the treasury to shatter the restrictions around it. As soon as the restrictions shattered, Grand Dao energy swept towards them like a massive tsunami. Every inch of the immortal cave was filled with Grand Dao Qi and holy spiritual Qi. The gates of the treasury opened to reveal Grand Dao veins and Grand Dao herbs that couldn't be priced in the divine Tuo holy world. In the vast space contained in the treasury, there were more than 20 Grand Dao spiritual veins. More than 400 Grand Dao herbs grew around them, and it was a sight to behold. Purple gold spiritual zoysia, 100 grass dragon leaf, 9 phoenix sparkle. The sheer number of Grand Dao herbs dazzled them. Even someone who was used to seeing a ton of treasures like Huang Xiaolong was taken aback. The treasures in the immemorial Dao Venerable's treasury were enough to shock him, but it was a firefly compared to the mysterious Old Man's treasury. There were only 6 Grand Dao spiritual veins in the immemorial treasury, but there were more than 20 of them in the mysterious treasury. In fact, there were a total of 24 of them, a whole 4 times more than in the immemorial treasury. The Grand Dao herbs were also several times more than what he had found in the immemorial treasury. After getting over their shock, they flew into the treasury. "Tuoshan Dao coins," the third esteemed Dao Venerable yelled. As soon as everyone turned to stare at a corner of the treasury, they saw mountains upon mountains of Dao coins. The mountain range formed with Tuoshan Dao coins was endless as far as their eyes could see. How many hundreds of millions were there? Huang Xiaolong couldn't contain the surprise he felt when he saw the endless amount of coins. Even though he had no idea how many there were, he knew that the coins numbered in the tens of billions. That was tens of billions of Tuoshan Dao coins they were talking about. Tens of billions. Huang Xiaolong felt a wave of excitement bubbling in his heart. He had heard about how a 9th esteemed Dao Venerable had bought a strand of Genesis energy with 10 billion Tuoshan Dao coins, and now, he had several times that amount. After calming down, Huang Xiaolong felt a sense of suspicion creeping upon him. He wondered how the mysterious Old Man had obtained so many Dao coins. One had to know that even the Blue Lotus Creed and Tempest Wind Creed wouldn't be able to bring out that much even if they sold the underpants on their disciples. It seems like the mysterious Old Man managed to obtain some super treasury in the past. Huang Xiaolong thought to himself. After suppressing the joy in his heart, he continued to fly deeper into the treasury. After half an hour of flying, they finally circled the entire treasury once. Other than what they had seen previously, there were more than 100 bottles of Grand Dao pills. None of them recognized the pill, and Huang Xiaolong personally swallowed one to test the effects. After refining it, he realized that it was better than the immemorial Grand Dao pills. A trace of anticipation flashed in Huang Xiaolong's eyes. With the Grand Dao spiritual veins and pills, he would definitely be able to enter the 7th Resurrection Primal Ancestor Realm. 7th Resurrection Primal Ancestor Realm. As soon as Huang Xiaolong entered the high-level Primal Ancestor Realm, his second world would be able to produce cosmos energy rivaling the first. When that happened, he wouldn't have to be afraid of Zheng Lei, the dragonfish branch master of the mystical pavilion. Even if Zheng Lei was a late 7th esteemed Dao Venerable, Huang Xiaolong wouldn't be at a disadvantage when they fought. Huang Xiaolong might not be able to defeat Zheng Lei, but neither would Zheng Lei be able to do anything to Huang Xiaolong. Of course, there were 5 years till his promise. In 5 years, Huang Xiaolong was confident of refining everything in the treasury to reach the high-level Primal Ancestor Realm. After all, his Huang Long bloodline pushed his cultivation speed to a new extreme. The only thing he had to do was to enter seclusion. Before he could do that, there was one other thing he had to take care of. He had promised Yin Yu and Feng Yu to take care of their business. He had to neutralize the poison plaguing Yin Yu's mother, and he had to open the Frost Eye race's treasury with Feng Yu. Thinking about it for a second, he decided to let the two ladies know of his current predicament. Sending a transmission symbol over, he told them that he would carry out his promises in 10 years. Of course, he only spoke of how he needed to enter seclusion. He didn't tell them about the mysterious Yin treasury and the multitude of treasures he had obtained. Using the excuse of finding a high-grade Grand Dao pill, he successfully convinced them. When they heard that he had managed to obtain a high-grade Grand Dao pill, they were stunned speechless. Even in the divine to a holy world, Grand Dao pills weren't exactly cabbages growing at the side of the street. Even in massive auctions, low-grade Grand Dao pills were the best item up for grabs. There were hardly any high-grade Grand Dao pills for sale. Their replies came quickly. Firstly, they congratulated him for obtaining his high-grade Grand Dao pill, and they subsequently promised him that time wasn't an issue. Of course, they gave him their regards and hoped that he would become stronger after his seclusion. They even said that he could take 20 years if 10 weren't enough. Yin Yu's mother was confident of suppressing the poison in her for more than 100 years, and the matter of opening the treasury was even easier to deal with. With the key in her hands, Feng Yu wasn't in a rush at all. After he received their replies, Huang Xiaolong decided to enter seclusion right there in the Immortal Cave. When the 4 Dao venerables of the Qiao family heard that he was planning to enter seclusion, they were slightly taken aback. "Your Highness, the ancestor of the Qiao family will definitely head over to check up on us if we fail to return. It's too dangerous for you to enter seclusion here." The 3rd esteemed Dao venerable, Qiao Jin, tried to dissuade Huang Xiaolong, and the others quickly chipped in to help him. "That's right, Your Highness. The experts of the Qiao family might launch a crusade into the marshes." Qiao Songhai, a 2nd esteemed Dao venerable, piped up from the side. Huang Xiaolong chuckled in amusement. "That's the plan. It will be for the best if all of them rush here at once. If they came to the Immortal Cave to search for him, he could save a lot of time. There wouldn't be a need to head over to the Qiao family's headquarters." His original intention was to subdue the Qiao family anyway, and that included their old ancestor. With 13 Dao venerables in the Qiao family, it was a pretty strong power in the divine to a holy world. With 4 of them under his command, there were 9 more to go. The 4 of them were stunned when they realized what Huang Xiaolong's plan was. "Your Highness, are you planning to—" Qiao Jin stammered. Even though he didn't state it outright, the 4 of them weren't fools. They knew that Huang Xiaolong's goal was the entire Qiao family. However, his idea seemed a little too far-fetched for them to understand. The Qiao family was one of the superfamilies in the Scarlet Blood Heavenly Cave. Their inheritance stretched back by God knew how many years, and their foundations were extremely stable. Even the Scarlet Blood Creed wouldn't dare to think of controlling the entire family. As such, the 4 of them were shocked when the possibility flashed through their minds. "That's right." Huang Xiaolong nodded. "When the experts of your Qiao family arrive, I'll take them all under my command." The 4 of them saw the apprehension in each other's eyes, but they realized that it was really possible for Huang Xiaolong to achieve something like that. After all, he was strong enough to fight all the Dao venerables head-on. Not to mention the fact that he was Huang Xiaolong, the son of creation. After deciding to enter seclusion in the Immortal Cave, Huang Xiaolong knew that he had to take some precautions. He personally activated the Grand Formation around the Immortal Cave and increased the strength of the defensive restrictions all around. Since the mysterious Yin old man had already laid down countless restrictions in the past, Huang Xiaolong's job wasn't too hard. With his reinforcement, the Qiao family's old ancestor would take more than 10 years to shatter the restrictions even if he brought other Dao venerables with him. With the time they took to shatter the restrictions, Huang Xiaolong was confident he would be able to enter the high-level primal ancestor realm. When that happens, taking care of them would be a breeze. Thinking about how he would have to cross the tribulation to enter the 7th resurrection primal ancestor realm, Huang Xiaolong laid down another spatial misdirection formation. With it, the tribulation wouldn't alarm the 9-palace sacred land and alert the boundary emperor creed of his presence. Even if he did, they wouldn't be able to discover that Huang Xiaolong was the cause of the disturbance. After telling the immemorial Qilins and the others about his decision to enter seclusion, he brought them into the Immortal Cave before sealing it off from the outside world. When he was finally done, he entered seclusion. He brought over all the Grand Tao spiritual veins and chose the highest graded ones to refine. Half a year later, in the main hall of the Qiao family, is there still no report from Qiao Jin and the others? Qiao Sheng, the old ancestor of the family, frowned at the members of the Qiao family standing before him. Yes, someone replied respectfully. There isn't any news from the disciples who went with them either. The person who spoke was called Qiao Jujia, and their position in the Qiao family was high. As a third esteemed Dao venerable, Qiao Jujia's strength was comparable to Qiao Jin. A weird light flashed in Qiao Sheng's eyes. It seems like something happened to them. Did the members of the Boundary Emperor Creed discover the cave? That's not likely. The scouts I sent out said that the experts of the Boundary Emperor Creed didn't enter the Nine Palace Sacred Land. There hasn't been news of a Dao venerable appearing there. Qiao Sheng fell deep into his thoughts. Why don't I head over personally? Qiao Jujia hesitated for a moment before suggesting. Qiao Sheng shook his head and decided against it. If the four of them ran into trouble, you won't be able to do anything by heading there alone. Perhaps all of them are trapped in a formation inside the Immortal Cave. I'm planning to head over personally to assess the situation. Qiao Jujia and the others were shocked. Ancestor, are you really planning to head over? A second esteemed Dao venerable asked. It's too dangerous. It's fine. I have the Grand Dao artifact of the Qiao family, and even if DG came over personally, he wouldn't be able to stop me. DG might be a fifth esteemed Dao venerable, but Qiao Sheng was confident he wouldn't lose in a battle with the assistance of the Qiao family's Dao artifact. After considering various issues, Qiao Sheng decided to bring two other second esteemed Dao venerables over with him. On the day itself, 3 Dao venerables left the Qiao family for the marshes. Several months later, in the air above the marshes where the mysterious Immortal Cave was located, 3 figures hovered in midair as Qiao Sheng stared at the layers of light before him with a frown on his face. The light barrier before him was precisely the restrictions protecting the entrance of the Immortal Cave. However, this time it was imbued with Huang Xiaolong's energy. This should be the restrictions around the mysterious Immortal Cave, Qiao Sheng muttered. His ability to use poison is unparalleled. The poison chi at the entrance is terrifying. Qiao Sheng didn't know, but the power of absolute poison was something Huang Xiaolong had added after he had gained control of the entire cave. His methods of deploying restrictions were brilliant, and he copied the mysterious old man exactly. As such, Qiao Sheng had no idea that someone else had already occupied the entire Immortal Cave. Old ancestor, are we really going in? Another expert from the Qiao family, Qiao Dongping, asked. We will take more than 10 years to shatter the restrictions around the entrance of the Immortal Cave. With a light flashing in his eyes, Qiao Sheng growled. There's no need for 10 whole years. If we go all out and use the ice-devouring lightning hammer, we'll shatter it in 8 years. With a light flashing in his hands, a massive hammer appeared. Bolts of lightning swirled around it, and frosty chi filled the air around them. It was clear that the hammer was an extremely strong Dao venerable cosmos artifact. That was the inheritance treasure of the Qiao family, and it was a mid-grade cosmos artifact. It might have only been a low-level mid-grade cosmos artifact, but the strength it possessed was nothing to scoff at. When Qiao Dongping and the other experts saw how their old ancestor was planning to use the strongest weapon in the Qiao family to shatter the restrictions, they failed to hide their shocked expressions. Ancestor, are we really going to use the ice-devouring lightning hammer? Qiao Dongping questioned. Nodding his head slowly, Qiao Sheng explained, the 3 of us will take turns to use the hammer. All of them knew that the Immortal Cave belonged to the mysterious old man, and that was the reason they had sent 4 Dao venerables to lay claim to it in the first place. However, he was the only one in the Qiao family who knew that the mysterious old man had managed to obtain the treasury of a supercreed in the past. That was the reason he had headed over to the Immortal Cave himself with the inheritance treasure of the Qiao family. Old ancestor, do you think Qiao Jin and the others ran into a high-level Dao Venerable? After all, there is a chance others might have discovered the Immortal Cave, Qiao Dongping muttered. It wasn't impossible for something like that to happen. If that was the case, they would have to be extremely careful. If they wasted their energy by shattering the restrictions around the entrance, they might not be able to fight for the treasures within. Qiao Shang shook his head resolutely. The restrictions around the Immortal Cave are intact, and if someone really managed to sneak in, they wouldn't be able to completely avoid shattering the restrictions. There is no way for the restrictions around the entrance to be so strong. What if? Qiao Dongping continued. Enough! Qiao Shang was no longer in the mood to entertain him, and he quickly ordered the attack. Smash the restriction now. He wasn't willing to give up on the mysterious Immortal Cave no matter what. By circulating the cosmos energy in his body, Qiao Shang held the hammer in his hand and smashed downwards. The skies started to shake, and the earth below them trembled. Lightning fell from the skies like rain and slammed into the defensive restriction. As the barrier trembled, a chuckle rang through the skies. It seems like the ice-devouring lightning hammer of the Qiao family is nothing to scoff at. The three of them were shocked, and they turned around in a hurry. Who's there? After looking at a group of experts flying towards them, Qiao Shang's expression sank. Those who had just arrived were members of the Boundary Emperor Creed, and the person leading the way was Di Bai, the patriarch of the Boundary Emperor Creed. Other than Di Bai, 8 other Dao Venerables arrived. More than half of the Dao Venerables from the Boundary Emperor Creed had shown up. Qiao Shang's expression sank. If they said that they were merely passing by, he would rather kill himself than believe them. It seemed as though the matter of the Immortal Cave had already leaked to the outside world. Only one group of people knew of the existence of the Immortal Cave, and they were the higher-ups of the Qiao family. Qiao Shang turned to stare at the other 2 Dao Venerables he had brought along with him. After feeling the suspicion in Qiao Shang's heart, they shook their heads fervently. Dao friend Qiao Shang, the 3 of you ran all the way into my territory from your Qiao family. I wonder what brought you here. Di Bai chuckled. If you had informed me of your arrival, I would have arranged for a banquet to welcome your esteemed self. Suppressing the suspicion in his heart, Qiao Shang went straight to the point. You must be kidding. Let's not beat about the bush here. With so many experts present, you definitely learned about the presence of the mysterious Immortal Cave. What are your plans now? Dao friend Qiao Xianxia is a decisive person. All right, I shall not hide my intentions. My creed wants 8/10 of the treasury. What? Qiao Dongping and the other Dao Venerable raged instantly. Qiao Shang's expression fell as he stared at Di Bai coldly. My Qiao family found the Immortal Cave, and it should belong to us. What sick joke do you think you're playing? If you help us to shatter the restrictions, we'll give you 3/10 of the treasures inside. Don't think that you can scare us by bringing so many people over. If you anger me, I'll leak the news to the Dragonfish Creed and other super creeds. If that happens, none of us will be able to obtain anything. The members of the Boundary Emperor Creed frowned. Qiao Shang wasn't messing about. Di Bai might have brought more men over, but they wouldn't be able to stop Qiao Shang and the other 2 if they made up their minds to leave. If the news of the mysterious Dao Venerable's Immortal Cave was revealed to the Dragonfish Creed, there would no longer be a chance of obtaining anything inside. After negotiating with each other, Di Bai and Qiao Shang agreed to split it in half. Swearing an oath in the name of the Grand Dao, the 2 groups were no longer in conflict. With the addition of the members of the Boundary Emperor Creed, shattering the barrier would take slightly less than 4 years. Moreover, the Boundary Emperor Creed could easily lock down the news of their find, allowing them to break the barrier in peace. In an instant, both sides used everything they had to attack the restrictions around the entrance. Duanfeng, Long Jianfei, Qiao Jin, and the others noticed what was going on outside, and their expressions changed when they noticed the arrival of Di Bai and the others. What do we do now? Should we notify His Highness? Qiao Jin started to panic. Duanfeng shook his head. We cannot afford to shake His Highness' concentration. A streak of hesitation flashed in his eyes. We can only hope that he emerges from seclusion before the barrier breaks. If he didn't, they wouldn't be the only ones in danger. Huang Xiaolong himself would be in serious trouble. If he suffered a backlash when they disturbed his cultivation, his injuries would be severe. In the blink of an eye for whole years passed. Huang Xiaolong sat cross-legged in the space deep within the immortal cave, and lights of 4 different colors swirled around him. The power of nirvana emerged from his body, and Huang Xiaolong's body was undergoing another round of rebirth. It was clear that he had completed his tribulation to enter the 7th resurrection primal ancestor realm, and his Huang Long bloodline improved once again. With a loud blast resounding through the space, Xiao Shang and the others stared at the flickering barrier. It seemed as though it would shatter at any time. Outside the immortal cave, a look of joy appeared on the faces of the Dao venerables present. "We're finally going to shatter the barrier," Dibai laughed. It had been so long since they had started attacking the barrier. Their hard work had finally paid off. Xiao Shang roared with laughter. "Taoist friend Dibai, your creed will definitely grow stronger with the treasures you obtain in the treasury. I'll have to congratulate you in advance." Dibai chuckled. "Same to you. Congratulations on the increase in the Qiao family's strength. In the 4 years they had taken to shatter the barrier, their relationship had taken a step forward. Let's do our best for the last few days. As soon as we destroy the restriction here, we'll be able to enter." Dibai yelled in encouragement to the members of the Boundary Emperor Creed behind him. "As soon as we destroy this barrier, all of you will be rewarded." As though they were injected with chicken blood, everyone started attacking the barrier with increased speed. For days passed in the blink of an eye, and those inside the immortal cave were burning with anxiety. "What do we do now?" Long Jianfei turned to Duanfeng and asked. "No matter what, we cannot allow them to disturb His Highness." "But," Qiao Jin swallowed a mouthful of saliva in dread. "There's no buts?" Duanfeng growled and stared at everyone dead in the eyes. With the weight of a mountain pressing on their chests, everyone nodded solemnly. Boom! The earth trembled as the sound of a barrier shattering rang through the skies. Xiao Shang and everyone else poured into the mysterious Immortal cave, and a yelp soon escaped his lips. "Ha! What's wrong?" Dibai stared at Xiao Shang in shock. "From what I know, the mysterious Immortal cave should be filled with absolute poison qi. Why is there nothing here?" Xiao Shang frowned. "Absolute poison qi?" Dibai chuckled. "There's no way something like that would disappear on its own. It seems like Brother Xiao Shang's intel is wrong." Xiao Shang nodded slowly, and he continued to fly towards the core of the Immortal cave. As they headed forward, traces of black qi emerged from the depths of the Immortal cave. "That's the absolute poison qi. Everyone, be careful," Qiao Baiping yelled. Since they had made their preparations beforehand, treasures that could ward away poison appeared in the hands of those from the Qiao family. Dibai was stunned, but they quickly brought out their Cosmos artifact to defend themselves. The Cosmos artifact of the Boundary Emperor Creed was a silver umbrella, and the moment it opened, silver light appeared to protect their members. When the absolute poison qi drifted over, it was stopped by the curtain of silver light. The silver light umbrella of the Boundary Emperor Creed is really something else. It wards off all evil. Xiao Shang exclaimed in shock. Dibai laughed. "It's pretty good when it comes to defense. Its offensive capabilities can't compare to Brother Xiao Shang's ice-devouring lightning hammer." With his gaze piercing through the void, Dibai growled. "It seems like someone is controlling the poison formation in the Immortal cave." Before Huang Xiaolong had entered seclusion, he had passed over the control of the Grand Formation to those under him. He had told them to use the absolute poison qi to deter anyone from coming further if they made it into the cave. With Qiao Jin and the others, they would be able to hold Xiao Shang back for some time. Indeed, Dibai and the others found it hard to advance as soon as the power of absolute poison appeared. However, they only managed to slow them down. At best, they would be able to delay the inevitable for half a month. Half a month later, Dibai and the others would definitely be able to arrive at the treasury. I wonder if half a month is enough for His Highness to complete his advancement. Long Jianfei wondered out loud. Duanfeng shook his head. His Highness barely crossed his tribulation, I'm afraid. In order to refine the energy contained in the tribulation, one had to use quite some time. Right now, they could only hope that Huang Xiaolong would be able to refine the remainder of the energy in half a month. Very quickly, 10 days passed. With the help of Qiao Shang, they quickly located Qiao Jin and the others. When they discovered the traces of Qiao Jin and the others, the expression on Qiao Shang's face sank. Dao friend Qiao Shang, they seem to be doyens of your Qiao family. Dibai's mockery couldn't be hidden when he discovered Qiao Jin and the others. Isn't that guy called Qiao Jin? Qiao Dongping hastily explained. There's no way they would betray the Qiao family. Impossible. A Dao venerable beside Dibai sneered. How do you explain the fact that we were attacked by the absolute poison qi the moment we stepped into this place? Qiao Dongping fell silent in an instant. Dao friend Qiao Shang, do you need our help to capture these traitors? Dibai snorted. There's no need for you to make a move. My Qiao family will deal with them. Qiao Shang growled. 5 days later, Qiao Shang and the others finally arrived at the entrance of the treasury. Qiao Jin, I'll give you one last chance to explain yourself after taking into account all the contributions you have made to our family. Qiao Shang's gaze landed on Qiao Jin and those controlling the formation. Instead of replying, Long Jianfei approached them. Ancestor Qiao Shang, Patriarch Dibai, I am Long Jianfei of the Dragonfish Creed. I am currently serving our young lord, Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong? Those who just came yelled in shock. As one of the creeds in the Dragonfish Heavenly Cave, they had heard of the battle in Emperor Yu Sacred Land. Even Qiao Shang had heard of Huang Xiaolong's great name. With his expression sinking, Qiao Shang looked at Qiao Jin and the others. Are you? That's right. They have already submitted to His Highness. Duanfeng explained in their place. With an ugly expression, Qiao Shang looked at the members of the Qiao family beside him. The expressions on the faces of Dibai and the others turned complicated. Qiao Shang snapped as he suppressed the anger in his heart. Where's your young lord right now? We wish to meet with him. Our young lord isn't available right now. Dibai's heart shook as golden light flashed in his eyes. He stared at the entrance of the treasury and realized something. So that's what's going on. Unavailable? Of course. He won't be able to meet with us when he's in secluded cultivation. Dibai sneered. The faces of Duanfeng and the others changed instantly. A frosty light flashed in Qiao Shang's eyes when he realized what was going on. When Long Jianfei and the others noticed the intent in Qiao Shang's eyes, their hearts trembled. What do you want? What do we want? With a wave of his hand, Dibai dragged Duanfeng over by the neck. We don't want much. We only want the entire Immortal cave. If Huang Xiaolong hadn't been stuck in seclusion, they wouldn't have dared to do so much as breath loudly. However, the man in question was in secluded cultivation, and was unable to move a single muscle to stop them. There was nothing to worry about. Qiao Jin and the others wanted to make a move when Dibai grabbed Duanfeng, but they were stopped by the experts of the Boundary Emperor Creed. With a single wave of his arm, Dibai sent everyone flying. Fresh blood flowed from their mouths. You're overestimating yourselves. Dibai sneered. Qiao Jin and the others were strong, but they weren't able to fight back against a fifth esteemed Dao venerable. When Qiao Shang saw how Dibai sent them flying, his eyebrows twitched. However, he decided to remain silent. With his other arm, Dibai suppressed the immemorial Qilins and the others. Everyone who served Huang Xiaolong was pressed to the ground, unable to move a single muscle. Feeling the weight of the heavens pressing against them, Duanfeng and the others felt as though their Dao souls were about to shatter. Long Jianfei roared in rage and glared at Dibai. Dibai, are you sure you wish to offend our young lord? You will definitely regret your decision if you don't stop now. Regret? Dibai sneered in response. I am most definitely afraid of Huang Xiaolong. However, I'm pretty sure I'm not afraid of obtaining tens of billions of Tuashan Dao coins. Moreover, There seemed to be a ton of Grand Dao pills in the treasury and several hundred Grand Dao herbs. What? Tens of billions? Several hundred Grand Dao herbs? The experts of the Boundary Emperor Creed were taken aback by his revelation. Even someone like Qiao Shang couldn't hold in his shock. He might have known that the mysterious old man had managed to obtain the treasury of a super creed in the past, but he didn't know how rich the man actually was. He had guessed that the mysterious old man was rich, but it seemed like he still had underestimated the amount of treasures. It was no wonder Bai made his move against Huang Xiaolong's subordinates. No one would be able to resist the temptation of the treasures. Turning to Qiao Shang, Bai chuckled, "Brother Qiao Shang, assist me in taking them down. We'll shatter the entrance and plunder the treasury." Hesitating for a second, Qiao Shang asked, "Are you sure Huang Xiaolong is stuck in secluded cultivation?" He had tried probing the situation in the treasury previously, but his senses had failed to pierce the defenses around the structure. He had no idea if Bai was lying. If Huang Xiaolong was merely comprehending the Grand Dao in the treasury, wouldn't they? Upon seeing the hesitation in Qiao Shang's heart, Bai mocked, "Brother Qiao Shang, are you scared of a mere sixth resurrection primal ancestor?" Blood rushed to Qiao Shang's face, and he didn't know how to reply. "Relax. I used a ton of special methods to observe the situation in the treasury. Huang Xiaolong is indeed in secluded cultivation right now. Moreover, there are traces of Dao tribulation in the air, and he's currently absorbing the leftover energy. There's no way for him to move against us." Bao sneered. "If you're afraid, you can leave now. I'll take over the entire treasury." With his expression sinking, Qiao Shang growled, "Fine. Let's suppress them and open the treasury." As for Huang Xiaolong, killing intent raged in his eyes. Since they had already offended him, there was no point in keeping an enemy so strong alive. Huang Xiaolong was in a precarious situation, and the slightest disturbance would cost him his life. If they allowed him to complete the refinement process and solidify his cultivation base, someone with his strength could easily wipe out their family and creed in the span of a day. "That's exactly what I'm thinking of." Bai roared with laughter. "We'll obtain the treasury and get rid of Huang Xiaolong." Qiao Shang's expression changed all of a sudden. "Wait, if there are traces of a Dao tribulation, doesn't that mean that Huang Xiaolong is no longer at the peak of the late sixth resurrection primal ancestor realm?" Bai was stunned. He hadn't thought that far. After Qiao Shang's reminder, a trace of fear formed in his heart. 4 years ago, Huang Xiaolong was only at the peak of the late sixth resurrection primal ancestor realm when he had sent the members of the Shenyuan Creed packing. If he had crossed his tribulation, that would mean that he had only taken 4 years to enter the high-level primal ancestor realm. The more he thought about it, the more terrified he became. The members of the Boundary Emperor Creed revealed a face full of shock. As silence descended in the Immortal Cave, the killing intent in Bai's eyes grew stronger. "Whatever the case, we have to obtain the treasury." That was tens of billions of Tuashan Dao coins they were talking about. The other treasures were equally as priceless. Moreover, there might be some sort of peak-level treasure hidden inside. "Attack!" Bai roared at the members of the Boundary Emperor Creed behind him. In an instant, everyone made their move. "Dao friend Qiao Shang, if you're afraid, you're welcome to leave now. However, the treasury will belong to my Boundary Emperor Creed if you do." Bai snorted when he looked at the hesitating Qiao Shang. "Since you're not afraid of Huang Xiaolong, neither will I be." Qiao Shang felt hot blood pumping in his veins, and he roared, "Moreover, Huang Xiaolong was the one who has offended my Qiao family first. We'll deal with Long Jianfei and the others after dealing with Huang Xiaolong." Qiao Shang continued. Bai knew the meaning behind his words instantly. If their calculations were wrong and Huang Xiaolong awakened early, they would be able to use Long Jianfei and the rest as hostages. Several moments later, they started blasting the restrictions along the entrance of the treasury. It didn't take long for them to completely shatter the barrier around the treasury. Bai and Qiao Shang rushed into the hall along with the members of their faction. When they saw the unending amount of treasures in the treasury, a wave of excitement bubbled in the hearts of everyone present. When they ordered their members to sweep up the treasures, Di Bai and Xiaoshang didn't remain idle as they flew towards Huang Xiaolong in the deepest part of the treasury. Looking at each other, they saw the killing intent in each other's eyes when they realized that Huang Xiaolong was sitting silently in the air before them, deep in cultivation. Die! As they pounced at Huang Xiaolong at the same time, the entire treasury shook. When Duan Feng and the others saw that Di Bai was working with Qiao Shang to attack the motionless Huang Xiaolong, they screamed in horror. No! The roars of Duan Feng and the others boomed through the skies. Di Bai was a fifth esteemed Dao Venerable, and Qiao Shang's strength wasn't too far off. With the two of them working together to harm a vulnerable Huang Xiaolong, he would be seriously injured even if he didn't die. Moreover, he would suffer from the backlash of the failed refinement process, and his fate looked extremely bleak. Di Bai and the others had no idea who Huang Xiaolong was. Therefore, their thought process was different. If Huang Xiaolong really suffers from an injury, just as they were about to strike, an unending river of energy emerged from Huang Xiaolong's body. Slamming into the two Dao Venerables, a massive blast resounded through the air. The heavens trembled and the earth shook. But what shocked the two Dao Venerables was the fact that Huang Xiaolong was only sent retreating several hundred feet. His eyes were still closed and he didn't seem to suffer from the slightest injury. As they stared at each other in shock, they didn't believe what they experienced. Of course, neither did the members of the Qiao family and the Boundary Emperor Creed. Was that cosmos energy? Di Bai asked after getting over his initial shock. He couldn't confirm whether or not the energy was cosmos energy, as the wave of energy that repelled them was a little different from the cosmos energy they were familiar with. However, it indeed gave off the feeling of cosmos energy. The experts who came along with them were shocked. God damn it! He's fucking with us. Di Bai suppressed the suspicion in his heart, and the killing intent in his eyes grew a little stronger. Huang Xiaolong, regardless of your identity, you will have to die here today. All of you, kill him. He signaled for the other Dao Venerables to take action. Rushing over instantly, the 8 Dao Venerables of the Boundary Emperor Creed gathered around him. Do it! Die! With a guttural roar, Di Bai rose into the skies with 8 other Dao Venerables. With the 9 of them working in tandem, cosmos energy filled the skies. 9 streaks of light tore through the skies and arrived before Huang Xiaolong in an instant. Emperor's extermination. Qiao Shang's expression changed. Emperor's extermination was the strongest attack in the Boundary Emperor Creed. Rumors had it that when Di Bai and the experts of the Boundary Emperor Creed had used the move in the past, they had shattered several dozen sacred lands at once. The sacred lands in the divine Tua holy world weren't something the holy grounds of smaller holy worlds could compare to. They were extremely sturdy, and one could only imagine how strong the strike was to shatter several dozens of them at once. Stay your hand. Long Jianfei could no longer contain the anxiety in his heart. His Highness is. Before the words could leave his mouth, the strike had landed. Ice storms and countless bolts of lightning landed on Huang Xiaolong's body. Qiao Shang and the members of the Qiao family chipped in at the last moment, and they activated the ice-devouring lightning hammer with all their might to get rid of the threat once and for all. Qiao Jin's expression mirrored Long Jianfei's as he knew how terrifying Qiao Shang's attack was. No matter how strong Huang Xiaolong's defenses were, there was no way he could take on both ultimate attacks at once. Boom! Like a cannonball, Huang Xiaolong was sent flying through the air. Duan Feng and the others felt the blood draining from their faces. When Di Bai saw what happened, a sinister smile formed on his face. Ha ha ha! Huang Xiaolong, you're definitely dead now. After their attack, he would have to suffer from the backlash from the remnant energy in the tribulation. His Dao soul would suffer serious injuries, and Huang Xiaolong would be nothing more than a cripple. All of a sudden, the laughter in the air stopped. Di Bai stared into the distance with an incredulous look. He saw that Huang Xiaolong didn't suffer from the slightest bit of injury, and his posture didn't differ from the time they had started their attack. If there was one thing their ultimate attacks did, then it was to only shift Huang Xiaolong away from his original position. Qiao Shang and the others were unable to believe their eyes. This isn't possible. Bai screamed. A long sword appeared in his hand as he slashed at Huang Xiaolong's head. I refuse to believe you can't die. How can I be inferior to a primal ancestor? If they were in their peak states, he would accept the fact that he wouldn't be able to kill a freak like Huang Xiaolong. However, Huang Xiaolong was sitting there motionless, and he couldn't even scratch the kid's skin. If news of his failure got out, he would turn into the laughingstock of the world. Before anyone could react, his sword arrived above Huang Xiaolong's head. 2 fingers reached out to stop the sword in midair, and they prevented it from going any further. With an expression of disbelief, Bai saw that Huang Xiaolong's eyes were staring straight at him. The frosty expression on Huang Xiaolong's face caused him, a 5th esteem Dao Venerable, to feel a sense of unprecedented fear. Huang Xiaolong slightly flexed his fingers and sent a trace of energy into Bai's arms. With his arms trembling from the sudden intrusion, he released his sword. As a finger was pointed at his head, the feeling of death overwhelmed Bai. He felt as though the grand Tao in the world was turned against him as yin and yang reversed. The surrounding space formed a wall around him, and he seemed to be rejected by the heavens and earth. Retreating with all his might, he summoned countless bodies to cover his escape. As several bodies appeared in midair, no one managed to discern if they were his true body. It was too bad that his move was ineffective against Huang Xiaolong. With a single point, the space around the bodies started to fold in on itself. The clones were shattered in an instant, and Bai was revealed. Puff! A single hole emerged in Bai's body, and he was sent smashing into one of the swathes of land in the treasury. When he landed, the entire area shattered and treasures were thrown all around. What? Qiao Shang and the others couldn't believe their eyes. How could a simple point from Huang Xiaolong pierce through Bai's grand Dao physique? That was a 5th esteem Dao Venerable they were talking about. Moreover, Qiao Shang knew that Bai had cultivated a supreme body-strengthening technique. His body was stronger than cosmos artifacts, and the artifacts could barely injure him. Yet, Huang Xiaolong pierced a hole through the man's body easily. Getting to his feet slowly, the space around him started to tremble. Huang Xiaolong didn't release his aura, but every single Dao Venerable in the area found it hard to breathe. A look of terror appeared in Qiao Shang's eyes. Even when he met 7th esteem Dao Venerables, he wouldn't feel that way. However, a mere primal ancestor was able to scare him so much that he found it hard to breathe. Is he really a 7th resurrection primal ancestor? The answer was yes. However, he was a 7th resurrection primal ancestor with 2 worlds in his body capable of producing cosmos energy. Under their terrified gaze, Huang Xiaolong started to walk towards the members of the Qiao family and Boundary Emperor Creed. Your Highness! Long Jianfei and the others yelled in surprise. With a single look, Huang Xiaolong sent the Dao Venerables holding down Long Jianfei and the others flying. Their injuries weren't shallow as they vomited mouthfuls of fresh blood while drawing pretty crescents through the skies. Qiao Shang and the others quickly took several steps back, afraid of being next. Raising his hand yet again, Huang Xiaolong shattered the restrictions around Long Jianfei and the rest. Warm light enveloped their bodies as they felt the strength returning to their bodies. With excitement filling their hearts, Duan Feng and the rest rushed over to Huang Xiaolong's side. When they arrived, Bai, who was sent flying preciously, finally crawled to his feet as he touched the hole in his body. A look of terror appeared in his eyes when he looked at Huang Xiaolong. Previously, he was suspicious about the rumors going around the divine Tua holy world. He had felt that it was impossible for the battle of the monarch sacred land to be true, as Huang Xiaolong was a mere primal ancestor. According to what he knew, it was impossible for Huang Xiaolong to send Bai Yi flying. No matter how many people had witnessed the scene, many chose to remain suspicious about the battle. Bai was one of the largest skeptics, and he didn't believe that the battle had happened at all. To him, everything was fake news, and all the reports on how Huang Xiaolong had defeated a 4th esteem Dao Venerable were lies. Now that he was standing in front of the man himself, he realized that he was the delusional one. Huang Xiaolong's strength was even more frightening than the rumors made it out to be. Patriarch! The experts of the Boundary Emperor ran over to Di with frightened expressions stuck on their faces. They quickly surrounded him, and the experts of the Qiao family didn't dare to remain alone. They huddled with the members of the Boundary Emperor Creed, as though that would give them a sense of security. After retrieving several drops of blue lotus nectar, he gave them to Duanfeng and the others under the envious gazes of Di and the others. Patriarch Di, Ancestor Qiao Sheng, Huang Xiaolong's frosty gaze landed on them. Were you trying to kill me previously? After seeing the look in his eyes, the hearts of the two Dao venerables tensed up. No, no, Qiao Sheng stammered, and a 1,000-watt smile formed on his face. Young Master Huang misunderstood. We did nothing of the sort. Di wanted to chip in his explanation, but Huang Xiaolong interrupted him. Are you sure? Weren't you planning to use your strongest strike to hit my body? Their faces immediately flushed red. If they said that it wasn't true, even a 1-year-old wouldn't believe them. Qiao Sheng, do you want to know the reason behind my seclusion? Huang Xiaolong asked all of a sudden. With question marks popping up in his mind, Qiao Sheng realized that he had thought of the exact same question previously. He felt that there was a reason behind Huang Xiaolong's seclusion in the mysterious Immortal cave, but he didn't think too much about it. Now that Huang Xiaolong brought it up, a sinking feeling could be felt in his heart. Regret overwhelmed him, and he thought about all the alternative endings that could have played out if he hadn't chosen to work with Di. If only he had chosen to retreat when Di insisted on attacking the treasury. That's right. I was waiting for you, Huang Xiaolong whispered. I was waiting for the members of your Qiao family to arrive. It's a pity only the 3 of you came. Qiao Sheng's and the other Qiao family members' faces sank. Huang Xiaolong was actually planning to move against them. Anger welled up in their hearts, but they realized that things weren't as they seemed. Panic threatened to overwhelm them when they thought of the meaning behind his words. Whatever. At least 9 Dao venerables of the Boundary Emperor Creed had come. The years that had passed weren't wasted. The reactions of those from the Boundary Emperor Creed weren't too different from those of the Qiao family. They had never thought that they would turn into someone else's target, especially with their statuses. When they looked at the way Huang Xiaolong stared at them, a feeling of anxiousness filled their hearts. Young Master Huang, the Qiao family discovered the Immortal cave, and it should belong to them. Don't you think it's unfair for you to claim it all for yourself? Di suppressed the fear in his heart and spoke. What are you trying to say? Huang Xiaolong responded with an indifferent expression. Hesitating for a second, Di continued. We can choose to turn a blind eye to everything else, but we have to split the Tuashan Dao coins, Grand Dao pills, and Grand Dao herbs. We'll split it 3 ways. 3-way split. When Long Jianfei and the others wanted to curse at Di for being so shameless, Huang Xiaolong raised his arm to stop them. A cold chuckle left his lips. He couldn't believe that they were stupid enough to think that they would be able to obtain a portion of the treasures when their lives were in danger. Noticing the chill in Huang Xiaolong's gaze, Di continued, Huang Xiaolong, you might be strong, but my Boundary Emperor Creed can work with the Qiao family. With all 12 of us present, you won't be able to fight us. Huang Xiaolong's previous strike was powerful, but according to Di's estimates, Huang Xiaolong was a mere 6th resurrection primal ancestor. He felt that all 12 of them would be a match for Huang Xiaolong if they went all out. Even if we can't defeat you, we'll be able to make our escape. You can't possibly trap all of us here. Di felt a sense of renewed vigor. As long as we leave and leak the news of the mysterious Immortal cave, you won't be able to keep your hands on it. You won't even be able to keep a single Dao coin here when the Super Creeds arrive. If we split the treasures 3 ways, we'll all be winners. Di convinced himself with his acting and felt that there was no way Huang Xiaolong would reject his suggestion. Huang Xiaolong couldn't contain his laughter as he looked at Di's confident expression. What are you laughing at? With his regained confidence, Di couldn't understand why Huang Xiaolong was laughing at his suggestion. I'm laughing at you, dumbass. Huang Xiaolong snickered, and he moved before Di could react. As his figure blurred, he reappeared before Di before the other party could scream. By raising his arm in a panic to defend himself against Huang Xiaolong, He yelled in panic, "Attack! Everyone, take him down!" A golden light emerged behind him and turned into phantoms of ancient emperors. Venerated Emperor's energy. Venerated Emperor's energy was a peak-level energy, and it was a power formed from absolute faith. The 8 Tao Venerables from the Boundary Emperor Creed didn't remain idle as they unleashed their strongest attacks on Huang Xiaolong. Xiao Shang hesitated for a second, but he eventually summoned his ice-devouring lightning hammer. He knew that there was no turning back now. 12 Tao Venerables unleashed their strongest attacks on a primal ancestor in the mysterious Immortal cave, and a terrifying wave of energy swallowed Huang Xiaolong. After facing the power of 12 Tao Venerables, Huang Xiaolong didn't bother defending himself as he sent a punch flying towards Di Bai. Xiao Shang was taken aback at Huang Xiaolong's recklessness, but joy soon formed in his heart. He felt that Huang Xiaolong was insane for taking on the attacks of 12 Tao Venerables at once in order to attack Di Bai. According to him, Huang Xiaolong was rushing towards his death. He refused to believe that Huang Xiaolong would be fine after taking on the attack of 12 Tao Venerables, casually forgetting that Huang Xiaolong had already done so while in a seated position deep in cultivation. The delusional part of him thought that they would be able to injure Huang Xiaolong if not cripple him. Di Bai roared in anger, "Huang Xiaolong, even if I have to die, I'll drag you along." Cosmos energy emerged from his body and filled the space around them. As they slowly formed Grand Tao runes, a golden armor formed on the surface of his body. Not shying away from Huang Xiaolong's punch, he flew straight into it. As a Tao Venerable, he knew that even 9th esteemed Tao Venerables wouldn't be able to extinguish his Tao soul. As such, he was planning on sacrificing his Grand Tao physique in order to take the monster of a primal ancestor down. Boom! When Huang Xiaolong's punch landed on Di Bai, the attacks of 12 Tao Venerables slammed into him. Without any surprise, Huang Xiaolong was sent flying along with Di Bai. A burst of joy filled the hearts of Xiao Shang and the others. However, the next scene caused a look of terror to appear in their eyes. They saw how Huang Xiaolong stopped 100 feet away without the slightest scratch on his body. Even the robe on his body wasn't ruffled. A loud blast shattered their train of thoughts. Turning to look at Di Bai, who was sent flying, they saw that he slammed into one of the larger landmasses in the treasury. The ground shattered under the impact, and a golden flower formed with blood bloomed on Di Bai's chest. More than half of his body was destroyed, and his golden blood stained the area around him. Huang Xiaolong's punch shattered more than half of his body. Even after cultivating a supreme technique to refine his body, the 5th esteemed Tao Venerable, Di Bai, couldn't stand a single strike from Huang Xiaolong. Qiao Shang and the others sucked in a cold breath. Even Qiao Jin and the others were shocked. If a 9th esteemed Tao Venerable had shattered Di Bai's body with a single punch, they wouldn't have been surprised as it was nothing they couldn't understand. However, Huang Xiaolong was no 9th esteemed Tao Venerable. As rays of light emerged to swirl around Huang Xiaolong's body, he laughed aloud as he shot towards Qiao Shang. Again, Huang Xiaolong roared. When his voice entered the ears of those present, they felt as though a bucket of ice-cold water was thrown over their heads. Their bodies started to tremble as the blood drained from their faces. It was especially so for Qiao Shang, the target of Huang Xiaolong's attack. Even someone like Di Bai couldn't take on a single punch without suffering from serious injuries. How would someone like him fare? He could envision his entire body shattering under the attack, and a wretched scream emerged from Qiao Shang's lips. No! It was too bad Huang Xiaolong wasn't one to listen to the pleas of his enemies. A terrifying wave of energy entered Qiao Shang's body, and he felt as though his body was cracking into a million pieces. The screams of Qiao Baiping and the other expert of the Qiao family rang beside his ears, but he felt as though the yells came from a million miles away as his body shot through the air. After dealing with Qiao Shang, Huang Xiaolong turned to look at the rest. Perhaps they were too afraid of the power he possessed, but none of them dared to move when he stared at them. Fear took over their hearts when they noticed that he was making his way towards them. Lord Huang Xiaolong, we never intended to offend you. Please forgive us. One of the 4th esteemed Tao Venerables from the Boundary Emperor Tao Creed begged. It didn't take long for the others to start pleading for their lives, and they seemed to come to an agreement that the mysterious Immortal cave was Huang Xiaolong's for the taking. They wanted nothing to do with it, and they hoped Huang Xiaolong could spare them. "Are you sure you don't want a single thing from the treasury?" Huang Xiaolong asked with a placid expression. "Yes, yes, yes, we don't want anything in here." A third esteemed Dao Venerable nodded his head hastily before returning everything he had grabbed previously. Seemingly afraid that Huang Xiaolong would misunderstand, everyone poured their inventories out. Qiao Dongping and the other member of the Qiao family were no different. "It's too late for this now." Huang Xiaolong shook his head slowly. Their expressions changed instantly. By this time, Dibai and Xiao Sheng were finally able to get to their feet. Dibai rose into the skies and roared in anger. "Huang Xiaolong, do you really think you'll be able to take this for yourself? Since you don't know what's good for you, we'll leave and leak the news to every single creed in the Dragonfish Heavenly Cave. You won't be able to keep a single Dao coin for yourself." Even though Huang Xiaolong's abilities had shaken the world after his previous battle in Monarch U Sacred Land, there would definitely be high-level Dao Venerables who would dare to fight Huang Xiaolong for the treasures. They might even choose to slay Huang Xiaolong in fears of his retaliation in the future. A sneer formed on his lips, and Huang Xiaolong casually waved his hand. Grand Dao runes formed all around the Immortal Cave and closed off the space connecting the Immortal Cave to the outside world. A horrifying pressure descended, and the faces of Dibai and Xiao Sheng changed instantly. With the power of the restrictions trapping them in, even Dibai would take several days to fight his way out. There was no way Huang Xiaolong would allow them to bombard the restrictions for several days straight. "You!" Dibai was shocked, but rage welled up inside him when he realized that his plan wouldn't work. A golden dragon appeared in his view before he could go any further, and the might of a dragon that seemed to control everything under the heavens filled the Immortal Cave. Facing the might of the dragon, the Dao Venerables felt as though they were smaller than a speck of dust. As they stared at the golden dragon behind Huang Xiaolong, a look of disbelief formed on the faces of Qiao Sheng and Dibai. After showing off his strength, Huang Xiaolong revealed his true identity. Eventually, all those who had come submitted to him. Instead of leaving the Immortal Cave immediately, Huang Xiaolong chose to refine the Grand Dao pills in order to solidify his foundations. He refined the black pool at the same time, increasing the power of absolute poison in him. After 2 whole months, he finally left. Estimating the time, he knew that there were 7 to 8 months before the agreed time with the members of the mystical pavilion. As such, he decided to make a trip over to the Silver Shadow Creed to cure Yin Yu's mother. Making up his mind, he flew towards the Silver Shadow Creed. Since Long Jianfei and the others were still recovering, he didn't choose to bring them along. He went alone, and he left them in the Emperor Boundary Creed to heal their wounds. After a month, Huang Xiaolong appeared in the space above the Silver Shadow Creed. With the Patriarch of the Silver Shadow Creed at the early 9th esteemed Dao Venerable Realm, the faction was placed firmly at the top of the power structure in the Divine Tua Holy World. The leader of the faction was Zhang Lin, a female Dao Venerable, and she was also Yin Yu's master. When Huang Xiaolong arrived at the Silver Shadow Mountain range, it was already deep into the night. Silver light enveloped the mountain, and it glowed gently in the darkness. The beauty of the mountain range couldn't be described in mere words. With his body flashing through the air, Huang Xiaolong appeared in the Silver Shadow City located at the peak of the mountain range. When he stepped into the city, he noticed that it was still bustling with activities. The structure of the city was also unique, as it was built into the mountain face. The city was layered, and there were a total of 20 layers. Every single layer was formed by a huge swathe of land, and the area was more than enough to house several billion people. The Silver Moon Immortal Cave was located on the 6th level, and when Huang Xiaolong finally arrived on the 6th layer, he realized that it was much busier than the previous 5 levels. People filled the streets as shops were open for business even in the dead of night. Disciples of various sacred lands and creeds shuttled back and forth, and Huang Xiaolong even managed to notice disciples of the Dragonfish Creed, Blue Lotus Creed, Ten Swords Creed, and Tempest Lightning Creed. The part that shocked him was the fact that there were tons of disciples of the Qiao family present. I'll give up 100 million years of my life if I manage to see Lady Yin Yu's smile. A half-step Dao Venerable sighed. Young Lady Yin Yu rarely shows her face around here. Moreover, it's even harder to see her smile. Anyone lucky enough to see her smiling face will never forget it as long as they live. Another half-step Dao Venerable beside him revealed an intoxicated look when he thought about it. Lady Yin Yu appeared in Monarch Yu Sacred Land several years ago. Too bad we were stuck in seclusion. Waves after waves of discussion poured into Huang Xiaolong's ears. By shaking his head, Huang Xiaolong chuckled in amusement. Indeed, everyone on the 6th level was there to see Yin Yu. Previously, he had learned that there were millions of disciples requesting an audience with Yin Yu every day. He hadn't believed the rumors, but now it seemed like everything was true. Those who were able to meet Yin Yu were definitely the young patriarchs of the super creeds or the extremely famous beings in the divine to a holy world. When Huang Xiaolong reached the plaza outside the Silver Moon Immortal Cave, he was greeted with a sea of disciples squeezing their way around. Huang Xiaolong stared at the endless amount of people before him. How in the world was he supposed to look for her? Fang Yuqing, the young patriarch of the Jade Orchid Creed, requests an audience with young Lady Yin Yu. A young man standing at the entrance of the Immortal Cave cupped his fists at the guard and said, Fang Yuqing. The disciple guarding the Silver Moon Immortal Cave sneered in disdain. Apologies. Senior Sister Yin Yu isn't meeting guests. Please leave. With an unwilling expression, Fang Yuqing continued, Fellow cultivator, I'll have to trouble you to inform young Lady Yin Yu that I have something urgent to speak to her about. Everyone who tries to meet our senior sister used the same reason. Please leave. After he spoke, the disciple gestured for Fang Yuqing to leave. Fang Yuqing opened his mouth, but he failed to think of another reason to remain. In the end, he could only leave. Everyone broke out into discussion when they noticed what had happened. The Jade Orchid Creed might only be a small creed, but their reputation was pretty good. Whatever the case, Fang Yuqing was the young patriarch of the Jade Orchid Creed. Even someone like him was turned away. The disciples of many creeds and superfamilies were struck a blow after noticing Fang Yuqing's failure. Even so, not many people left. All of them were willing to risk rejection. Huang Xiaolong looked at the unending flow of people, and he knew that he wouldn't be able to reach the entrance even if he had half a month. Little brother, you're just a 7th resurrection primal ancestor. Don't tell me you're here to look for young Lady Yin Yu. A fatty at the 9th resurrection primal ancestor realm approached Huang Xiaolong and said. Even though he was slightly taken aback, Huang Xiaolong nodded his head. The fatty shook his head and tried to persuade Huang Xiaolong. I'll advise you to leave now. I've never heard of young Lady Yin Yu accepting a visit by anyone in the 7th resurrection primal ancestor realm. If you didn't notice, Fang Yuqing was a half-step Dao Venerable. Even someone like him was rejected, much less someone like you. Young Lady Yin Yu requested for me to come, Huang Xiaolong explained, with an expression of shock on his face. Mocking laughter soon left the fatty's lips when he heard what Huang Xiaolong said. You're pretty funny. Why would young Lady Yin Yu invite a 7th resurrection primal ancestor like yourself? Pray to tell, what is the reason you're here for? With an expressionless face, Huang Xiaolong didn't plan to deny anything. I'm here to dispel the poison plaguing her mother. The fatty was stunned for a whole second, but the fats around his belly started to jiggle as he roared with laughter. Young Lady Yin Yu requested for you, a 7th resurrection primal ancestor, to deal with the poison in her mother's body? According to him, Huang Xiaolong's lies were too blatant. With young Lady Yin Yu's esteemed identity, there was no way she would invite a primal ancestor over to cure her mother. After all, even 9th esteemed Dao Venerables had failed to do so. The people around them stared at the fatty before turning to look at Huang Xiaolong with a look of mockery in their eyes. Little brother, which faction do you come from? The fatty asked. I'm not in any creed, and neither am I from a Genesis race. Don't tell me you're a disciple from a sacred land. The fatty continued. Those who had the guts to request an audience with Yin Yu were core disciples of the various creeds, or some super clan. Even if they weren't, they had to be disciples of some hidden clan. Not a single disciple of a sacred land was worthy of meeting Yin. However, Huang Xiaolong remained expressionless when he answered their question. That's right. I'm a mere disciple of a tiny sacred land. He came from the Zhangqiong sacred land, and it was definitely considered a small sacred land in the scheme of the divine to a holy world. With a giggle, the fatty raised his thumbs up at Huang Xiaolong. Little brother, I, old Zhu, am impressed by your courage. Old Zhu? Are you a pig? Huang Xiaolong widened his eyes in shock. He didn't understand why someone would compare themselves to a pig. No, that's not the pronunciation. It's the other Zhu, Fatty Zhu explained. The crowd turned rowdy all of a sudden, and several dozen disciples wearing the robes of the Silver Shadow Creed appeared. That's Chun Tianyang, young lady Yin Yu's senior brother, someone screamed. Yin Yu's master, Zhang Lin, had 4 direct disciples. Yin Yu was the youngest of them all, and Chun Tianyang was the oldest disciple. His intentions for coming were clear. As soon as they appeared, a giant path was cleared in the plaza. Huang Xiaolong felt that it was his chance to approach the Immortal Cave, and he quickly walked towards Chun Tianyang. When Fatty Zhu saw how Huang Xiaolong started walking over to Chun Tianyang, his heart dropped in fear. He grabbed Huang Xiaolong and persuaded, "Little brother, don't tell me you're planning to stop Chun Tianyang to ask him to bring you to young lady Yin." Huang Xiaolong nodded his head in affirmation. Even though he wasn't going to beg Chun Tianyang, it was true that he intended for the man to bring him in. There was no way he could wait for several days to get to the entrance. Fatty Zhu hastily tried to convince Huang Xiaolong otherwise. You're asking for death if you beg Chun Tianyang. He might be her senior brother, but he has been in love with her for a long time. He feels extremely repulsed by anyone who tries to chase her. Huang Xiaolong was taken aback. In the past, there was a disciple of a small creed who planned to do the same thing as you. He brought some treasures over to beg Chun Tianyang, but you should be able to guess what happened. Fatty Zhu continued. Chun Tianyang personally shattered all his limbs and threw him out. The disciple was the personal disciple of a Grand Hall Master of a creed, but instead of taking revenge, his master didn't even dare to fart in front of Chun Tianyang. If you try, Chun Tianyang will probably kill you. After all, there's no one stopping him from doing so. Huang Xiaolong chuckled in amusement. Don't worry about it. He won't be able to do a thing to me. Chun Tianyang was a mere first esteem Dao Venerable. If he really planned to move against Huang Xiaolong, he might be blown to kingdom come if Huang Xiaolong decided to breathe heavily in his direction. However, Huang Xiaolong could feel that Fatty Zhu was sincerely dissuading him from throwing his life away. He couldn't slap a smiling face, especially one that was concerned for his well-being. If I manage to meet young lady Yin, I'll remember to introduce you. A strange look appeared on the fatty's face when he looked at Huang Xiaolong. He couldn't understand where Huang Xiaolong found his confidence. For a member of a small sacred land, Chun Tianyang could kill as many as he wanted without batting an eyelid. While the fatty thought of Huang Xiaolong's sorry end, he was already making his way towards the man. A sigh escaped Fatty Zhu's lips, and he mourned for Huang Xiaolong silently. Are you Chun Tianyang? Are you Yin Yu's senior brother? Huang Xiaolong arrived before Chun Tianyang in an instant. The disciples of the Silver Shadow Creed were shocked when they heard what Huang Xiaolong said. They didn't expect for a 7th resurrection primal ancestor to block their way. Of course, the same could be said for the others present. That's right. Yin Yu is indeed my junior sister. Chun Tianyang frowned. When a 7th resurrection primal ancestor stood in his way and called him by his full name, he was already enraged. However, he had to suppress the anger in his heart, as he didn't know the other party's identity. Young lady Yin Yu invited me over to cure her mother. Please bring me to meet her. With their eyes widening in shock, everyone stared at Huang Xiaolong. Those who hadn't heard Huang Xiaolong's conversation with Fatty Zhu felt a bomb going off in their minds. After he returned to his senses, a brilliant smile appeared on Chen Tianyang's face. You're telling me that my junior sister invited you over to cure the absolute poison plaguing her mother? Those familiar with Chun Tianyong would know that his killing intent was stoked when they saw the smile on his face. It was no wonder he was angered. If an ant blocked one's path and started to bullshit, anyone would be mad. That's right, Huang Xiaolong replied, seemingly unable to feel his killing intent. When he wanted to retrieve the silver moon pendant, Chun Tianyong turned around and snapped at a disciple behind him. Cripple this dumbass and throw him out of the city. He wanted to make a move personally, but he considered the fact that the other party was a seventh resurrection primal ancestor. If word got out that he crippled a primal ancestor, he would be a laughingstock of the world. As such, he could only order someone else to do it. Yes, senior brother Chun. Someone ran up in haste. I will definitely cripple him before throwing him out of the city. Chun Tianyong nodded his head and ignored Huang Xiaolong as he continued on his way to the Silver Moon Immortal Cave. Without a word, the disciple sent a slap flying towards Huang Xiaolong. As a half-step Dao Venerable, the strength he possessed was terrifying. The disciples around them didn't dare to linger as they started to run in case they were caught by the shockwaves of the battle. Fatty Zhu was no different. He shook his head silently. With his cultivation base, he couldn't save Huang Xiaolong even if he wanted to. When everyone thought that Huang Xiaolong was dead, the disciple from the Silver Shadow Creed was sent flying. With a thud, he slammed into the ground outside the plaza. Everyone turned to stare at Huang Xiaolong with their jaws open wide. Chun Tianyong and the others who were on their way stopped dead in their tracks as they turned to stare at Huang Xiaolong. It was the same for Fatty Zhu. Who are you? Chun Tianyong's expression sank as he glared at Huang Xiaolong. There weren't too many experts who could defeat a half-step Dao Venerable as a seventh resurrection primal ancestor in the divine Tua holy world. There was no way the kid before them was a nameless nobody. All of a sudden, a disciple of the Silver Shadow Creed yelled, Senior brother, Li Haitao has been crippled by the kid. Li Haitao was following Chun Tianyong's orders, but he was crippled by the other party without any warning. Those in the plaza felt their legs going soft. They didn't understand how Huang Xiaolong could act so unbridled in front of Chun Tianyong. How could he cripple a core disciple of the Silver Shadow Creed in their own territory? That was a core disciple of the faction they were talking about. None of them were nameless trash in the creed, and even though his reputation wasn't as great as Chun Tianyong, he wasn't too far behind. I know Li Haitao. He's the personal disciple of Ancestor Ho Tingwei. Ancestor Ho Tingwei of the Silver Shadow Creed. That's a late 6th esteemed Dao Venerable we're talking about. Moreover, there's hope for Ancestor Ho Tingwei to enter the high-level Dao Venerable realm. The disciples of the Silver Shadow Creed were shocked. Chun Tianyong's expression turned ugly as killing intent burst from his eyes. How dare you cripple Junior Brother Li? Since he planned to cripple me, he should be ready to suffer from the same fate. I only allowed him to live after taking Yin Yu's reputation into account. Shouldn't you be thanking me for leaving him alive? Huang Xiaolong replied placidly. Roaring in anger, Chun Tianyong's aura covered the entire city. Brat, I don't care who you are. Regardless of whichever faction you hail from, I'll crush you right here and now. If I fail to kill you, I won't be called Chun Tianyong. With silver light covering his body, he slapped Huang Xiaolong. Stop! A delicate voice rang through the skies all of a sudden. Everyone was stunned when they heard the voice. Excitement bubbled in their hearts as they realized where the source of the voice came from. It's young lady Yin Yu, someone screamed. Young lady Yin Yu. Chun Tianyong's expression fluctuated slightly, but he didn't stop. His palm continued to fly towards Huang Xiaolong. Staring at Chun Tianyong with an expressionless face, Huang Xiaolong casually waved his right hand. Everyone around them stared at Huang Xiaolong with a complicated expression on their faces. What's that dumb brat doing? Is he trying to swat a fly? No. He's probably trying to fan the fumes of his fart away. Laughter filled the air instantly when they saw Huang Xiaolong's half-assed defense. A sneer formed on Chun Tianyong's face, and he felt that Huang Xiaolong was tired of living. He couldn't believe that a 7th resurrection primal ancestor would be able to stop his attack imbued with cosmos energy. As he snickered in his heart, a formless energy struck him, and the expression on his face changed. A look of terror appeared in his heart when he realized that he wouldn't be able to stop the incoming attack. Twisting his body, he didn't care about his reputation any longer as he only desired to escape. In front of the crowd gathered in the plaza, a terrifying wave of energy slammed into Chun Tianyang. As he drew a beautiful arc through the skies, he landed outside the city gates. Several experts who were accomplishing in the Grand Tao of Space saw that Chun Tianyang was kicked out of the city with a swipe of Huang Xiaolong's hands. When Fatty Zhu, who was standing in the crowd, saw what had happened, he was stunned silly. Not a single person dared to believe their eyes, and they muttered in shock. This. They looked at the direction where Chun Tianyang was booted, and they quickly turned to look at Huang Xiaolong. Preposterous! How dare you disrespect the members of the Silver Shadow Creed in our territory? Two horrifying pressures descended from the skies, and an aura threatened to suffocate everyone in the city. Two silver streaks tore through the skies and pierced at Huang Xiaolong. The streaks of light were formed by sword qi, and thunder rumbled in the skies as the light shot towards Huang Xiaolong. The true experts who were present were shocked, as one could only produce such power when they reached the peak in the way of the sword. From what they could see, only mid-level Dao Venerables would be able to unleash such a strike. The people who did it were possibly in the 5th or 6th esteem Dao Venerable realm. Eminent elders, stay your hand. Yin Yu's voice emerged from the immortal cave once again, and two rays of sword light emerged to block those flying at Huang Xiaolong. It was too bad Yin Yu wasn't strong enough to stop the two Dao Venerables. She was strong, but she wasn't stronger than two mid-level Dao Venerables. It came as no surprise that her attacks were shattered the moment they collided with the silver sword lights. Without stopping for a single second, the two streaks of silver shot towards Huang Xiaolong. Seeing as the two beams were about to arrive before him, the immemorial sword appeared in Huang Xiaolong's hand. He drew a line through the skies and a horrifying shockwave shook the lands. The space around the collision started to shatter as holes formed in the skies above. Some disciples who were unlucky enough to be in the way of the residual shockwave had several holes pierced through their bodies. Everyone retreated in haste. Ha! Two cries rang through the skies as two figures appeared in the space above the plaza. Its ancestor Ho Tingwei and ancestor Chun Hongyuan. Those who recognized them broke out into discussion, and the plaza soon filled with noise. Ho Tingwei was the master of the crippled Li Haitai, and he was a peak late 6th esteem Dao Venerable. Chun Hongyuan might have been a little weaker than him, but he was still a late 6th esteem Dao Venerable. The two of them were accomplished in the way of the sword, and even high-level Dao Venerables were impressed by their comprehension. The only thing that shocked those present more than the identities of the two ancestors was the fact that the 7th Resurrection Primal Ancestor was still alive and kicking after taking on their combined attack. They didn't even scratch his skin. If those in the crowd were shocked, then there was no need to mention the two Dao Venerables in question. They stared at Huang Xiaolong with an incredulous expression. How were they supposed to explain the fact that they couldn't harm a 7th Resurrection Primal Ancestor? Were they dreaming? No, they couldn't be. When everyone had no idea what was going on, a figure appeared in the skies between both parties. A look of joy appeared on the faces of everyone when they recognized the newcomer. It's young lady Yin Yu. Her appearance caused quite a ruckus to tear through the crowd. By turning to the two ancestors, she greeted them with a slight bow. Eminent elders. Ho Tingwei and Chun Hongyuan's expressions loosened up when they saw her. Yin Yu, is this a friend of yours? An expression of rage could be seen on Ho Tingwei's face after he turned to stare at his disciple in concern. This is young Master Huang, the expert I invited over to cure my mother of the absolute poison. Yin Yu didn't plan to hide anything. The moment the words left her lips, the entire plaza rose into a riot. Huang Xiaolong. That's Huang Xiaolong. He's the one who beat Shenyuan Pati in half to death. He's the primal ancestor who fought Lord Bai Yi and sent him flying with a single fist. A look of admiration appeared in the eyes of those present. There were even some who burned with the urge to salute such a legendary figure. The battle of the monarch Yu's sacred land had rocked the entire divine Tua holy world, and Huang Xiaolong had turned into an idol in the eyes of many. Fatty Zhu felt a bomb going off in his head when he realized what was going on. He was one of Huang Xiaolong's die-hard fans, and he couldn't believe that he had been talking to Huang Xiaolong for such a long time without even realizing it. Moreover, he recalled Huang Xiaolong's promise of introducing him to Yin Yu. The matter of Yin Yu and Feng Yu looking for Huang Xiaolong several years ago had long since been revealed to the world. There were many disciples who were speculating about the relationship between them, and now they finally learned why Yin Yu approached Huang Xiaolong. When Ho Tingwei and Chen Hongyuan heard what she said, they stared at him in shock. They hadn't thought too much previously, but now that his identity was revealed, they couldn't help but look at him in a different light. Young Master Huang, I'm sorry. Yin Yu turned to Huang Xiaolong and apologized. I didn't think things through and allowed young Master Huang to suffer some grievances. When they heard what she said, the expressions of many changed. Ho Tingwei's expression was unsightly as he turned to look at his disciple and Chen Tianyang. Looking at Yin Yu, whose apologetic expression was clear for all to see, Huang Xiaolong shook his head. I didn't think it though. Young Master Huang's arrival brings light to my silver shadow creed. A sweet-sounding voice rang through the skies, and a group of experts from the Silver Shadow Creed arrived before them. The person leading them all was a lady whose beauty was only rivaled by her temperament. Even if Huang Xiaolong had to compare her to Yin Yu, she wouldn't be inferior in any way. The person who had arrived was Yin Yu's master, Zheng Lin, and there were more than 30 Dao venerables who had come along with her. Huang Xiaolong might have stopped the attacks of Ho Tingwei and Chen Hongyuan, but the shockwaves produced during the exchange had long since startled the members of the Silver Shadow Creed. Master! Yin Yu rushed over to greet Zheng Lin. A doting look appeared on Zheng Lin's face when she looked at Yin Yu. Silver Shadow Dao Venerable. Huang Xiaolong cupped his fists and greeted her. When the other experts of the Silver Shadow Creed noticed that Huang Xiaolong didn't get to his knees, they frowned. However, they were smart enough to remain silent. Zheng Lin's reaction was the complete opposite. A brilliant smile formed on her face, and she chuckled softly. Young Master Huang's reputation precedes him. You definitely live up to the rumors. Yin Yu has been waiting for you all this time. A tinge of red slowly crept up Yin Yu's face when she heard what Zheng Lin said. It's nothing. Huang Xiaolong laughed in response. After a short exchange of pleasantries, Zheng Lin invited Huang Xiaolong into the main palace of the Silver Shadow Creed. Not refusing her kind gesture, Huang Xiaolong followed her over, and he was accompanied by Yin Yu. When Ho Tingwei saw their leaving figures, he opened his mouth in protest. He wanted to report Huang Xiaolong's behavior to Zheng Lin, but Chen Hongyuan shook his head slowly. Swallowing his words, Ho Tingwei could only watch as Huang Xiaolong, and Yin Yu disappeared from his sight. Anger boiled in his heart. By the time Huang Xiaolong arrived, a massive banquet was waiting for him. The wine was brewed from Grand Dao herbs, and the fruits served to him were Grand Dao spiritual fruits. There was even meat from rare beasts born during the creation of the world. The welcome he received was something only patriarchs of top-grade powers in the divine Tua holy world would receive. After 3 rounds of wine, Zheng Lin chuckled in amusement. Young Master Huang's combat prowess has no equal, and your talent is one of a kind. Even super creeds like mine cannot help but admire you. The battle in Monarch Yu's sacred land showed off young Master Huang's talent to the world, but you were only at the peak of the late 6th Resurrection Primal Ancestor realm then. It has only been several years, but it seems like you have managed to enter the 7th Resurrection Primal Ancestor realm. Zheng Lin stared at Huang Xiaolong as complicated emotions filled her heart. The experts of the Silver Shadow Creed stared at him in disbelief as waves battered against their hearts. In the battle previously, a 6th Resurrection Primal Ancestor realm Huang Xiaolong had managed to defeat Bai Yi. However, he had increased his cultivation realm since then and had already stepped into the 7th Resurrection Primal Ancestor realm. Even Yin Yu didn't know how to feel about that. Not a single person watching the battle failed to catch the fact that Huang Xiaolong was a 6th Resurrection Primal Ancestor. It was clear that he had only taken a few short years to enter the high-level Primal Ancestor realm, and it was a feat no one had heard of before. They could no longer use the word talented to describe a monster like him. Huang Xiaolong chortled lightly when he looked at the suspicious and shocked gazes of those around him. I have 3 Dao souls and 11 high-order Saint Fates. I can devour a lot more energy than the others, and it aids in my cultivation. Moreover, I managed to obtain several high-grade Dao pills several years ago. As they stared at each other, everyone didn't know if he was telling the truth. If Huang Xiaolong was indeed able to advance quicker because of the grand Dao energy he refined, they could only say that his speed was monstrously frightening. They were afraid that even 7th esteemed Dao venerables wouldn't be able to cultivate as quickly as that brat in front of them. Not to mention that the other party was just a primal ancestor. Zhang Lin wore a strange expression on her face, but seeing as Huang Xiaolong was not willing to disclose anything else, she could only leave it at that. The topic slowly shifted to something more casual, and she even expressed her apologies for Chen Tianyang's behavior. When the banquet finally ended and the curtains of night fell, Yin invited Huang Xiaolong to the Silver Moon Cultivation Cave. After a short moment of hesitation, Huang Xiaolong nodded and agreed to follow her. A look of joy flashed in Yinyu's eyes when he agreed, and she personally made the arrangements for his residence in the cultivation cave. Standing in the courtyard she had arranged for him, Huang Xiaolong looked at the silvery light that filled the skies, and he thought about the matter of the Huang Long armor. Young Master Huang, a pleasant voice rang in his ears as a figure approached him. Young Lady Yinyu. Huang Xiaolong turned around and smiled at the newcomer. When Yinyu arrived before him, an intoxicating scent assaulted his nostrils. Is young Master Huang feeling troubled? Yinyu asked when she saw the look in his eyes. It's the matter of entering the Dragon Fish Creed. In the Monarch Yu Sacred Land, he had spoken to both Yinyu and Fengyu about his desire to head over there. As such, he felt no need to hide anything from her. After all, he wasn't revealing the existence of the Huang Long armor. After a short pause, Yinyu continued, Why don't we pay a visit to my master tomorrow and ask for her help? Huang Xiaolong thought about it for a moment and agreed. If your master manages to get me into the Dragon Fish Creed, I am willing to fork out 1 billion Tuashan Dao coins. 1 billion Tuashan Dao coins? Yinyu was stunned. Even 9th esteemed Dao venerables couldn't bring out an amount like that if they wanted to. 1 billion Tuashan Dao coins was an astronomical amount to someone like her. That's right. Young Master Huang, you came all the way here to cure my mother. You didn't request for us to give you anything in return, and I won't be willing to accept your money. You're not willing to accept, but I'm planning to give it to your master. Huang Xiaolong chuckled. Please relay my intentions to her. All right. Yinyu eventually nodded her head. The topic of conversation soon shifted to Yinyu's mother. After gaining more information about the poison plaguing her, Huang Xiaolong decided to deal with the matter the very next day. When the two of them were enjoying a nice chat under the silvery moonlight, Ho Tingwei's expression was ugly when he looked at Li Haitao's condition in his cultivation cave. The Dao veins in his body had already been shattered beyond repair, and his Dao heart was in shambles. Even his soul was affected. At his level, Ho Tingwei couldn't do a thing to ease his disciple's suffering. Li Haitao was considered a complete cripple. Master, you have to take revenge for me. Li Haitao's feeble voice sounded through the air. I am unwilling to accept my fate. That dog bastard Huang Xiaolong isn't fit to cripple my cultivation base. Tears streamed down his face. Looking at the sorry state his disciple was in, Ho Tingwei felt his heart shattering into pieces. He had used a ton of effort to nurture his disciple, hoping he could enter the Dao Venerable realm in the future. Alas, Huang Xiaolong's appearance had shattered his dreams. Killing intent flashed in Ho Tingwei's eyes. Huang Xiaolong, you crippled my disciple and ruined his life. I'll ensure you die without entering the cycle of reincarnation. You'll be tortured for eternity. Ho Tingwei's frosty voice rang through the hall. When Li Haitao saw that his master was determined to exact revenge for him, he couldn't help but rejoice in his heart. However, he thought of Huang Xiaolong's talent and strength, and he started to hesitate. Master, what about Huang Xiaolong's strength? Ho Tingwei frowned when he realized the problem. Huang Xiaolong is a monster indeed. Even if I use everything in me, I might not be able to take him down. Even if he falls to a disadvantage, he will definitely be able to escape. When he had worked together with Chun Hongyuan to attack Huang Xiaolong previously, he had used 40% of his energy. Huang Xiaolong had received it with no problems, and he should be comparable in strength to a 6th esteemed Dao Venerable. Since that was the case, Huang Xiaolong would definitely be able to run away with his life intact. Master, are we going to allow Huang Xiaolong to swagger as if the place is his? Li Haitao raged. When I think of how he walked beside senior sister Inyu, I want nothing more than to cut him up into 1,000 pieces. Relax. Huang Xiaolong's talent might be terrifying, but there are tons of people in the divine Tua holy world who want him dead. He won't be laughing for much longer. Ho Tingwei's expression sank, and he growled. Narrowing his eyes, he continued, he nearly killed Shenyuan Patian previously, and the Shenyuan Creed will never let him go. They might be keeping silent for now, but they are merely biding their time. The peak powers in the divine Tua holy world are in discussion right now, and all of them do not wish to see Huang Xiaolong mature. They are currently deciding on a date to kill him off with a massive conspiracy. Li Haitao widened his eyes in shock and laughed gleefully. Master, is this true? That's right. Huang Xiaolong's talent is too perverse. If he's so strong in the primal ancestor realm, no one will be able to deal with him once he enters the Dao Venerable realm. When he actually enters the high-level Dao Venerable realm, the entire divine Tua holy world wouldn't be able to kill him even if they wanted to. The powers here will never allow someone like that to appear. Moreover, Huang Xiaolong's appearance has already suppressed Huang Shuai's reputation. As the son of creation, his status is never to be sullied. The peak powers of the divine Tua holy world like the Dragonfish Creed, Red Fox Creed, and the others will never allow an existence like him to live on. Ho Tingwei's eyes burned with a serious passion as he continued to analyze. His disciple might not be able to learn of the intricacies of the divine Tua holy world, but he was a 6th esteemed Dao Venerable. As a doyen in one of the strongest creeds, he knew a lot of things others didn't. Li Haitao became even more excited after hearing the news. Do you mean that when the Son of Creation enters the Dao Venerable realm, the 10 strongest Dao Venerables will make a move to clear all the obstacles in his path? That's right. Huang Xiaolong's identity is extremely mysterious, and there are some who speculated that he awakened during the creation of the world. However, there are others who said that he was cultivated by some mysterious Genesis race. The Shenyuan Creed is tolerating his existence while they do their investigations. Whatever the case, the Dragonfish Dao Venerable and the others will never be afraid of the power behind Huang Xiaolong. As soon as anything concerns His Highness, the Son of Creation, nothing can stand in his path. Li Haitao roared with laughter. Huang Xiaolong. The day His Highness Huang Shuai enters the Dao Venerable realm is the day you die. When the 10 strongest Dao Venerables of the divine Tua holy world make their move, your end will be more miserable than mine. I hope you die a death 1,000,000 times worse than mine. As soon as dawn broke the next day, Huang Xiaolong went to visit Inyu's mother. It was no surprise to him that her appearance was similar to Inyu, albeit the fact that she looked a little older. She was a 2nd esteemed Dao Venerable, but with Huang Xiaolong's current strength and the power of the Huang Long bloodline, he took a mere half a day to clean out her entire body of the absolute poison. As soon as she regained her senses, she leaped to her feet and hugged Inyu, making up for her years of absence. After they were done, they expressed their thanks to Huang Xiaolong. It was especially so for Inyu. When Huang Xiaolong returned to his courtyard, he decided to refine the energy from the absolute poison he had absorbed from Inyu's mother. He didn't expect Inyu to show up in the evening to tell him that her master had promised to get Huang Xiaolong into the Dragonfish Creed. Are you serious? Huang Xiaolong jumped in joy. He couldn't help himself. As long as he entered the Dragonfish Creed, he would be able to obtain the Huang Long armor. That was part of the set of creation, and the most important thing was that his father had left it behind for him. Inyu felt her heart jumping in joy when she noticed his reaction. She chuckled. Of course. My master personally agreed to it. However, you will have to discuss it with her personally. I'm here to bring you over. All right, let's go now. Huang Xiaolong agreed instantly. The two of them left the Silver Moon Immortal Cave and went straight towards Zhang Lin's Cultivation Cave. As she lived in one of the mountain peaks in the northernmost parts of the Creed, they needed some time to make their way over. Along the way, Huang Xiaolong brought up the matter of the Tuashan Dao coins again, but Yin Yu shook her head in response. My master said that helping young Master Huang is something she has to do. She will not accept the coins. Huang Xiaolong was at a loss for what to do. Young Master Huang, you don't have to act so politely when you meet my master later. Yin Yu explained, you cured my mother, and I have no idea how I can repay you. Huang Xiaolong could only nod helplessly. After Huang Xiaolong met Zhang Lin, he was shocked when he learned that she was planning to personally tear a hole through the protective formation of the Dragon Fish Creed. He had always thought that she was planning to use her connections to buy him a passage in. Young Master Huang, you can rest assured. Zhang Lin explained, I won't alert the experts of the Dragon Fish Creed. Your whereabouts will not be exposed. That was indeed the most important concern Huang Xiaolong had. If he attracted the attention of those from the Dragon Fish Creed, they would surround him instantly. Looking for the Huang Long armor would be several times harder than it would have been otherwise. He finally relaxed after hearing her explanation. After confirming some minor details, they decided to head over after 3 days. In the 3 days that he would remain in the city, he would remain in Yin Yu's cultivation cave. In the blink of an eye, they were off. The entire journey was kept secret, and Yin Yu was the only person who knew that he had left. In order to save some time, Zhang Lin used her Silver Phoenix ship when traveling towards the Dragon Fish Creed. As a top-grade Cosmos artifact, the Silver Phoenix ship was extremely fast. Even mid-level Dao Venerables wouldn't be able to fly faster than it. In 2 short days, they arrived at the border of the Dragon Fish Creed. Zhang Lin turned to Huang Xiaolong and said, even though I don't know the reason behind your rush to enter the Dragon Fish Creed, I need to tell you that the entire region is on high alert. Dao Venerables are patrolling the lands, and you will have to hide your aura the moment you enter. Thank you, Senior Zhang Lin. Huang Xiaolong nodded with haste. Afraid that Huang Xiaolong's recklessness would get him in trouble, she reminded him to stay cautious several times. She also told him about several points to take note of as she was pretty familiar with the Dragon Fish Creed. She marked out several danger zones for Huang Xiaolong before preparing to break the barrier. After 10 minutes of preparation, everything was set. Circulating her cosmos energy, light covered her hands as she slammed her palms into the barrier around the creed. As soon as her hands landed on it, terrifying energy slammed into the barrier without breaking it. If the energy she used started to spread, the members of the Dragon Fish Creed would be alarmed instantly. Of course, she had already been prepared for something like that to happen. A suction force emerged all of a sudden and absorbed all the residual energy in the air. Pressing down once again, a tiny pop could be heard and a hole formed in the restrictions. It was the size of a palm when it formed, but Zhang Lin's arm shook a little, and the opening enlarged several hundred times. Go now, Zhang Lin pestered. Without any hesitation, Huang Xiaolong's figure blurred, and he entered the Dragon Fish Creed. As soon as he entered, the hole closed without any indications of it being there in the first place. For Zhang Lin to be able to tear a hole in the barrier around the Dragon Fish Creed without alarming the experts there, one could see how strong she was. One had to know that the barrier was placed down by the Dragon Fish Dao Venerable himself, and ordinary 9th Esteem Dao Venerables wouldn't be able to cause it to shake. Huang Xiaolong didn't remain in his spot. With his body tearing through space, he disappeared into the sea of stars. The most important thing right now was to get an identity as a member of the Dragon Fish Creed. He could go on to locate the Huang Long armor after that. In order to obtain an identity as a member of the Dragon Fish Creed, he had to change his appearance. After all, too many members in the upper echelons of the Dragon Fish Creed knew him. It might have been a difficult task for many, but it was no tall order for Huang Xiaolong. It didn't take long for him to arrive at the nearest sacred land. With his 3 Dao souls operating at the same time, It didn't take long for him to lock on to a target. The other party wore the robes of a core disciple in the Dragonfish Creed, and his status couldn't be too low. The most important part was that he was an early 7th Resurrection Primal Ancestor Realm expert. Hiding his aura, Huang Xiaolong approached the other party's manor. As soon as he arrived, he noticed that the man was practicing his martial arts. Ghost Qi surrounded him as angry spirits howled in the courtyard. Even if there weren't a million spirits around him, there were over 800,000. It was clear to Huang Xiaolong that the other party was practicing an evil art. Who? Huang Xiaolong touched a restriction in the manor and instantly alerted the other party. Waving his hand slightly, Huang Xiaolong suppressed the man and dragged him over. Who are you? What do you want? The man screamed in terror when he discovered Huang Xiaolong's entry. With an expressionless face, Huang Xiaolong pointed at the space between the other party's eyebrows and started to look through his memory. It didn't take long for Huang Xiaolong to scan through the entirety of the other party's memory. The core disciple was called Zhang Tianhong, and the most coincidental part of Huang Xiaolong's infiltration was the fact that Zhang Tianhong was Han Tong's junior brother. In the Monarch U Sacred Land, Huang Xiaolong had sent Han Tong, who wanted to suck up to Shenyuan Patian, flying with a single kick. After looking through the other party's memories, Huang Xiaolong's face sank. Zhang Tianhong looked like a righteous fellow, but he cultivated some sort of sinister art in the dark. In order to increase his proficiency at it, God knew how many experts he had killed. When Huang Xiaolong learned about how he tortured the female disciples before he devoured them, it left a foul taste in his mouth. Initially, Huang Xiaolong was thinking of using Zhang Tianhong's identity for a little while before releasing the other party. When he learned of the atrocities Zhang Tianhong had committed, he could no longer look the other way. He destroyed Zhang Tianhong's body with a single slap and threw his Dao soul into the immemorial Immortal cave. He would refine the bastard's soul after he was done. Soon after, Huang Xiaolong's facial features started to change. In a matter of seconds, he looked exactly like Zhang Tianhong. The aura he released was also modified, and he seemed to turn into Zhang Tianhong. His actions, behavior, and speech pattern were modified completely, and even if Han Tong and the others were to meet him, they wouldn't realize that Zhang Tianhong was replaced by someone else. Donning the robes of the man, Huang Xiaolong grabbed his identity plaque and left the manor. He traveled straight towards the east of the Dragonfish Creed. After all, that was where the Huanglong armor was located. Several tens of days later, Huang Xiaolong used the memory he had after obtaining the dragon scale previously to locate one of the sacred lands. Circulating his energy through the scale, he started looking for the armor. He knew that the space where the armor was concealed was somewhere in the sacred land, but he didn't know where it was. With the dragon scale in hand, his task became much easier to complete. The sacred land was large, but he managed to locate the sealed space within an hour. Located in the middle of a primitive forest, the sealed space was indeed well concealed. From what he knew from Zhang Tianhong's memory, the forest was called the Golden Sun Forest, and it was a dangerous region in the Dragonfish Creed. The forest made up a quarter of the space occupied by the sacred land, and there were tons of dangerous creatures hidden in it. There were even some restrictions that were at the creation level lying in wait for intruders. When he thought about entering the forest, a group of people started flying towards him. "Hey, that's junior brother Zhang Tianhong," someone yelled. When Huang Xiaolong turned around, he noticed Han Tong's figure flying towards him. There were several core disciples of the Dragonfish Creed around him. Everyone who approached was in the 9th Resurrection Primal Ancestor realm, and he was supposed to be the weakest existence there. "Senior brother Han Tong," Huang Xiaolong greeted. "Junior brother Zhang, why did you come to the Golden Sun Forest?" Han Tong asked casually. An idea lit up in Huang Xiaolong's mind, and he quickly replied, "I was planning to refine the limitless starfire Dao Pill. I'm here to obtain the inner core of several heavenly star beasts." Han Tong nodded slightly, and he wasn't the slightest bit suspicious. "Since that's the case, let's go together. We're planning to kill several beasts too." "All right." Huang Xiaolong didn't reject the other party's invitation to join them. With his strength, he could deal with all of them with a wave of his hand. There was no need for him to worry that they would stand in his way of obtaining the treasure. Soon after, all of them entered the Golden Sun Forest. "Senior brother Han Tong, have your injuries healed?" a disciple of the Dragonfish Creed asked. When his injury was brought up, a flash of rage could be seen on Han Tong's face. However, his rage wasn't directed at the disciple who brought up the question, and he gritted his teeth in response. Close enough. The kick that had landed on him in the Monarch U Sacred Land wasn't light, but he was pretty much fine after so many years of recovery. He hated it when anyone brought up his experience there, as it was one of his deepest humiliations. Whenever they spoke of the incident, his expression would be one of utter rage. Every time he thought about the incident, his hatred for Huang Xiaolong would increase by a notch or two. Word from the outside world has it that young lady Yin Yu invited Huang Xiaolong over the Silver Shadow Creed to deal with the poison plaguing her mother. He's said to be spending every day in her company. Another disciple from the Dragonfish Creed spat. With his expression sinking once again, Han Tong felt a trace of rage boiling in his heart. Yin Yu had many suitors, and he was one of them. Humph, Huang Xiaolong won't be able to live for long. A sneer left Han Tong's lips all of a sudden. My master said that the day His Highness Huang Shui enters the Tao Venerable Realm is the day Huang Xiaolong dies. The core disciples of the Dragonfish Creed were shocked at his sudden revelation. "Senior brother Han, what do you mean?" someone in the crowd asked. With a gleeful smile, Han Tong continued, "Since he's going to die anyway, there's nothing I can't say. When His Highness Huang Shui enters the Tao Venerable Realm, the Patriarch might move against Huang Xiaolong with several others. The Divination Tao Venerable and the others are all involved in this. And if they make a move, they'll kill Huang Xiaolong once and for all. The Patriarch and several other peak-level Tao Venerables are planning to kill Huang Xiaolong?" They couldn't believe what they just heard. There's no way. With his monstrous talent, Huang Xiaolong has 3 Tao Souls and 11 high-order Saint Fates. He has even managed to wield cosmos energy before entering the Tao Venerable Realm, and there should be a lot of creeds waiting to suck up to him. I've heard that the Silver Shadow Tao Venerable personally met with Huang Xiaolong when he went over, and she even set up a banquet to welcome him. Han Tong snorted. "What do you know? Huang Xiaolong might be talented, but he's too fucking talented. He even managed to outshine His Highness, and there's no way our Patriarch will allow that. Our Patriarch made plans with the other peak-level Tao Venerables to take over the divine Tua Holy World for His Highness, and Huang Xiaolong's appearance threw a wrench in their plans." Han Tong paused for a second as the eyes of the disciples around him lit up. After living for so many years, they were extremely clear about what he meant. "When that happens, our Patriarch will call for a ceremony to celebrate His Highness' Ascension. He would become the sole Patriarch of the top 10 creeds, and he would use present Huang Xiaolong's head as a tribute to scare the others into surrendering." Han Tong laughed. "When our Patriarch works with the others, no one in the world will be able to protect Huang Xiaolong. Not even the Silver Shadow Creed. I can't wait to see the reactions of the 3 moons of the divine Tua Holy World when they see Huang Xiaolong's head presented on a platter. Ha ha ha. They will definitely be shocked." They roared with laughter when they thought about the possibility. Huang Xiaolong's initial plan was to punish them a little when he was done. However, the more he heard, the colder the look in his eyes became. "Junior brother Zhang, aren't you happy to learn that Huang Xiaolong will soon be killed? Your admiration for young lady Yin Yu isn't something you can hide from all of us. Just wait for little doggy Huang to be slain." Han Tong roared with laughter when he saw the frosty look on Zhang Tianhong's face. Huang Xiaolong turned to glare at them, and he growled, "I wasn't planning to kill you guys. However, I changed my mind. All of you must be tired of living." Han Tong and the others were taken aback when they heard what he said. "Junior brother Zhang, what do you think you're doing?" Han Tong's expression sank. They might have been students under the same master, but their relationship was nothing to go off about. When Han Tong heard what his junior brother said, rage boiled in his heart. Huang Xiaolong's facial features started to change before Han Tong could react. and he revealed his original appearance before them. The disciples behind Han Tong might not have been able to recognize him, but Han Tong would never forget Huang Xiaolong's face as long as he lived. A terrified expression formed on his face, and he stammered, Huang Xiaolong. Even though he hated the other party and wanted nothing more than to kill the bastard personally, he knew that he would never be able to. Standing in front of the devil himself, he nearly peed his pants. When the others learned of Huang Xiaolong's identity, their legs went soft. Huang Xiaolong, what do you want? Han Tong's body started to convulse, and he stammered, This is the Dragon Fish Creed. If you dare to move against me. He shattered a transmission symbol in his hands all of a sudden. A mocking smile formed on Huang Xiaolong's face when he noticed Han Tong's sneaky actions. He had long expected Han Tong to attempt something like that. Before he had revealed himself, he had covered the entire area with his 3 Dao souls, and there was no way he would allow his whereabouts to be revealed. Realizing that he wasn't getting a reply after shattering his transmission symbol, Han Tong stared at Huang Xiaolong with a face full of despair. Huang Xiaolong, Before Han Tong could explain himself, Huang Xiaolong's plan had already shattered his body. He grabbed Han Tong's Dao soul and threw him into the immemorial Immortal cave. The other disciples felt endless despair, and none of them had the notion of resisting. It didn't take long for Huang Xiaolong to shatter all their physical bodies. With no exceptions, all of their Dao souls were thrown into the immemorial Immortal cave. After he was done, Huang Xiaolong wasn't bothered in the slightest. As long as Han Tong's Dao soul was still alive, the experts of the Dragon Fish Creed wouldn't be able to notice his disappearance. Of course, he didn't dare to let down his guard either. He changed his appearance back to that of Zhang Tianhong, and he continued to look for the armor. Avoiding the broken space and fierce beasts in the forest, Huang Xiaolong proceeded cautiously towards his destination. Huang Xiaolong didn't fear the beasts, but he knew that running into a region of broken space would waste a lot of time. They wouldn't be a threat to his life, but they would slow him down considerably. Half a day later, Huang Xiaolong finally arrived at the foot of a mountain peak in the depths of the forest. There it is. Turning to look at the body of the mountain, Huang Xiaolong could feel that the Huanglong armor was hidden in the space in the core of the mountain. With no hesitation, he tore a hole through the face of the mountain and went straight to the core. On his way, he ran into a formless barrier. Instead of feeling annoyed, a brilliant smile crept up his face. Huang Xiaolong knew that the formless barrier was the sealed space containing the Huanglong armor. Retrieving the dragon scale, he activated the Huanglong bloodline flowing in his veins. As golden light emerged from the scale, a gap formed in the barrier protecting the sealed space. Sucking in a cold breath, Huang Xiaolong held the scale in his hand as he entered the gap in the barrier. When Huang Xiaolong entered the sealed space, the hole behind him disappeared as though it had never existed in the first place. A ray of golden light blinded him the moment he entered. Huang Xiaolong felt extremely shocked. With his grand Dao physique, the defenses he had were extremely tough, but he was surprised that the golden light was strong enough to sting his eyes. Closing his eyes momentarily, he felt a terrifying amount of energy closing in on him. This Dragon Qi. The energy that surrounded him was Dragon Qi of the highest quality, and it was something he had never felt before. It was at a level he couldn't even think of. Lightly breathing in, Huang Xiaolong felt energy filling every single one of his cells. He felt like his body was going to explode from the excessive intake of energy. Astonished, Huang Xiaolong thought about how his Huanglong bloodline had gone through 7 rounds of rebirth. His ability to refine energy was several times faster than a 7th esteemed Dao Venerable, and he wouldn't feel overwhelmed even if he swallowed 10 grand Dao pills at once. Who would have thought that a slight breath of air in the sealed space would be able to fill him up? That was only a tiny bit of the Dragon Qi sealed in the space around him. One could only imagine how powerful the Dragon Qi was. Opening his eyes slowly, excitement filled his heart. Using his previous experience, Huang Xiaolong used his cosmos energy to protect his eyes before opening them. He wasn't blinded like before, and the scene before him was revealed. He was greeted by a sea of gold, and even with his enhanced eyesight, he failed to see the limits of the Golden Sea. The Golden Sea was impossibly large, and Huang Xiaolong was terrified to discover that the entire sea was made up of dragon qi. It was dragon qi that was pure gold in color, and there wasn't a shred of impurity in the entire Golden Sea. Huang Xiaolong gulped in amazement. How much dragon qi was there in the sea beneath him? If he was energized with a single breath, what would happen if he refined the entire sea? Of course, Huang Xiaolong didn't plan to refine the entire sea. Pushing forward, he quickly charged towards the end of the golden qi. After flying for an entire hour, he finally reached the end of the Golden Sea. No, it was probably more appropriate to call it the source of the dragon qi, as a giant golden dragon hovered in the space before him. The golden dragon stretched on for miles and miles, and it was like a golden mountain range that extended to infinity. He finally realized where the dragon qi in the space came from when he saw golden mist emerging from the mouth of the dragon. By the time he arrived, the gargantuan dragon had noticed him and started to fly in his direction. When it approached, the sea of dragon qi started to shake. A suffocating amount of dragon qi slammed into Huang Xiaolong. One could only imagine how strong the dragon qi emitted by the dragon was. When the golden dragon arrived 1,000,000 miles away from him, Huang Xiaolong realized that his entire field of vision was filled with the majestic beast. The thought of dodging the advance of the dragon didn't even cross Huang Xiaolong's mind, as he could feel that the giant golden dragon was the Huang Long armor itself. To be more specific, the golden dragon was the spirit that was born from the armor. As long as he refined the golden dragon, he would be able to own the Huang Long armor. Indeed, when the dragon arrived before him, it lowered its head and started to cry out softly like a baby. Despite its soft roars, the sound was enough to thunder across the air. The sealed space trembled unceasingly. The dragon roar it released contained endless pressure, and it felt like the entire world would obey its every command. Huang Xiaolong wasn't surprised at the golden dragon's reaction. With the Huang Long bloodline flowing through his veins, there was no way the Huang Long armor spirit would attack him. The reason why it behaved so intimately with Huang Xiaolong was also because of his bloodline. Staring at the golden dragon, Huang Xiaolong chuckled under his breath. He reached out to hold the dragon's whiskers, and Huang Xiaolong was like a speck of dust compared to the 1,000-feet-long whisker. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Huang Xiaolong flew to the dragon's head before sitting down. The only thing left to do was to refine the armor spirit. Without hesitation, Huang Xiaolong started to refine the energy from the golden dragon using his Huang Long bloodline. The endless amount of golden dragon qi surged towards him instantly. With all the pores on his body opening, they accepted all of the incoming dragon qi. Now that Huang Xiaolong was accepting so much dragon qi at once, he felt his entire body bursting apart. However, he wasn't concerned in the slightest. Even if he did explode, he would be able to reform his body with the nirvanic properties he had awakened. Half a day later, Huang Xiaolong's body exploded from the intake of excessive energy. His body formed again after a few breaths of time, and the cycle continued. After exploding and forming a new body, Huang Xiaolong continued to refine the golden dragon qi. Each time that happened, Huang Xiaolong realized that his body would become a little purer. Like the untainted dragon qi below him, Huang Xiaolong's body started to become free of all impurities. His grand Dao physique became all the more solid, and his organs gradually turned into Xiantian energy. The three worlds in him were also refined by the pure dragon qi, and a shocking change happened to them. Expanding several times their original size, cosmos energy poured out from them. Spaces started to form in the first world, and they faintly resembled the divine Tuo holy world. Days after days passed, and the days slowly turned into years. The small worlds he formed became bigger and bigger, and his cultivation base started to rise. It didn't take long for the eighth tribulation to appear. Purple lightning, black lotus flames, and the light of nirvana surrounded the sealed space. Since the space was contained in the mountain, Huang Xiaolong's eighth tribulation didn't affect the outside world. When everything was going on, a group of people appeared above the Golden Sun forest. One of them had the terrifying aura of a fifth esteemed Dao Venerable, and he was one of the Vice Hall Masters of the Dragon Fish Creed. As Han Tong and Zhang Tianhong's master, he had brought along several other experts of the Dragon Fish Creed. All of them were the masters of the disciples whose physical bodies were destroyed by Huang Xiaolong. Is this where Han Tong and the others were last seen? Hu Yifeng's expression fell and he growled. Since Han Tong and the others had failed to respond for several years, Hu Yifeng and the others started to get suspicious. That's right, someone behind him replied cautiously. With a weird light flashing in his eyes, Hu Yifeng stared at the Golden Sun forest below him. It was no small matter for core disciples of the Dragon Fish Creed to disappear in the forest. It was especially so when two of his direct disciples went missing. He could feel that other than Han Tong, his youngest disciple, Zhang Tianhong, had also gone missing in the forest. That was also the reason he had personally gone all the way over to the Golden Sun forest to investigate what had happened. Let's enter the forest. With 4 other experts in tow, Hu Yifeng entered the forest. Despite their strength, none of them dared to move about carelessly in the forest. They summoned their cosmos artifacts almost instantly as they kept their guards up. Very quickly, 1 month passed. Hu Yifeng stood in the air above a certain region of the Golden Sun forest. In the past month, they had basically flipped the entire forest over. Even so, they had failed to locate any one of the disciples. In the outer regions of the Golden Sun forest, they had managed to feel traces of Han Tong and the others by using some sort of secret art, but that was the furthest they got. They were like ghosts, who had disappeared into thin air after Hu Yifeng and the others had entered the forest. Hall Master Hu, could they have left the forest? Someone couldn't help but ask. The person who spoke was another Vice Hall Master, and he was called Zhang Yu. His disciple, Lin Muzin, had gone missing along with Han Tong and the rest. Hu Yifeng shook his head slowly. That's not possible. He didn't leave the Golden Sun forest, and neither did he leave the sacred land. Could he have wandered into a spatial tear? Another Vice Hall Master, Hu Xiaoqing, asked. Several others nodded quickly, and it was clear they believed that that was the case. There were spatial cracks all over the forest, and it wasn't rare for their disciples to run into one of them. A frown formed on Hu Yifeng's face. He didn't think that it was possible, and he felt that something was off. He just couldn't put his finger on it. Moreover, he didn't understand why his youngest disciple, Zhang Tianhong, would appear at the Golden Sun forest. As a 7th resurrection primal ancestor, Zhang Tianhong wouldn't be able to protect himself. He even realized that his disciples hadn't traveled together, and they should have only met each other at the entrance of the Golden Sun forest. As long as I find one of them, I should learn the entire story, Hu Yifeng muttered under his breath. Unwilling to let the matter go, they searched the entire area for another month. Unable to find any traces of their disciples, the experts could only leave empty-handed. Hall Master Hu, should we let Grand Hall Master Li Shui know about this? Zhang Yu couldn't help but ask after they left the forest. They felt that something was off after searching for such a long time, but they couldn't think of a reason why. Nodding his head, Hu Yifeng replied, "All right, Lord Li Shui is a 9th esteemed Dao Venerable. She should be able to get better results if she came down personally to look for them." A 9th esteemed Dao Venerable was in existence who stood at the peak of the divine Tua holy world. Even though Li Shui wasn't comparable to their patriarch, her cosmos energy was formidable enough to pierce through most spatial cracks. If she came over to look for Han Tong and the others, she might be able to discover their tracks. The matter of several core disciples getting lost was something that couldn't alarm Li Shui. However, they had no choice but to alert her. After all, their direct disciples were the ones who had gone missing. Han Tong and the others were talented enough to charge straight into the Dao Venerable realm, but they had gone missing all of a sudden. Hu Yifeng and the others went straight towards the headquarters of the Golden Sun Forest. When they were looking for the Grand Hall Master, Zhang Lei of the Mystical Pavilion was getting impatient. "Is there still no news?" He turned to Zhang Wen, Chun Shaoan, and the others before asking. None of them dared to meet his gaze as they lowered their eyes subconsciously. "There's no news about Huang Xiaolong. Zhang lowered his head even further, and he reported cautiously, ever since Huang Xiaolong had left the Silver Shadow Creed, he hadn't appeared anywhere else. A layer of frost formed in Zheng Lei's eyes. Previously, he had made a deal with Huang Xiaolong. He had gathered 20 strands of beginning qi, and Huang Xiaolong would assist him in making a pill. He had managed to gather everything Huang Xiaolong had wanted in 5 years. But Huang Xiaolong had gone missing all of a sudden. Anger had burned in his heart when he had thought of how Huang Xiaolong had ignored his meeting. No one in the world dared to do anything like that to him. When he thought of the price he had paid in order to obtain the strands of beginning qi, he raged even more. He had begged other pavilion branchmasters in order to obtain the strands of beginning qi, and he couldn't believe that Huang Xiaolong would disappear at the last moment. Of course, Huang Xiaolong had sent a message to Zhang when stating that he would be late to the appointment. He had done it before entering the Dragonfish Creed, and Zhang had relayed the matter to Zheng Lei. Despite that, Zheng Lei was trying everything in his power to locate the man. Didn't Inu say where he went? Zheng Lei growled. She said that she had no idea, and even after we paid a visit to her master, and the Silver Shadow Dao Venerable said that Huang Xiaolong left without telling them a thing. What about Long Jianfei and the others? Zheng Lei was on the verge of going insane, and he threw out the names of anyone close to Huang Xiaolong. All of them are still in the Boundary Emperor Creed. Zhang hesitated for a moment before speaking. Boundary Emperor Creed? Zheng Lei's voice was cold. They have to know where he went. Did you ask them? They said that they didn't know. Zhang shook his head slowly. Bullshit. Zheng Lei's anger reached the peak, and he roared. Capture all of them. Search their memories forcefully if they refuse to comply. I refuse to believe that they would be kept in the dark. That was what we planned to do, but Debai appeared to protect them. They even said that even members of the mystical pavilion wouldn't be able to grab their esteemed guests. Zhang whispered. Zheng Lei was stunned, and his expression was too ugly to behold. Several tens of years passed again. In the blink of an eye, Huang Xiaolong had remained in the sealed space for 20 years. After more than 20 years of refinement, the dragon qi in the air started to mellow out. At the start, Huang Xiaolong's body exploded every half a day due to the excess energy he gained. After he entered the 8th Resurrection Primal Ancestor realm, the excess energy could no longer cause his body to explode. Moreover, Huang Xiaolong's Grand Dao physique became even more perfect after the tempering of the dragon qi. One fine day, the tribulation clouds gathered again and the 9th tribulation appeared. When Huang Xiaolong's 9th tribulation appeared, terrifying energy filled the skies. It seemed to originate from the depths of space. Like a heavenly aura that enveloped the lands, if 7th esteemed Dao Venerables were present, they would be forced to the ground. Despite that, Huang Xiaolong faced the pressure without the slightest bit of strain. He continued to devour the golden dragon qi in the sealed space. Sitting in midair, Huang Xiaolong took on the tribulation without moving a single muscle. The purple lightning, black lotus flames, and light of nirvana that came crashing down on him were several million times stronger than when he just entered the primal ancestor realm. Not even 7th esteemed Dao Venerables would dare to take on their bombardment with their bare bodies. However, Huang Xiaolong was Huang Xiaolong. He sat in midair like an unmoving Buddha. He didn't give half a shit about the tribulation that came. As the energies slammed into his body, they exploded into streams of light. No matter how hard they crashed into him, not a single scratch was formed on his body. If experts from the outside world saw how he crossed such a terrifying tribulation, their brains would explode from shock. As a primal ancestor, he was able to take on such a strong tribulation without suffering the slightest injury. If anyone learned of that, the entire divine Tua holy world would tremble. After devouring golden dragon qi and enduring the tribulation at the same time, the light around his body became all the more brilliant. His body was constantly tempered by the purple lightning, black lotus flames, and light of nirvana, and his Grand Dao physique improved once more. If Huang Xiaolong's Grand Dao physique could be considered to be at a monstrous level before, it was now classified under the super monstrous rank. In the past, Huang Xiaolong's body would be destroyed during each tribulation, and he would have to form a whole new body. However, that was no longer the case as he used all the energy in the air to refine his body from the inside. As his body bloated up a little from the intake of energy, it started to transform. When Huang Xiaolong was dealing with his 9th tribulation clouds started to gather above the dragonfish creed. The clouds were filled with all sorts of color, and the lightning that gathered in it flashed the colors of the rainbow. Heavenly lightning and Tao lightning were both present. A horrifying pressure descended on the main palace of the creed, and despite the massive size of the creed, everyone felt the crushing weight of the tribulation. That's the world-exterminating purple lightning. World-extinguishing tribulation. Someone is about to enter the Tao venerable realm. It's His Highness Huang Shui. His Highness is finally entering the Tao venerable realm. The dragonfish creed erupted with activity the instant they felt the pressure coming from the skies. The dragonfish creed wasn't the only one. The sacred lands located in the region were all starting to celebrate. They were reveling in the fact that the son of creation, Huang Shui, was about to enter the Tao venerable realm. Li Shui, Zhu Hui, Hui Feng, and the others appeared in midair as they stared at the purple lightning flashing in the skies. What a terrifying tribulation! Zhu Hui exclaimed in shock. Even when second esteemed Tao venerables start their breakthrough, the world-extinguishing purple lighting wouldn't be so strong. Ordinarily, the stronger the tribulation was, the stronger the cultivator would be when they entered the next realm. Hui Feng chuckled. His Highness possesses unparalleled talent. It's no wonder his tribulation is so strong. I'm sure His Highness will be able to enter the late first esteemed Tao venerable realm the moment he breaks through. Wang Cuyang, a hall master of the dragonfish creed, laughed. Zhu Hui continued. That might not be all. It might be a miracle for others to enter the late first esteemed Tao venerable realm after breaking through. But His Highness is the son of creation. With the support of so many peak-level Tao venerables, His Highness will definitely enter the second esteemed Tao venerable realm the moment he breaks through. Li Shui nodded her head, and her eyes became crescents as she chuckled in her heart. That is indeed possible. If Huang Shui had relied on himself, such a thing would never be possible. However, there were 10 peak-level Tao venerables supporting his breakthrough, and they would be pouring their energy into him the moment he crossed the tribulation. The cosmos energy they could provide him with when he entered the Tao venerable realm was shocking. It was at a level no one could ever think of. However, as the son of the god of creation, Huang Shui had the ability to receive the support of so many experts. Lord Li Shui, I've heard that after His Highness crosses the tribulation, our patriarch and the others will pour their cosmos energy into him to assist in his cultivation. Zhu Hui asked. If that's the case, His Highness will definitely be able to destroy everyone in his path as soon as he enters the high-level Tao venerable realm. He will be the sole ruler of the divine Tuo holy world and the other holy worlds in the Huang Long world. Huang Shui's talent was shocking, to begin with, and if he received the assistance of the various peak-level Tao venerables every time he broke through, his strength would reach an unimaginable level. Of course, it was understandable that the dragonfish Tao venerable and the others were doing everything they could to assist Huang Shui. After all, he was bound to be stronger than them in the future. With their assistance, he would be able to grow stronger than anyone in the divine Tuo holy world. As the son of creation, he had endless authority. However, he needed the strength to back it up. Only if he became an unparalleled existence would he be able to hold his head up high in the Huang Long world. Everyone stared at the incoming tribulation with a complicated expression. There was a late first esteemed Tao venerable in the dragonfish creed who looked at the tribulation clouds with a trace of reluctance. He was the young patriarch of the dragonfish creed, Lin Zhuai, and he was also the personal disciple of Bai Cheng. He knew that after Huang Shui crossed the tribulation, his position as the young patriarch of the dragonfish creed would be stripped from him. In the blink of an eye, 2 years passed. Within the sealed space that contained the Huang Long armor, Huang Xiaolong had crossed his 9th tribulation and entered the 9th resurrection primal ancestor realm. The dragon chi in the space had long since been refined by him, and the sealed space looked exceptionally bare. When Huang Xiaolong opened his eyes, a trace of excitement flashed through them. Even though he only managed to enter the early ninth resurrection primal ancestor realm, it had already exceeded his expectations. Huang Xiaolong suppressed the excitement in his heart, and he turned to look at the golden dragon. It seemed as though the only thing left to do was to completely refine the dragon, and he wanted to know how many drops of blood essence he would be able to receive. If there were several dozen of them, he might be able to enter the Dao Venerable realm directly. When that happened, all three small worlds in him would be able to produce cosmos energy. When that happened, he would be able to fight off ninth esteemed Dao Venerables with ease. If he revealed his identity then, no one would be able to stop him. No matter what schemes the Dragon Fish Creed cooked up with the other peak-level Dao Venerables, it would be useless. The moment he entered the Dao Venerable realm, Huang Xiaolong knew that no one in the divine Tua holy world would be able to harm him any longer. As such, he started to refine the Huang Long armor without the slightest bit of hesitation. In the past, it had taken him a single day to refine the dragon scale. However, the Huang Long armor was no dragon scale. It was part of the set of creation, and it was the strongest armor in the Huang Long world. Even with his cultivation realm at the ninth resurrection primal ancestor realm and his possession of the enhanced Huang Long bloodline, he wouldn't be able to refine the armor in a day or two. In the blink of an eye, a year passed. The golden dragon that spanned across the entire sealed space shrunk to the size of several feet after 1 year of refinement. As it continued to shrink, it soon became the size of a human. After turning into a streak of light, it fused with Huang Xiaolong's body. A tiny golden dragon appeared on Huang Xiaolong's skin, and it seemed to have been tattooed on him. The only difference between the tiny golden dragon and a tattoo was that it seemed to be alive. The head of the dragon could be seen on Huang Xiaolong's chest, and the tail formed on his back. The golden dragon formed a nice semicircle around his body. When Huang Xiaolong slowly opened his eyes, he could hardly contain his excitement to realize that the armor had already fused with him. He knew that there were 3 levels to the armor, and the golden dragon tattoo around him was the first level of defense. As the first level of defense, the tattoo of the golden dragon was the weakest of the 3. Despite that, when Huang Xiaolong used it together with his physical defense, the number of people who could hurt him could probably be counted on one hand. Huang Xiaolong's Dao soul retreated to the space within the Huang Long armor after he had refined the spirit, and he saw a small world contained within the space of the armor. When his Dao soul entered the small world, he noticed 10 suns blazing in the skies. There were 10 of them. All 10 suns contained the power of Grand Dao, and heavenly dragons surrounded them as they unleashed roar after roar. The 10 suns seemed to contain the power of the entire Huang Long world in them as they hovered in the skies. When Huang Xiaolong saw the 10 suns and felt the terrifying power contained in them, he felt a sense of excitement bubbling in his heart. Words couldn't describe his feelings when he saw the 10 suns. Each one of them was a drop of Huang Long's blood essence. The drop of blood essence was several thousand times larger than the drop of blood essence he obtained after refining the dragon scale in the past. If he refined all 10 drops, he would definitely be able to enter the Dao Venerable realm. No, he might even be able to go a little further. In the past, he had entered the 3rd resurrection primal ancestor realm after refining the tiny drop of blood essence left behind within the dragon scale. As he looked at the massive blood essence that formed a tiny sun in the mini-world inside the Huang Long armor, Huang Xiaolong was at a loss for words. At the very most, Huang Xiaolong estimated that he would only need to refine 2 suns to enter the Dao Venerable realm. Sucking in a cold breath, Huang Xiaolong decided to emerge from the tiny world to calm himself down. When he emerged, he suppressed the joy and excitement in his heart before retrieving a single drop of blood essence. The instant it appeared above him, blinding rays of light emerged and illuminated the entire sealed space. Circulating his grand mist parasitic medium instantly, Huang Xiaolong started to refine the enormous drop of blood essence. When streams of cosmos energy started entering Huang Xiaolong's body, he felt as though his entire body was burning up. His Dao souls, high-order saint fates, Dao heart, and his tiny worlds felt as though they were on fire. Beams of golden light emerged from them as all of them seemed to burst into flames. Instead of feeling intense pain, Huang Xiaolong felt a wave of comfort wash over him. It was a feeling he had never felt in his life, and he felt as though he was floating on clouds. He broke free of the restraints of the world, and he seemed to be drifting in the laws governing the Huanglong world. Time flowed on, and Huang Xiaolong's cultivation realm started to rise once again. While he absorbed the energy contained in Huanglong's blood essence, a massive explosion rang out in the space outside the dragon-fish creed. The entire region started to shake. A terrifying gale swept through the lands, and the disturbance affected Li Shui and the other members of the creed. What's going on? Everyone turned to look at the source of the blast, and they were shocked to discover that there was a massive hole in the protective formation around the dragon-fish creed. Black demonic chi poured in from the space outside the barrier, and the demonic chi was different from anything they had ever felt. There were traces of crimson swimming among the black chi, and everyone seemed to be repulsed by the presence of the black chi. The faces of everyone changed when they noticed the black chi. Demons! Demons from the outer world. The demons from the outer world are here. Disciples of the dragon-fish creed. Gather right now to defend against the beasts. The roars of several experts filled the entire region, and the hall masters took on their positions immediately. Several dozen Dao venerables appeared to gather the experts around them. The sacred lands populating the dragon-fish creed started to light up as streams of light soared into the skies. Attack! Kill the intruders and seal up the hole. We cannot allow the demons to affect His Highness. Li Shui's voice boomed across the air. She reacted instantaneously as she quickly guessed the reason behind their invasion. Huang Shui had barely crossed the tribulation, and he was currently refining the leftover energy after the tribulation. If the demons of the outer world disrupted his cultivation, he would suffer from an extremely serious backlash. The various hall masters didn't hesitate in the slightest as they threw themselves into battle. With the combined might of so many Dao venerables, miserable cries could be heard coming from the invaders. The power to shatter worlds smashed into the demons, and billions upon billions of them were killed. However, there were just too many demons. In the blink of an eye, a whole new group appeared and swarmed through the hole. The number of demons the Dao venerables killed was nothing more than a tiny fraction of those present. Another hole was blasted through the dragon-fish creed all of a sudden, and another group of demons started to rush through the break-in defenses. The expressions of those from the dragon-fish creed fell instantly. The peak-level Dao venerables from the outer world had made their move. There was no other explanation for another hole to be blown through the defensive barrier otherwise. There might even be more than one of them. Indeed, several dozen black figures rushed into the dragon-fish creed before anyone could react, and the arrow they released could suppress Hu Yifeng and the others. Ninth esteemed Dao venerables. A total of 15 of them came. As soon as they entered, they ignored Li Shui and the others as they rushed towards the core of the dragon-fish creed. It was clear that their target was Huang Shui and Huang Shui alone. When Li Shui and the others saw what the demons were doing, their expressions fell. Lord Li Shui, what do we do now? Wang Ziyang panicked. Li Shui, who had always dealt with matters calmly, started to reveal a trace of anxiety. Quick, pass down my order. Request for every single cultivator in the dragonfish heavenly cave to protect His Highness. All primal ancestors and Dao venerables are to rush to the dragonfish creed, right now to fend off the invaders. Hu Yifeng and the others hastily agreed. Inform the various patriarchs of their creeds in the other regions and request for them to come over to protect His Highness too. Even though they would arrive too late to the party, Li Shui no longer had a choice. The invasion was too terrifying, and the combined might of 20 creeds in the dragonfish heavenly cave was not enough to hold them back. As Li Shui slowly regained her composure, orders flew out one after another. Giant runes started to light up all of a sudden around the dragonfish creed, and they seemed to illuminate the entire region. A godly dragon started to materialize, and that was the ultimate ability of the dragonfish grand formation. The godly dragon was the formation spirit of the dragonfish grand formation, and it was strengthened by generations after generations of experts. For several billion years, it had received tempering from God knew how many peak-level Tao venerables, and one could only imagine how strong it was. Not to mention the fact that the formation spirit was originally a peak late 9th esteem Tao venerable realm beast of creation. There were even rumors going around that Huang Long himself had once reinforced the formation in the Dragonfish Creed. That was the power of a god of creation they were talking about. It was a formation that was imbued with the power of a god of creation. As soon as the formation was activated, a layer of light covered the bodies of the disciples of the Dragonfish Creed. The disciples who were fighting the demons felt their power increase many folds. They felt like they ate some sort of power pill that boosted their strength. Usually, those who ate a pill to boost their strength would feel a backlash after the effective period of the pill ended. But the light was a different existence. They could also feel that the demons attacking them were suppressed by the light that covered them. When they were strengthened by the light around them, the demons were suppressed. On the other hand, the disciples of the Dragonfish Creed carried out a wanton massacre of the other party. In an instant, blood filled the skies. Black rain and golden mist filled countless sacred lands lying around the region. The golden mist was formed from the blood of the disciples of the Dragonfish Creed, and the black rain was the blood of the demons. Very quickly, the invasion alarmed the various creeds around the Dragonfish Heavenly Cave. Zheng Lin and Yin Yu also received the news in the Silver Shadow Creed. What? The demons from the outer world are invading the Dragonfish Creed. Yin Yu screamed. They are currently requesting reinforcements from the various creeds in the Divine Tuo Holy World. No one else knew that Huang Xiaolong was in the Dragonfish Creed, other than her and her master. Master, we have to go there immediately, Yin Yu yelled in panic. No matter how talented Huang Xiaolong was, she felt that there was no way he could fight the entire army from the other world by himself. Zheng Lin saw the anxious look on Yin Yu's face, and she chuckled softly. Are you worried about the little brat? Yin Yu's face turned red, and she tried to deny. Master, I am not worried for young Master Huang. I'm thinking of His Highness Huang Shui. After all, he is the son of creation. If the demons manage to injure him, Zheng Lin laughed happily. I didn't say anything about Huang Xiaolong. Yin Yu's explanation only made things worse for herself. In an instant, her face flushed red. She might not have interacted much with Huang Xiaolong, but she realized that she couldn't get him out of her mind since the time he had left. Every time she thought about him, a weird feeling would form in her heart. It was something she had never felt before. With young Master Huang's current strength, no demons would be able to harm him. Even if he ran into their entire army, he would be able to escape unscathed. There is no need for you to worry about him, Zheng Lin said. Of course, since we know that Huang Shui is the target of the demons, we can't sit here and do nothing. Half a day later, the experts of the Silver Shadow Creed charged towards the Dragonfish Creed. At the same time, experts from all over the Divine Tuo Holy World were rushing over as quickly as they could. Not a single power dared to remain idle when Huang Shui was in danger. In the Golden Sun Forest, Huang Xiaolong was completely out of the loop as he continued to refine the blood essence left behind by Huang Long. Several dozen years passed once again. By the time Huang Xiaolong refined the first drop of blood essence, he had reached the peak of the late 9th Resurrection Primal Ancestor realm. He was only a single step away from entering the Tao Venerable realm. As soon as he opened his eyes, he felt that the world before him was turning transparent. His mind became extremely clear, and it was a feeling he couldn't put in words. He felt that there was a veil separating him from the actual Huang Long world in the past, but after refining the blood essence, the veil had disappeared. With his Tao soul covering the lands, Huang Xiaolong realized that he could observe the situation outside the sealed space. In fact, he managed to cover the entire sacred land that housed the Golden Sun Forest easily. Ha! Huang Xiaolong gasped in surprise. He realized that the sacred lands around him were shattered. It was as though the apocalypse had happened when he was stuck in cultivation, and the entire region had turned into one of ruin. He also noticed the demonic chi lingering in the air as a scary thought flashed through his mind. Demons from the outer world. from the demonic qi in the air. He knew that the number of demons who had managed to enter the divine Tuo holy world numbered in the trillions. Retrieving his transmission symbol, he realized that the experts around him had sent him several reports about the invasion. He learned that demons of the outer world had invaded the Dragonfish Creed to stop Huang Shui from entering the Dao Venerable Realm. The grand battle had lasted for several years, but with the help of the various creeds and the Dragonfish Grand Formation, they had managed to force the demons back. With a weird light flashing in his eyes, Huang Xiaolong counted the time in his head. If that was the case, Huang Shui should be done refining the energy in his tribulation soon. Doesn't that mean that I have to enter the Dao Venerable Realm as quickly as possible? Huang Xiaolong thought to himself. As soon as Huang Shui were to leave seclusion, the Dragonfish Creed would hold a ceremony to proclaim him as the leader of all the creeds. As such, he had to enter the Dao Venerable Realm before the ceremony. When that happened, he would personally appear at the ceremony. Weren't they thinking of presenting his head to Huang Shui? He would twist off Huang Shui's head with his own hands during the ceremony to shut them all up. Knowing that Huang Shui was about to leave seclusion soon, Huang Xiaolong didn't dare to tarry as he started to devour the second drop of blood essence. As the second drop of blood essence hovered above Huang Xiaolong, the power of the Huanglong world poured down into his body. After entering the 9th Resurrection Primal Ancestor Realm, Huang Xiaolong's speed of absorption became several hundred times faster than before. Year after year, time flowed on. Huang Xiaolong finally entered the half-step Dao Venerable Realm, and another 10 years passed in the blink of an eye. When Huang Xiaolong took a deep breath, the entire world started to tremble. There was no mistake. The entire space around him started to pulse when he took a single breath. It was as though he had fused into the world, but he still seemed to remain an independent existence. As he took breath after breath, his body turned transparent. He seemed to have turned into a world of his own. The world existed within the Huanglong world, and he felt as though the world he was in had assimilated completely into the Huanglong world. By this time, the second drop of blood essence was the size of a fist. Huang Xiaolong had reached the limit of a half-step Dao Venerable, and it was no exaggeration that he would be able to enter the Dao Venerable realm the moment he took another step forward. Ordinarily, a half-step Dao Venerable would barely start the formation of the mini-world inside them. When they entered the Dao Venerable realm, the small world would turn corporeal and become something that existed in their bodies. However, Huang Xiaolong had 3 small worlds in his body at the half-step Dao Venerable realm. All 3 of them emitted rays of blinding light, and the third and last world experienced a shocking transformation. Cosmos energy pulsed in it, and it seemed as though something was forming in the third small world in his body. The second drop of blood essence was eventually refined by Huang Xiaolong. A bitter smile formed on his face. He had estimated that the 2 drops of blood essence would be enough to push him into the Dao Venerable realm, but he was wrong. He stopped at the peak of the half-step Dao Venerable realm. Luckily for him, there were still 8 drops of blood essence left. I wonder if Huang Shui has completed his breakthrough, Huang Xiaolong muttered under his breath. By that point, more than 20 years had passed since Huang Shui had crossed his tribulation. Retrieving his transmission symbol, Huang Xiaolong contacted Di Bai to ask about the Dragonfish Creed and Huang Shui. He received a reply quickly. From Di Bai's report, Huang Xiaolong learned that Huang Shui was still stuck in seclusion. He planned to charge straight into the second esteemed Dao Venerable realm with the cosmos energy provided by 10 peak-level Dao Venerables. There were even some rumors going around that Huang Shui had managed to enter the late first esteemed Dao Venerable realm after his tribulation. Attacking the bottleneck of the second esteemed Dao Venerable realm immediately, Huang Xiaolong was slightly taken aback. It seemed as though Huang Shui's ambition was pretty big. If he managed to achieve 2 breakthroughs at once, his achievements would shock the divine Tuo holy world, and it would be considered a never-before-seen miracle. Like Shenyuan Patian and the other geniuses, they would only be able to enter the mid-first esteemed Dao Venerable realm even if they managed to gain the help of other Dao Venerables. No one had ever heard of someone entering the late first esteemed Dao Venerable realm in one show. But Huang Shui was planning to go even further. Once he became successful, his reputation would shoot through the roof. Huang Xiaolong didn't hesitate to contact Feng Yu, Long Jianfei, and the others. He had planned to open the treasury of the Frost Eye race with Feng Yu several years earlier, but he had delayed it time after time. He was actually feeling a little bad about it. After he notified her about the delay again, he spoke to Long Jianfei to ensure that everything was going fine before retrieving the third drop of blood essence. All right, this should be enough, Huang Xiaolong thought to himself when he looked at the massive drop of blood essence above him. Initially, he had planned to refine all 8 drops at once. That would ensure that he would definitely enter the second esteemed Dao Venerable realm or more, but he realized that time was not on his side. He would need at least 100 years to do so, but Huang Shui would have long since emerged from his seclusion. He wouldn't be able to make it for the ceremony either. As such, Huang Xiaolong decided that entering the Dao Venerable realm would be more than enough. Once he did, killing Huang Shui would be nothing more than a wave of his fingers. Circulating the Grand Mist parasitic medium, Huang Xiaolong started to refine the third drop of blood essence. The energy contained in it poured into his body without stopping. Countless years passed, and on one fine day, a shocking change occurred. 11 people sat around each other in a sealed space in the Dragonfish Creed. There were 100 Grand Dao spiritual veins swimming around them, and all of them were top-grade Grand Dao spiritual veins. One wouldn't be able to locate a single top-grade Grand Dao spiritual vein in the divine Tuo holy world, no matter how hard they tried. But there were 100 in the sealed space in the Dragonfish Creed. As Grand Dao energy poured down from the multitude of Grand Dao spiritual veins, they entered the body of a young man sitting cross-legged among the 11. Of the other 10, they were of different genders, and their ages differed greatly. The only similarity between them was the fact that they were all peak-level Dao Venerables. Cosmos energy emerged from their bodies and entered the body of the young man among them. At the peak of the late first esteemed Dao Venerable realm, the youngster was a step away from entering the second esteemed Dao Venerable realm. A massive golden dragon could be seen behind him as it emitted chilling dragon's might. It was nearly similar to the golden dragon that would appear behind Huang Xiaolong, albeit the fact that it was a little weaker. Of course, it still exuded the pressure of the Huanglong world. As the light behind him started to grow stronger and stronger, the entire space started to tremble. The trembling wasn't caused by Huang Shui, and it felt as though the entire divine Tuo world was shaking. Primal ancestors and those weaker than them failed to feel a thing, but Dao Venerables were not so lucky. All of them felt the change in the divine Tuo holy world, and the 10 peak-level Dao Venerables around Huang Shui opened their eyes and gasped in shock. Staring at each other, they couldn't understand what was going on. However, the world started to shake again before they could react. At their level, nothing could surprise them. However, the trembling of the entire world was something they didn't expect to happen. What's going on? The Red Fox Dao Venerable exclaimed. The divine Tuo holy world. It seems like the world itself has been nurturing some sort of heaven-defying treasure. The world is about to undergo transformation. Bai Chang, the dragonfish Dao Venerable, muttered in a solemn voice. 100 years ago, they had felt the same thing happen. No one had thought that 100 years later, they would experience the same phenomenon. Moreover, the transformation to the divine Tuo holy world seemed even more terrifying than the last. The patriarchs of the Divination Creed, Moon Wolf Creed, and the others were all shocked. Anything that could cause the world to react so violently had to be something terrifying. When they stared at each other with solemn expressions, another disturbance came from the depths of the divine Tuo holy world. With the world trembling violently, the grand Tao that filled the lands started to boil. That was right. It boiled like water. A wave of terror flashed through their eyes. If they were alarmed before, they could no longer keep calm now. All of a sudden, Huang Shui, who was sitting among them, opened his mouth to vomit out a mouthful of golden blood. It was clear that the changes to the Grand Tao forced his state of cultivation to a standstill. Unable to properly absorb the cosmos energy coming from the 10 of them, he suffered from a slight backlash. Oh no! His Highness is in danger. Snapping back to reality, the 10 of them quickly dispersed their cosmos energy as they focused on stabilizing Huang Shui's condition. With the 10 of them combining their powers, they managed to stop Huang Shuai's injuries from getting worse. The 10 of them sighed. However, the look on their faces was one of despair. None of them had thought that the Grand Tao laws in the Divine Tua Holy World would react so violently all of a sudden, stopping Huang Shuai from breaking through. Since he was interrupted, stepping into the second esteemed Tao Venerable realm would no longer come as easily as before. Moreover, the fluctuations in the Grand Tao seemed to be getting stronger and stronger. None of them dared to pour cosmos energy into Huang Shuai's body, in fear of injuring him any further. It didn't take long for Huang Shuai to come to his senses. His expression was as ugly as could be. He hadn't expected his breakthrough to be interrupted at the last second, and he remained at the peak of the late first esteemed Tao Venerable realm. Patriarchs, what do you think of this? A golden light flashed through Huang Shuai's eyes as he turned to stare at the 10 Tao Venerables around him. It seemed as though he could see through everything in the world, but no matter how hard he tried, he failed to find the cause of the disturbance. All 10 of them stared at each other silently. Eventually, Bai Cheng, the dragonfish Tao Venerable, spoke. We can only wait to see what treasure is born from the world. Your Highness, please rest assured that we will use everything in our power to discover what affected your cultivation. Wu Kuan, the divination Tao Venerable, assured him. Nodding his head slowly, Huang Shuai replied, I'll have to trouble you guys. Your Highness, this is our duty. There is no trouble at all. Bai Cheng and the others bowed respectfully. In the sealed space within the Golden Sun Forest, Huang Xiaolong was covered in a rain of lightning and fire. Terrifying beams of light bathed his body in an attempt to swallow him whole. The lightning that slammed into him was even more terrifying than the purple lightning that had appeared during his past breakthroughs. And the fire was something the Black Lotus flames couldn't think of matching up to. The weird light that enveloped him was dozens of times stronger than the light of Nirvana. If the 10 patriarchs around Huang Shuai could see the scene happening in the sealed space, they would be too shocked for words. The lightning was something that only existed in the legends. It had only appeared during the formation of the Huanglong world, and it was dubbed the White Incineration Lightning. It was strong enough to incinerate everything in its path, and nothing stood in its way. The fire came from the origin, and it was named the Origin Flame. The light that surrounded Huang Xiaolong was named the Light of Creation, and it appeared when the myriad of creatures in the Huanglong world were created in the past. A frighteningly strong ball of 3 energies filled the space Huang Xiaolong was in. Boom! As white dragons formed from the White Incineration Lightning, they slammed down towards Huang Xiaolong. The Origin Flame and Light of Creation appeared in tandem as they crashed towards the man. When they found their target, the Divine Tua Holy World trembled under the impact. The Grand Tao laws contained in the Divine Tua Holy World shook once again, and a horrifying pressure descended. The faces of everyone in the main hall of the Dragonfish headquarters creed sank. Bai Cheng and the others were experts who stood at the peak of the Divine Tua Holy World, and the power they wielded was nothing to scoff at. However, they felt weaker than an ant in the face of the crushing pressure that came from the source of the Huanglong world. Traces of Grand Tao flashed through the eyes of everyone present, as they tried to locate the source of the disturbance. Despite their strength, they were unable to peer at the monstrous origin of the fluctuations that was Huang Xiaolong himself. Their senses told them that the disturbance came from somewhere within the Dragonfish Heavenly Cave, but at the same time, it seemed to originate from the entire Divine Tua Holy World. As the trembling became stronger, the Grand Tao laws started to pulse with greater intensity. Silver Shadow Tao Venerable and the others stared into the space above them with a look of fear in their eyes. Master, do you think it's possible for the monsters in the outer world to create such a mess? Inu muttered softly. The demons in the outer world had barely retreated, and no one could blame her for thinking that they were responsible for the changes. In fact, there were tons of experts in the Divine Tua Holy World who thought that way. Zhang Lin shook her head and sighed softly. This has nothing to do with the demons. The Divine Tua Holy World seems to be nurturing something, causing the changes. How could that be? Inu and the experts of the Silver Shadow Creed yelled in terror. I'm afraid that the heavens are about to change. Zhang Lin stared at the skies above with a complicated expression on her face. Yu and the others had no idea what she meant, but Yu quickly followed up with her question, Master, do you mean that something in the divine Tua holy world is about to change? With the transformation taking place, something big is bound to happen. There are countless experts who are starting to feel the change. The entire divine Tua holy world is affected, but none of us can be sure what actually happened. The scene that played out in the Silver Shadow Creed played out everywhere else, as Dao Venerables felt the transformation around them. Even ninth esteemed Dao Venerables, who hid themselves from the world, emerged to look for the reason. The fluctuations lasted for 4 whole years, and at the end of the 4th year, everything went back to normal. The trembling stopped, and the grand Dao laws that were wreaking havoc went back to normal. There were only several peak-level experts who could feel the difference in the world around them. Despite that, they couldn't describe the change in mere words. After everything went back to normal, half a year passed before the Dragonfish Creed sent out an announcement to the divine Tua holy world. The Dragonfish Dao Venerable, Red Fox Dao Venerable, Divination Dao Venerable, all 10 super creeds will hold the creation ceremony in 10 years. They invite all the powers in the divine Tua holy world over as guests. The news caused the divine Tua holy world to tremble once again. Countless Genesis races started to move, and so did the other creeds. In the Boundary Emperor Creed, Long Jianfei and the rest were burning with worry. All of them tried to contact Huang Xiaolong, but no one received a reply. Year after year passed, and only 2 years remained till the start of the creation ceremony. Is there still no news from His Highness? Bai asked Long Jianfei and the rest. He was extremely worried as Huang Shui would become the young patriarch of the 10 strongest creeds the moment the ceremony ended. When that happened, the various factions would show their support for him, and it would be too late for Huang Xiaolong to do anything at that point. Not yet, Long Jianfei sighed. They knew that after Huang Xiaolong had left the Boundary Emperor Creed, he had gone over to the Silver Shadow Creed to cure Yu's mother. They had no idea where he had gone after that. We should head over to the Dragonfish Creed to look for His Highness, Duan Feng muttered softly. Even though they did not know where Huang Xiaolong was, they could guess that he was currently in the Dragonfish Creed. Do you mean to say His Highness is currently in the Dragonfish Creed? Bai exclaimed. Long Jianfei and the rest nodded slowly. They told him how Huang Xiaolong had always been planning to head over, and there was nothing they planned to hide from Bai now that he was one of them. The only thing that eluded them was the reason why Huang Xiaolong would have entered the Dragonfish Creed. Bai frowned when he heard what they said. The Dragonfish Creed is massive, and if we don't know his exact location, we might spend more than 10,000 years looking around. Long Jianfei and the rest sighed. They knew that Bai wasn't messing with them. The only thing they could hope for was for Huang Xiaolong to reply to them. Golden light filled the sealed space in the Golden Sun Forest, and cosmos energy pulsed around Huang Xiaolong's body. It crashed about like waves, and the weird thing about the cosmos energy was that it was split into 3 completely different types. No one, since the start of time, had managed to possess 3 different types of cosmos energies, but Huang Xiaolong managed to do it. The 3 different types of cosmos energies didn't clash with one another despite being of different attributes, and instead, they seemed to complement each other perfectly. As the 3 types of cosmos energies swirled around Huang Xiaolong, they started to form a Shenhuang holy dragon around him. However, they separated to form different creatures in the next moment, and those creatures were ones that emitted nefarious qi that challenged the very notion of holiness. Soon, they turned into different objects that represented the different elements, and they even turned into weird spiritual beasts. When Dao Venerables crossed their 7th tribulation to enter the high-level Dao Venerable realm, the cosmos energy in their bodies would start to transform. It could turn into anything they wished, but Huang Xiaolong was merely a first-esteemed Dao Venerable. Despite that, the cosmos energy he wielded was able to bend to his will. Half a year passed in the blink of an eye, and the cosmos energy around Huang Xiaolong started to enter his body. The golden light around him started to fade, and he slowly opened his eyes. Taking a deep breath, a look of surprise formed on his face. He had finally entered the Dao Venerable realm. Moreover, he had reached the peak of the early first esteemed Tao Venerable Realm. The third small world that he had created previously was also able to produce cosmos energy. Finally, he was able to control the cosmos energy produced by all three small words in him. His grand Tao physique reached a terrifying level, and after the tempering by the white incineration lightning, origin flame, and the light of creation, his strength and defenses increased countless times over. This should be the Tao body of heaven and earth from the legends, right? Huang Xiaolong thought to himself. Tao physiques were also split into different levels. The Tao body of heaven and earth was the strongest among them, and unless the heavens crumbled and earth shattered, never to reform again, Huang Xiaolong would be immortal. Without even using his cosmos energy, Huang Xiaolong knew that he would be able to pummel a sixth esteemed Tao Venerable to the point that his parents wouldn't recognize him. He might even be able to fight early seventh esteemed Tao Venerables. If he used his cosmos energy, he should be able to sweep the floor with eighth esteemed Tao Venerables. However, there was still something that disappointed Huang Xiaolong. The three worlds in him were able to produce cosmos energy, but none of them could produce the energy of creation all large worlds were able to. He knew that he would have to be cautious when dealing with ninth esteemed Tao Venerables, even with his current strength. Of course, with the Huang Long armor, there was no need for him to be afraid of them. After he entered the Tao Venerable realm, Huang Xiaolong learned about the terrifying abilities of the armor. Since the god of creation, Huang Long, had personally forged the armor, there were not only countless creation-level formations inscribed on the armor, but there were also tons of peak-level energies, native to the Huang Long world, imbued in it. Even ninth esteemed Tao Venerables wouldn't think of shattering his defenses. The only way anyone would be able to shatter the armor would be if they had the strength of a god of creation. That was not possible, as no god of creation would remain in the Huang Long world if they were born. Huang Xiaolong celebrated in his heart because if there was a possibility for the armor to fall into the hands of anyone else, things could get troublesome for him. As he inspected his body, his transmission symbol started to buzz. When he took it out, he realized that there were tons of reports and messages from Long Jianfei and the others. There were even some from the mystical pavilion, but the most recent one was from Long Jianfei. Huang Shui has left seclusion. The creation ceremony is about to take place. A light flashed in Huang Xiaolong's eyes. After reading through all the reports, he realized that there was only a year and a half left till the creation ceremony. From what Dibai said, Huang Shui had stopped at the late first esteemed Tao Venerable realm and was unable to proceed further. With the same deadpan face, Huang Xiaolong knew that it didn't matter which realm Huang Shui reached. Even if the man entered the second esteemed Tao Venerable realm, he wouldn't be able to change his fate should Huang Xiaolong plan to kill him. "It's time for me to leave," Huang Xiaolong muttered to himself. Getting to his feet, he left the sealed space. As soon as he emerged, he looked at the body of the mountain and reached out to grab at the air before him. A golden pearl emerged from the mountain all of a sudden, and it was the sealed space Huang Long had used to store the Huang Long armor. After Huang Xiaolong had refined the armor, he had gained the ability to bring the dragon pearl away. Even though the pearl wasn't part of the set of creation, it was extremely useful. The immemorial grand formation in the immemorial immortal cave might not be able to suppress high-level Tao Venerables, but the dragon pearl could do so with ease. If Huang Xiaolong threw a seventh esteemed Tao Venerable into the pearl, they wouldn't be able to escape no matter how hard they tried. When he used the pearl along with the armor, Huang Xiaolong's Huang Long bloodline would receive a huge boost. He would be able to devour anything at speed unimaginable to anyone else. Keeping the dragon pearl, Huang Xiaolong tore through space and left the Golden Sun Forest. Not too long after he left, he met several Tao Venerable Realm beasts who were quickly thrown into the dragon pearl as its first residence. In the past, Huang Xiaolong needed to reveal his Huang Long bloodline and beat any Tao Venerables till they submitted. However, his strength had reached a whole new level now that he had entered the Tao Venerable realm. His Huang Long bloodline had mutated once again, and he could brand the Tao souls of those in the same realm as him with a creation-level curse. With it, he could easily control Tao Venerables. Of course, it would pose some difficulty if he wanted to brand the souls of high-level Tao Venerables. Other than that, No one would be able to defend their Dao souls if Huang Xiaolong set his sights on them. Setting his course straight, Huang Xiaolong charged towards the Mystical Pavilion's branch instead of meeting Long Jianfei and the rest. As the Mystical Pavilion's branch was in the Blue Lotus Creed in the Dragonfish Heavenly Cave, Huang Xiaolong would be able to arrive in a matter of days. At his current speed, he could basically be considered teleporting. If 6 esteemed Dao Venerables used all they had, they would only be able to travel several trillion miles through space. However, Huang Xiaolong was able to do the same by flying, and the amount of cosmos energy he used was basically negligible. With Huang Xiaolong's 3 worlds operating at full capacity, he was no weaker than 8th esteemed Dao Venerables. Along the way, Huang Xiaolong told Long Jianfei and the others that he had already left seclusion, and that there was no need for them to worry about his well-being. At the same time, he notified Yin Yu and Feng Yu. The number of messages they had sent to him during his seclusion wasn't something he could count on both hands. Yin Yu's message spoke about the creation ceremony and how Huang Shui might make a move on him during the event. She hoped that Huang Xiaolong would avoid showing up completely. He could feel the concern she had for him through the messages she left for him. As for Feng Yu, she spoke about opening the Frost Irace's treasury, and she wondered if he ran into some accidents along the way. While Huang Xiaolong rushed over to the Mystical Pavilion's branch, Zheng Lei's expression was ugly to the extreme. One could feel the rage smoldering in his eyes, and it felt as though flames were about to spew from them at any given moment. After his previous deadline, Huang Xiaolong had disappeared for 10 whole years. He hadn't even bothered informing Zheng Lei. He felt as though Huang Xiaolong was looking down on his authority as a branch master of the Mystical Pavilion. How dare that little fucker! If Huang Xiaolong were to appear before him right now, he would kill the brat without a doubt. When Zhang Wen and the others stood before Zheng Lei, they felt killing intent rolling off his body in waves. Their limbs went cold, and they didn't dare to speak a single word. Pavilion Branch Master, why don't we invite some other expert? Zhang Wen asked after thinking about it for a moment. Do you think I'm retarded? Have I not thought of that? Old Monster Flame and the maniacal ancestor wants 5 billion Tuashan Dao coins before they are willing to make a move. They're asking for much more than Huang Xiaolong. They were both users of the Absolute Blaze, and there was someone else called the Black Shadow Devil who he had failed to get a hold of. Whatever the case, his only choice was Huang Xiaolong. All of a sudden, Zhang Wen's transmission symbol trembled. He stared at Zheng Lei for a moment before taking it out cautiously. When he read the newest message, a look of joy appeared on his face. Pavilion Branch Master, Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong sent me a message. Huang Xiaolong. The killing intent on Zheng Lei's face disappeared faster than a lightning bolt on a clear day, and he laughed happily. Huang Xiaolong gave us a reply. He felt like he had found an oasis in a desert after enduring 10 days of thirst. Just several seconds ago, he was planning to rip Huang Xiaolong into shreds. However, the thought was thrown to the back of his head the moment Zhang Wen received the reply. Quick! Quick! What did he say? Zheng Lei didn't even wait for Zhang Wen to reply. Tell him I've got all 20 strands of beginning qi ready. Zhang Wen laughed bitterly. Throughout the years, he had sent the same message to Huang Xiaolong countless times. Lord Pavilion Branch Master, Huang Xiaolong said that he is currently rushing over. He says to prepare all the ingredients, and he will be able to arrive in 5 days. We can start the refinement process then. Zhang Wen bowed and replied, roaring with laughter. Zheng Lei continued, Great, great. Tell him I've made the necessary preparations. We're all waiting for him to start. Bowing respectfully, Zhang Wen sent Huang Xiaolong his reply. Beside Zhang Wen, Chun Shaoan growled unhappily. Lord Pavilion Branch Master, Huang Xiaolong wasted 10 years of our time. He doesn't even take us seriously. About this. A frosty light flashed through Zheng Lei's eyes. Of course we'll deal with that. However, we can only make a move on him after he completes the pill. When he does, he will spit out 100 times what he plans to take from me. Chun Shaoan snickered. Lord Pavilion Branch Master, Huang Xiaolong still has a ton of blue lotus nectar left on him. He might even have the blue lotus itself. Blue lotus. Blue lotus nectar. Greed soon raged in Zheng Lei's eyes. Also, I've heard that His Highness Huang Shui is planning on dealing with Huang Xiaolong. I wonder if the rumors are true, Chen Xiaoan continued. Regardless, we should take him down after he completes the pill. Zheng Lei glanced at Chen Xiaoan for a second, and he remained silent. A thought flashed through Chen Xiaoan's mind in that instant. Silence means consent. Several days later, Huang Xiaolong arrived at the levitating sacred land where the mystical pavilion's branch was located. The levitating sacred land was one of the two largest sacred lands in the Blue Lotus Creed, and Huang Xiaolong could see tons of flying ships lining the skies when he arrived. When he entered the cities, he saw mounts and chariots of the various families. Regardless of which branch it was, the mystical pavilion was not to be underestimated. It was located in the most prosperous areas, and several rare grand Dao pills would be put on sale by the mystical pavilion from time to time. Those were treasures even super chambers of commerce wouldn't be able to get their hands on. Moreover, they would be able to deal with some problems even ninth esteemed Dao venerables couldn't. As soon as he stepped into the city, he noticed countless people lining the streets. His Highness, the Son of Creation, will be undergoing the creation ceremony soon. This is probably the first and last event of its kind. I've heard that the Mystical Pavilion's branch is selling an absolute beginning dragon crystal. I should buy that to present to His Highness during the ceremony. What's that worth? I'm planning to buy the Azure Dragon skin for His Highness. What? Do they even sell that? The Azure Dragon skin is said to be the skin of the great Azure Dragon, which it shed when it enters the high-level Dao Venerable Realm. That's right. However, it will probably cost several 100 million Tuoshan Dao coins. Huang Xiaolong heard the discussion of several people before him. He saw that they wore crimson gold robes, and from what he saw, they should be experts who came from a neighboring region. With his Dao souls covering the city, Huang Xiaolong discovered no less than 100 Dao venerables in the city. Ordinarily, it would be hard to see even a single Dao venerable. However, there were tons of them who turned up for the creation ceremony. As he followed the crowd, Huang Xiaolong arrived at the branch of the mystical pavilion. He noticed Zhang Wen and the others standing at the entrance with a worried look on their faces. When they saw him, it was like they saw their savior and their eyes lit up. They quickly made their way over to him. Many people recognized Zhang Wen, Chen Xiaoan, and the others. They were high-level enforcers of the mystical pavilion, and they were fourth-esteemed Dao venerables. Everyone was shocked when they saw the four of them welcoming an ordinary-looking youngster. Who in the world is he? Many people might have heard of the battle in Monarch Yu Sacred Land, but not many people recognized Huang Xiaolong. It's him. It's Huang Xiaolong. Someone screamed all of a sudden. What? Huang Xiaolong. Is he the person who sent Shenyuan Patian flying with a single kick? Heated discussion broke out among the crowd all of a sudden. Everyone present heard of Huang Xiaolong, and all of them did so through the battle in Monarch Yu Sacred Land. Who was Shenyuan Patian? He was one of the two tigers of the divine Tua Holy World, and he had 10 high-order Saint Fates. He was a mid-first esteemed Dao Venerable, but a little brat at the primal ancestor realm sent him packing. The story said that Shenyuan Patian was sent flying several million miles, and he rolled across the ground till his face was full of dirt. The creeds and any superpower in the divine Tua Holy World that had the slightest bit of power trembled when they heard the news. Huang Xiaolong might have been in seclusion when he refined the armor, but his reputation didn't suffer in the slightest. If anything, he became even more famous. Isn't Huang Xiaolong a fifth resurrection primal ancestor? How can he send Shenyuan Patian flying with a single kick? Shenyuan Patian and Bai Yi were both sent flying. The 3 moons of the divine Tua Holy World were there to watch what happened. Isn't Huang Xiaolong a 7th resurrection primal ancestor? Discussions broke out in the crowd. The rumors of the battle might have spread far and wide, but there were only disciples of the Dragonfish Creed present during the battle in the Monarch Yu Sacred Land. The experts of other factions didn't believe what they were told. After all, Huang Xiaolong might be talented, but talent didn't translate to strength. Even with 11 high-order Saint Fates, 3 Dao Souls, and the ability to wield cosmos energy. They would rather die than to believe that Huang Xiaolong could take down the fourth esteemed Dao Venerable, Bai Yi. The Shenyuan Dao Venerable will definitely appear during the creation ceremony, but Huang Xiaolong dares to show his face here. Isn't he seeking death? The Shenyuan Dao Venerable isn't the only one coming. There are tons of people planning to kill Huang Xiaolong, and there are rumors going around that even His Highness Huang Shuai is planning to make a move. Huang Xiaolong killed too many disciples of the Dragon Fish Creed, including Yu Zhou, the disciple of Enforcement Hall Master Zhu Hui. If they refused to deal with him, they would be sullying the reputation of the Dragon Fish Creed. Everyone pointed at Huang Xiaolong and cursed him behind his back. Young Master Huang. Zhang Wen and the others revealed cheerful smiles when they approached him. We have been waiting for you. Huang Xiaolong returned the greeting. Just as they were about to invite him into the mystical pavilion, a haughty voice rang through the skies. Huang Xiaolong, you're said to be an unbeatable experience. Let me test if that rumor is true. All of them couldn't help but stop in their tracks. Turning around, a middle-aged lunk with a square face and a big mouth stood before him. It's Zhou Xingyu of the Lifeless Creed. He's said to be a mid-fourth esteemed Dao Venerable. Zhou Xingyu of the Lifeless Creed? I've heard that the blood of the Golden Phoenix flows through his veins. He has an undying Dao physique, and his Dao soul ranks in the top 10. His combat prowess is terrifying, and even fourth esteemed Dao Venerables wouldn't dare to fight him. What? Golden Phoenix bloodline? Undying Dao physique? Everyone around them was taken aback. The Golden Phoenix bloodline was one of the strongest bloodlines in the Divine Tuo Holy World. It wasn't any weaker than Shenyuan Potion's Lightning Tiger bloodline. His undying Dao physique was also one of the top 30 grand Dao physiques in the Divine Tuo Holy World. Casually glancing at Zhou Xingyu, Huang Xiaolong asked, "Are you sure you wish to fight me?" He knew what Zhou Xingyu was thinking of. If he managed to defeat Huang Xiaolong in front of so many experts, his reputation would soar. It seemed as though the man was extremely confident in his own strength. He knew that Bai Yi of the Shenyuan Creed suffered in Huang Xiaolong's hands, but he was still willing to try. That's right. Zhou Xingyu nodded before raising his head to physically look down on Huang Xiaolong. He was clearly belittling the other party, and he felt that the rumors of Huang Xiaolong's battle in the Monarchy Sacred Land was something people were exaggerating for the sake of doing so. Whatever the case, Huang Xiaolong was a mere primal ancestor. He had only seen primal ancestors lowering their heads around him. Do you think you have the qualifications to fight me? Huang Xiaolong looked at Zhou Xingyu and sighed. Not any random dog on the street can request to fight me. Random dog on the street. The crowd erupted the moment the words left his lips. Huang Xiaolong compared Zhou Xingyu to a random dog trying to challenge him. That's too arrogant of him. He doesn't know what's good for him. Zhou Xingyu's expression was as ugly as could be, and an enraged laugher escaped his lips. Huang Xiaolong, do you really think that only fifth esteemed Dao Venerables reserve the right to challenge you? Unexpectedly, Huang Xiaolong shook his head. I don't think so. You can probably try it if you're at the peak of the sixth esteemed Dao Venerable realm. With Huang Xiaolong's current strength, he could probably kill a peak late sixth esteemed Dao Venerable with a single punch if he wanted to. However, he couldn't tell them that. Silence descended on the lands as they stared at him in stunned silence. Only peak late sixth esteemed Dao Venerables had the rights to challenge Huang Xiaolong. Everyone started to shake their heads. They felt that Huang Xiaolong was being too arrogant for his own good. They even thought that his brain devolved after he cultivated. If he felt that only peak late sixth esteemed Dao Venerables could challenge him, he would have the strength of a high-level Dao Venerable. Not even Zhang Wen and the others could believe what they just heard. No matter how strong Huang Xiaolong was when he fought Bai Yi and the others, and regardless how talented he was, he would rival a fifth esteemed Dao Venerable at best. With Zhou Xingyu's abilities and talent, he was more than qualified to issue a challenge. As his chest inflated to the size of a balloon at the borders of bursting, killing intent rose in his heart. He glared at Huang Xiaolong, wanting nothing more than to tear him to shreds on the spot. Stepping forward all of a sudden, Zhang Wen spoke. Taoist friend Zhou Xingyu. Young Master Huang is an esteemed guest of our branch pavilion master. Please don't make things difficult for us today. Zhang Wen might be trying to diffuse the situation, but his tone was firm. There was no negotiating with him. In an instant, Zhou Xingyu's expression sank. He nodded eventually, but he growled in anger. All right, I shall leave it at this since Taoist friend Zhang Wen has spoken. Before he left, he turned to Huang Xiaolong and sneered. The mystical pavilion can protect you today, but if you run into me again, you won't be lucky enough to leave with your limbs intact. Hee, we'll meet again. His meaning couldn't be clearer. Tearing through the skies, Zhou Xingyu left. Young Master Huang, please. Zhang Wen gestured for Huang Xiaolong to enter the inner hall. As soon as they entered the inner hall, the streets erupted. Huang Xiaolong is definitely bullshitting. He's definitely afraid of fighting Zhou Xingyu. He's just using the excuse to avoid the battle. The battle in the Monarch Yu Sacred Land should be fake. Someone definitely exaggerated Huang Xiaolong's achievements. How can a fifth resurrection primal ancestor send Bai Yi flying with a single kick? That's right. Even with 11 high-order Saint Fates, he wouldn't be able to fight Shenyuan Patian in a one-on-one battle, much less Lord Bai Yi. His ability to use cosmos energy should be fake too. How can a primal ancestor wield the power of a Tao Venerable? This lie is nonsense. Only dumbass will believe these sort of rumors. A group of ladies stood in the crowd, and one of them had facial features comparable to a goddess. She looked cold, but she exuded an authoritative air. It was clear her position in the divine Tua holy world wasn't low. In fact, she was the daughter of the Red Fox Tao Venerable Hu Shaoqian. Her talent might not be comparable to Yinyu, Fengyu, and Yuyu, but her reputation was comparable to either of them. She cultivated for a longer time than the three of them, and she was already at the fourth esteemed Tao Venerable realm. Despite that, she was stronger than Zhou Xingyu from the Lifeless Creed. One of the female disciples beside Hu Shaoqian whispered in her ear, "Young lady, Huang Xiaolong is probably trying to draw more attention to himself. He's just a weakling who doesn't dare to accept Zhou Xingyu's challenge. No matter how talented he is, he wouldn't be able to pull off what he did in the Monarch Yu Sacred Land. There has to be some expert helping him in the dark." "I think so too." An old lady behind Hu Shaoqian spoke up all of a sudden. "Huang Xiaolong's aura is completely hidden, and his cultivation realm cannot be felt by any of us. He is probably hiding whatever little strength he has, and the stories of his Saint Fates and Tao souls should be fabricated. There's no way a primal ancestor can use cosmos energy." The old woman was a late 5th esteemed Tao Venerable, and she was a Vice Hall Master in the Red Fox Creed. She was called Du Lime. Hu Shaoqian shook her head silently and she signed. "I thought that he would be someone who wouldn't be afraid of anything. Who would have thought that he's nothing but a timid rat? How disappointing. Too disappointing." Hu Shaoqian had to emphasize the word twice. In the dozens of years that passed, she heard legends of Huang Xiaolong from the mouths of others. The legends of him were blown up to epic proportions, and she was planning to see him during the creation ceremony. Now that she saw him protected by the mystical pavilion, she was at a loss for words. "Young lady, you have overestimated him. Huang Xiaolong is far from comparable to His Highness Huang Shui. He's only fit to follow by His Highness' side, like the slave he should be." The disciples from the Red Fox Creed burst into laughter. "Let's go. We should enter the mystical pavilion too." Hu Shaoqian spoke before leading everyone into the mystical pavilion's branch. When those standing around saw Hu Shaoqian, they hastily retreated to the side. Those who recognized her bowed respectfully, and those who didn't mirrored the actions of others when they recognized the robes on their bodies. "Who is that lady?" The woman behind her seems to be Vice Hall Master Du Lime from the Red Fox Creed. "How can you not recognize young lady Hu Shaoqian? I've heard that the Red Fox Tao Venerable was willing to marry her off to His Highness Huang Shui as his concubine. No one knows if he accepted. How is that possible? With her identity, she should be more than a mere concubine. His Highness Huang Shui is the son of creation. he will definitely conquer the divine Tua holy world in the future, and the myriad of worlds in the Huanglong world would be controlled by him and him alone. Hu Shaoqian will be fortunate if she manages to enter his harem. There are many ladies hoping that he would take a fancy to them, but they might not even get the chance. That's true. Everyone muttered under their breaths, and when Hu Shaoqian heard the discussion, a frown formed on her face. Her mother did speak to her about the matter, but she was extremely reluctant to agree. She didn't expect for the matter to spread before she could take a stance on the matter. Young lady, there's no need to listen to them, one of the disciples whispered when she saw the look of disgust on Hu Shaoqian's face. Nodding slowly, she led the members through the entrance of the mystical pavilion. The reason she came to the mystical pavilion was to obtain a strand of beginning qi. She heard the news that Branchmaster Zhang Lei managed to get his hands on several dozen of them, and in order to continue cultivating, she needed several strands. Not too long after she arrived, disciples wearing the robes of the Dragon Fish Creed arrived. Everyone exclaimed in shock when they noticed the newcomers, and the commotion became bigger than when Huang Xiaolong and Hu Shaoqian entered the pavilion. That's young Master Lin Zhuai, the young patriarch of the Dragon Fish Creed. He's with Lu Xinxin, the direct disciple of Grand Hall Master Li Shui. The two leading the way were indeed Lin Zhuayu and Lu Xinxin of the Dragon Fish Creed, and they were the most talented disciples before Huang Shui appeared. They had 9 high-order Saint Fates, and they had invincible bloodlines and Dao souls. Their grand Dao physique ranked in the top 20, and their reputation precedes them. They were the pride of the Dragon Fish Creed. Haha, you don't know this, but the Mystical Pavilions branch is selling a top-tier dragon spear. It's a high-level cosmos artifact, and the two of them are probably here to get it as a gift for His Highness, Huang Shui, when he ascends. The two of them led the disciples of the Dragonfish Creed into the branch as discussions flew about around them. As the disciples in the mystical pavilion bowed respectfully, they welcomed Lin Zhuai and Lu Xinxin into the inner hall. Of course, the other disciples had to wait outside. Young Patriarch Lin, young Lady Lu, please wait for a moment. Our branch pavilion master will be out soon. The disciple in charge of reception told the both of them before retreating to inform Zhang Lei. When the two of them looked around, they noticed 3 other people sitting in the inner hall. There was a youngster whose aura was hidden, and there were 2 ladies. Hu Shaoqian and Du Limei looked at the two of them curiously. It was clear they didn't intend to bump into each other in the mystical pavilion. Senior brother Lin, junior sister Xinxin. Hu Shaoqian got to her feet quickly. As the Dragonfish Creed and the Red Fox Creed were closely related, their relationship wasn't too bad. Senior sister Shaoqian. Lu Xinxin laughed. Lin Zhuai exchanged pleasantries with her, and after a long time, he turned to the young man who looked exceptional on all bases and asked, "You are?" Anyone who would enter the inner hall of the mystical pavilion had to be someone important. However, Lin Zhuai couldn't think of who the man was. "He's Huang Xiaolong." Hu Shaoqian snapped all of a sudden. "What?" Lin Zhuai and Lu Xinxin jumped all of a sudden. Lu Xinxin's expression sank and she glared at Huang Xiaolong. "Are you the person who exterminated Yu Zhou's grand Dao physique and trapped his Dao soul?" Yu Zhou was Zhu Hui's direct disciple, and he was also her godbrother. Huang Xiaolong didn't bother looking at them and he basically ignored their presence. "He's my godbrother." Lu Xinxin growled at Huang Xiaolong as an expression of frost formed on her face. As though she was afraid Huang Xiaolong wouldn't recognize her, Lu Xinxin snapped, "I am the direct disciple of Grand Hall Master Li Shui, Lu Xinxin. He's the young patriarch of the Dragonfish Creed, Lin Zhuai." Huang Xiaolong casually raised his eyebrows in response. "Oh? Are you here to take revenge for Yu Zhou?" Lu Xinxin exploded with rage when she saw Huang Xiaolong's lackluster response to her revelation. Pointing at Huang Xiaolong, she growled, "Huang Xiaolong, do you think you're better than all of us because you have 11 high-order Saint Fates? Do you have 11 high-order Saint Fates?" Huang Xiaolong finally turned to face her and he asked with an expressionless face. Freezing on the spot, Lu Xinxin had no idea how to reply to his shameless question. I hate people who cuss me out when pointing at me. If you do it again, I'll rip out all your fingers. Huang Xiaolong muttered. Lu Xinxin was enraged and she yelled at Huang Xiaolong. Who do you think you are? You're a mere primal ancestor. Learn your place. She prepared to make a move on Huang Xiaolong as soon as she spoke. However, Lin Zhuai stopped her from making the worst mistake in her life. He turned to look at Huang Xiaolong and he started to speak. Huang Xiaolong, you committed a serious crime by destroying the body of a core disciple of the Dragonfish Creed. I hope that you can hand over their Dao souls now. During the ceremony, you shall apologize to the world and agree to submit to His Highness, Huang Shui. If you agree to do this, my master will pardon you for the sake of your 11 high-order saint fates. Huang Xiaolong couldn't help but laugh when he heard what Lin Zhuai said. You want me to serve Huang Shui? When they heard how Huang Xiaolong addressed Huang Shui by name, their expression sank. It was especially so for Lu Xinxin, as Huang Shui was the person she looked up to the most. She refused to hear anyone disrespecting him. Huang Xiaolong continued before she could speak. Get Huang Shui to submit to me. He should know his place. What? Lin Zhuai and Lu Xinxin weren't the only ones who questioned their hearing when he spoke. Even Hu Shaoqian and Du Limei's expressions changed. Huang Xiaolong's words were enough to get his entire clan exterminated. And more. Who was Huang Shui? He was the son of creation. How dare Huang Xiaolong ask someone of his level to submit to him? How dare you? Preposterous! The four of them yelled in unison. Enough! A voice rang through the hall, and a middle-aged man made his entrance. When they saw the newcomer, everyone suppressed their anger. Branch Pavilion Master Zheng Lei. The four of them greeted him respectfully as soon as he appeared. Even though the four of them made their greetings, Huang Xiaolong didn't bother getting to his feet. With his strength and status, a mere 7th esteem Dao venerable like Zheng Lei wasn't worth his time. A trace of rage flashed through Zheng Lei's heart when he noticed Huang Xiaolong's actions, but he quickly suppressed his anger. Even the Blue Lotus Dao Venerable had to bow respectfully in his presence. However, he endured it as he needed Huang Xiaolong's help to refine his pill. Young Master Huang. Zheng Lei strode into the hall and greeted Huang Xiaolong with a smile on his face. When the four saw how Zheng Lei treated Huang Xiaolong, they couldn't help but feel that something was wrong. Pavilion Branch Master Zheng Lei. Huang Xiaolong nodded slightly and he remained in his place. Rage overwhelmed Zheng Lei, and he nearly made a move on Huang Xiaolong right there and then. Palace Master Zheng Lei. Where's the 20 strands of beginning qi you promised me? Ignoring the smoldering Zheng Lei, Huang Xiaolong asked about his rewards instantly. 20 strands of beginning qi? Lin Zhuai, Lu Xinxin, Hu Shaoqian, and Du Limei gasped in shock. It was especially so for Hu Shaoqian, as her eyes widened in surprise. The strands of qi were the reason she came. Zheng Lei felt his lips twitching when Huang Xiaolong asked about the strands of qi. He chuckled in response. Young Master Huang, I have long since prepared them. He retrieved a spatial ring and passed it over to Huang Xiaolong as soon as he spoke. When Huang Xiaolong checked the contents, he saw strands of beginning qi swirling in the space within as they emitted gray gas. That was the beginning qi he was talking about, and there were exactly 20 strands. Strands of beginning qi were split into different levels, and those in the ring were all of the mid-grade or higher. One could see the effort Zheng Lei put into gathering them. Nodding his head in satisfaction, Huang Xiaolong kept them all. Hold it! Hu Shaoqian, who was standing by the side, yelled in haste all of a sudden. Pavilion Branch Master Zheng Lei, how much are they? I will buy them all. Zheng Lei was stunned, but he shook his head and laughed slowly. Young Lady Shaoqian, I have promised to give them to young Master Huang. They are no longer mine. 100 million Tuashan Dao coins. I will pay 100 million for each strand. Hu Shaoqian didn't give up. Shaking his head again, Zheng Lei said, I've made myself clear. They are no longer mine. No matter how much money she offered, there was no way he could give them to her. Otherwise, he would have wasted his efforts for the past tens of years. He needed Huang Xiaolong to craft his pills, and that was of utmost priority. Branch Pavilion Master Zheng Lei, I know that you still have 10 strands of beginning qi. I wish to buy them all with 1,000,000,000 Tuashan Dao coins. Hu Shaoqian gritted her teeth and made an offer. Her sources told her that he managed to obtain 30 strands of qi, and she was right. Zheng Lei turned to look at Huang Xiaolong, and a crafty thought flashed through his mind. Young Lady Shaoqian, I will have to apologize. They will soon belong to young Master Huang as per our agreement. Hu Shaoqian and the others stared at Huang Xiaolong in shock. Huang Xiaolong, our young lady will buy them off you for 100 million a strand. Du Limei snapped at Huang Xiaolong all of a sudden. Of course, he wouldn't bother staring at someone like her. You! With rage brewing in her heart, Du Limei glared at Huang Xiaolong. No matter what, she was a vice hall master of the Red Fox Creed. She was also a 5th esteemed Dao Venerable, and never had anyone dared to ignore her presence. What? Are you planning to snatch it from me? Huang Xiaolong turned around all of a sudden to glance at her. If she was planning to, he didn't mind killing her off to warn the rest. Ahem! Zheng Lei coughed dryly and interrupted. Vice Hall Master, this is the mystical pavilion. Young Master Huang is my esteemed guest, and I hope you will control yourself. Du Limei glared at Huang Xiaolong, but she eventually decided against doing anything. Lin Zhuai and Lu Xinxin stared at Huang Xiaolong, and she spoke all of a sudden. Pavilion Branch Master Zheng, we heard about the sale of the peerless dragon spear in the mystical pavilion. We are here for that. Huang Xiaolong's heart trembled slightly when he heard what they said. The immemorial sword was useful, but it was no longer able to withstand his energy. He had long since thought of changing a weapon. Under Lu Xinxin's questioning, Zheng Lei nodded his head. That's right. Our mystical pavilion was entrusted by someone to sell a peerless spear. It's a high-level cosmos artifact, and it's called the Shaking Dragon Spear. Shaking Dragon Spear. Lin Zhuai, Lu Xinxin, and the others gasped in shock. The Shaking Dragon Spear was famous since the ancient times. Everyone there had heard of it before. Back then, the Shaking Dragon Spear was a weapon that had accompanied one of the Genesis-era ancestors in the Holy Dragon race. It was said that the ancestor had refined it with all his might. On the day the spear was completed, half the race gathered together to celebrate. Even though it might be somewhat exaggerated, one could see how powerful the spear was. The Shaking Dragon Spear might be a high-level cosmos artifact, but it was comparable to peak-level cosmos artifacts in terms of offensive strength. That's right. It's the Shaking Dragon Spear. Zheng Lei laughed. He wasn't surprised by their reactions at all. In the entire Divine Tua Holy World, there were several peak-level cosmos artifacts at best. All of them were inheritance treasures in the Super Creeds. They would only bring it out when they faced a calamity that would threaten their existence. The Shaking Dragon Spear was second only to a peak cosmos artifact. Who is the person selling it? Du Limei asked. A look of reverence could be seen on her face. Zheng Lei smiled. That's a secret. Pavilion Branch Master Zheng Lei. We are planning on buying the Shaking Dragon Spear for His Highness Huang Shuai. What do you think of our offer? Lin Zhuai asked. Zheng Lei hesitated. Originally, we were planning to auction off the spear. Since you wish to purchase the item for His Highness, we are willing to sell you the spear directly for a price of 15 billion Tuashan Dao coins. Even though people might place things on auctions in order to get the highest price possible, there was always a chance to buy the item for the right price. What? 15 billion Tuashan Dao coins. Lin Zhuai and Lu Xinxin jumped up in surprise as they cried out involuntarily. No one could believe their ears. That was a sky-high price. Never in their lives had they heard of an item being sold for 15 billion Tuashan Dao coins. Even Huang Xiaolong was shocked by the price. Back then, a 9th esteemed Dao Venerable had bought a strand of Genesis Qi for 10 billion Tuashan Dao coins. That had shocked the entire world. The Shaking Dragon Spear was priced above the strand of Genesis Qi. That was Dao coins they were talking about. Lu Xinxin couldn't help but ask, Pavilion Branch Master Zheng Lei, isn't this price a little too high? How about 8 billion? She spoke softer and softer as she realized how crazy she sounded. 8 billion was the maximum amount that the two of them could afford. When Zhang Lei heard this, he laughed and shook his head. Young Lady Lu, that's impossible. The price I'm offering you is 15 billion. Of course, you can also wait until the auction before bidding. I plan to hold an auction in 3 months, but the starting bid would be 12 billion Tuashan Dao coins. With the starting bid at that amount, the price might easily cross 15 billion. Their faces turned dark. This pavilion branch master Zheng Lei. Let us return and report this to our master. We will be able to gather the 15 billion. Lin Zhui muttered. However, you need to reserve the spear for us. Just as Zhang Lei was about to agree, Huang Xiaolong interrupted. I'll buy this shaking dragon spear for 15 billion now. What? Everyone was dumbfounded. They turned to stare at Huang Xiaolong as they couldn't believe that he had so much money on hand. Lu Xinxin's face sank. Huang Xiaolong, can you take out 15 billion Tuashan Dao coins? You better not mess around here. Do you really think that our dragonfish creed is afraid of you? Even Dao venerables wouldn't be able to take out so much money at once. Even creeds might not be able to afford it. She didn't believe a primal ancestor like Huang Xiaolong had the ability to pay for the spear. As such, she determined that he was there to cause trouble for the dragonfish creed. Huang Xiaolong glanced at her casually before throwing over a spatial ring. Here is 15 billion. Lu Xinxin mocked. Do you really think that there'll be 15 billion Dao coins in there because you said so? Are we supposed to take your word for it? How laughable. All of a sudden, the restrictions around the spatial ring broke, and Dao coins landed all around the hall. As Grand Dao Qi filled the space around them, Lu Xinxin felt a little suffocated. Her pretty eyes scanned the vast fortune before her, and she gasped in fright. There was exactly 15 billion in the spatial ring. Lin Zhuai, Hu Shaoqian, Du Limei, and everyone present were overwhelmed with shock. Nobody could remain calm when they were staring at 15 billion Dao coins. Not even the branch master, who had seen 15 billion Tuashan Dao coins, could remain calm. The branch master of the mystical pavilion was no exception either. Pavilion branch master Zheng Lei. What do you think? Huang Xiaolong ignored the others as he asked Zheng Lei. Zheng Lei was overwhelmed with shock, but he quickly regained himself as his eyes flickered with greed. He grinned. Who would have thought that young Master Huang would be so wealthy? Since that is the case, the shaking dragon spear shall be sold to you. Now that Huang Xiaolong had bought the shaking dragon spear, Zheng Lei thought that he would capture the kid when the pills were done. Wouldn't that mean that the spear would return to him eventually? It was like he had obtained the 15 billion Dao coins for free. That was 15 billion Tuashan Dao coins. Moreover, if Huang Xiaolong was able to take out 15 billion so easily, he definitely had even more on him. Zheng Lei's heart started beating faster. Hearing that Zheng Lei was going to sell the shaking dragon spear to Huang Xiaolong, Lin Zhuai, and Lu Xinxin's faces turned extremely unsightly. Huang Xiaolong, don't you know that the spear is meant for His Highness Huang Shuai? How dare you snatch his treasure? Lu Xinxin pointed at him angrily. In her eyes, this shaking dragon spear belonged to Huang Shuai. Forget it. Let's leave. Lin Zhuai blocked Lu Xinxin before glaring at Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong, you are obviously going against His Highness Huang Shuai. You'll be going against the world when he ascends to his position. When that happens, no one can save you. Huang Shuai was the son of creation, and if Huang Xiaolong were to oppose him, he would be challenging the world. Just as Lin Zhuai and Lu Xinxin were about to leave, Huang Xiaolong's indifferent voice rang through the hall. Did I say you can leave? When Lin Zhuai and Lu Xinxin heard what he said, they stopped dead in their tracks. Lu Xinxin sneered. Huang Xiaolong, what do you mean by that? Are you planning to move against us? Lin Zhuai sneered coldly. He didn't believe that Huang Xiaolong had the guts to do anything to them as he was the young patriarch of the dragonfish creed. If Huang Xiaolong attacked him, he would turn into an enemy of the dragonfish creed. However, Huang Xiaolong was indifferent. You can't say that I didn't give you a chance. Make your move. I'll give you one try to kill me with everything you got. Earlier, Lin Zhuai and Lu Xinxin had ridiculed him endlessly. He wouldn't be called Huang Xiaolong if he allowed them to leave as they liked. Their faces turned extremely ugly. Zheng Lei and Hu Shaoqian frowned. Huang Xiaolong dares to challenge the two of them by himself. Du Lime mocked. Humph! You don't know what's good for you. Huang Xiaolong glanced at Du Lime. Don't worry, it will be your turn soon. At the same moment when Du Lime's face sank, Lin Zhuai and Lu Xinxin yelled in unison. Their auras soared rapidly as cosmos energy poured out from their bodies frantically. Huang Xiaolong didn't remain idle as he made his move. A Dao soul appeared above Lin Zhuai's head along with 9 high-level Saint Fates. A sky-blue light shot out from his body, revealing his Zhangqiong Dao physique. It was ranked 18th among the Dao physiques. Even though Lin Zhuai was only a late first esteemed Dao venerable, the aura he gave off was even stronger than many third esteemed Dao venerables. Even a mid-fourth esteemed Dao venerable like Hu Shaoqian was secretly surprised. Meanwhile, on Lu Xinxin's body, 9 high-order Saint Fates appeared. An icy black light emerged from her body, and the aura she gave off was no weaker than Lin Zhuai. Kill! The two of them attacked at the same time, and their combined strength was more than enough to rival a fourth esteemed Dao venerable. When they moved, the world felt as though it was going to split apart. Huang Xiaolong, you're a mere primal ancestor. I refuse to believe that you're strong enough to stop us, Lu Xinxin exclaimed. When the two of them attacked, even the various experts standing around were shocked. That's cosmos energy. What's going on? Looks like someone is fighting in the mystical pavilion's branch. Who's crazy enough to do that? That sounds like Lu Xinxin from the Dragonfish Creed. Huang Xiaolong. Is she fighting him now? The experts outside were alarmed, but Huang Xiaolong stared at Lin Zhuai and Lu Xinxin indifferently. When the two of them lunged at him, he casually raised a single finger. Their expressions changed immediately. That was especially true for Lu Xinxin, whose heart turned cold. It was as though she had seen the scariest thing in her life. When their faces changed, Du Lime snapped back to reality, and she gasped, "Shit!" Without thinking any more about it, she attacked Huang Xiaolong. The Dragonfish Creed and the Red Fox Creed were allies. As a deputy hall master of the Red Fox Creed, she couldn't sit around to see the two of them throw their lives away. As a late fifth esteemed Dao venerable, the grand Dao laws started to churn when she unleashed her attack. The power contained in her strike was enough to turn a continent into dust. When Lin Zhuai and Lu Xinxin saw Du Lime springing in to assist them, they were overjoyed. However, they celebrated a little too early as a palm emerged from the void to slap Du Lime away. Lin Zhuai and Lu Xinxin were like shooting stars as they soared through the air. They smashed into the pillars surrounding them before flying out into the plaza. Right before they emerged, there was an uproar outside the pavilion. If Lu Xinxin and Huang Xiaolong were to fight, who do you think will win? One of the experts asked, and his question sparked a discussion. Lu Xinxin is a first esteemed Dao venerable. A mere primal ancestor like Huang Xiaolong is no match for her. Haha, everything that happened in the past should be fake. Huang Xiaolong can't possibly win. Someone in the crowd laughed. Just as they spoke, 2 figures crashed into the plaza before them. When the spectators saw the 2 figures, they were dumbfounded. Meanwhile, inside the main hall, Zheng Lei and Hu Shaoqian stared dumbfoundedly as they looked at Du Lime, who was sent flying by the tiger-like beast standing beside Huang Xiaolong. The paw belonged to the beast standing quietly beside him. Mid-6th esteemed Dao venerable, Zheng Lei shouted in surprise. Hu Shaoqian's expression sank instantly. When Huang Xiaolong had left the Golden Sun Forest, he had casually subdued 6 Dao venerable realm vicious beasts. One of them was the tiger beast standing beside him. There was even one of them at the late 6th esteemed Dao venerable realm. Based on Huang Xiaolong's understanding of the area, he felt that the tiger beast would be more than enough to deal with any trouble that would arise. While the 2 of them were still in shock, the disciples from the Dragonfish Creed ran out to save the 2. Lin Zhuai and Lu Xinxin eventually regained their senses. Even though the 2 were still alive, Huang Xiaolong had already shattered their meridians and their extinguishable Dao hearts. Even if a peak late 9th esteem Dao Venerable were to treat them, they would never recover to their peak state. With their talent, they were more than capable of reaching the 9th esteem Dao Venerable realm. But now, Lin Zhuai and Lu Xinxin's faces were extremely unsightly. Huang Xiaolong, my dragonfish creed will definitely end you, Lu Xinxin shrieked. When my master arrives, she will definitely kill you. Killing intent flashed through Huang Xiaolong's eyes. Young Master Huang, this is my mystical pavilion. Please spare their lives, Zheng Lei requested as he sensed Huang Xiaolong's killing intent. Even though he was the branch pavilion master and wasn't scared of the dragonfish creed, he would be in trouble if the two of them were killed under his watch. Huang Xiaolong stared at Zheng Lei, causing goosebumps to appear all over his body. Get lost. If I see anyone from the dragonfish creed in next 10 seconds, all of you will leave your lives here today, Huang Xiaolong growled. When they saw the look in his eyes, no one dared to test his patience. They ran away as quickly as they could. As for Hu Xiaoqian, she couldn't act like nothing was wrong. Bidding Zheng Lei farewell, she stared at Huang Xiaolong hatefully. The tiger-like beast beside Huang Xiaolong roared, causing Du Limei's face to turn white. After they were gone, Huang Xiaolong spoke about the pill refinement process with Zheng Lei. Not too long after, Zheng Lei brought Huang Xiaolong to a secret space with nothing but a gigantic furnace in it. Even though there was only a large pill furnace in the entire place, Huang Xiaolong could sense more than 20 hidden experts hiding around the area. To be specific, there were 26 of them in the Dao Venerable realm. These 26 Dao Venerables had evidently used some formidable cosmos artifact to hide their auras before merging with the space around them. Even a 7th esteem Dao Venerable wouldn't be able to sense them. Huang Xiaolong sneered inwardly. It was too bad that their target was him. These 26 Dao Venerables were obviously from the mystical pavilion, and the reason they were there was obvious. Once he succeeded in refining the pill, Zheng Lei would take him down immediately. Amongst the 26 experts, 4 of them were 6th esteem Dao Venerables, 14 were 5th esteem Dao Venerables, while the rest were 4th esteem Dao Venerables. Adding on Zheng Lei, who was a 7th esteem Dao Venerable, the group was a force to be reckoned with. It was more than enough to sweep away every 7th esteem Dao Venerable who came knocking. If he hadn't broken through to the Dao Venerable realm, and if he hadn't obtained the Huang Long armor, he might truly be in danger. Too bad for them, he had already done both those things. In fact, he had his reasons for helping Zheng Lei. After all, the man was willing to pay him 30 strands of beginning qi. From the looks of it, there was no way he was there to refine an ancient Grand Dao pill. No Grand Dao pill was worth so much. Moreover, there was no way someone required both the power of Absolute Blaze and the Nirvana Flame to refine a mere Grand Dao pill. The pill Zheng Lei wanted to refine was definitely a Genesis-level pill. Genesis pill. Even though Genesis-level Dao pills were incomparable to a strand of Genesis Qi, it was much better than beginning Qi. It was still much better than Absolute Origin Qi. It was a rare cultivation treasure even for 9th esteem Dao Venerables. A single Genesis pill was more than enough to last an expert of that level millions of years. Imagine a furnace that made Genesis-level Dao pills. Huang Xiaolong's heart started beating faster and faster. Currently, he was a peak mid-first esteem Dao Venerable. With a whole furnace of Genesis-level pills, he would be able to break through to the peak late first esteem Dao Venerable realm. In fact, he had a chance to progress to the 2nd esteem Dao Venerable realm. Items in the Genesis level could be said to be going against the heavens. The ingredients used for Genesis pills were precious beyond belief, and there were more than 100 different types. A single herb of that level was priceless, much less so many of them. That was also the reason a Genesis-level pill was way better than a strand of beginning qi. The value of a furnace of Genesis-level pills was astronomical. Zheng Lei then pointed to a furnace and smiled. Young Master Huang. This furnace was used by the Sun and Moon Creed. We obtained it after expending a lot of effort, and we shall be using the Sun-Moon furnace this time. Huang Xiaolong was taken aback. Isn't the Sun and Moon pill furnace said to be able to refine everything in the world? The Sun and Moon Creed was a peak-level power in the Divine Tuo Holy World. Back when they were at their peak, they were no weaker than the Dragonfish Creed. They were known as the #1 pill refining sect in the Divine Tuo Holy World. Back then, there was a saying that went, "The master of the sun and moon is the supreme pill cultivator." Legend had it that more than half the Grand Tao pills that were produced in the past came from the Sun and Moon Creed. As the sect-defining treasure of the Sun and Moon Creed, the furnace was a high-level cosmos artifact. It was close to the peak level. In the past, the Sun and Moon Creed had refined a furnace of Genesis-level pills and drawn the attention of many experts. Those who lusted over the pills had formed an alliance and wiped the Sun and Moon furnace off the face of existence. When the furnace had gone missing back then, no one knew who obtained it. Who would have thought that it would be in Zheng Lei's hands? Seeing Huang Xiaolong's shocked face, Zheng Lei laughed. That's right, the Sun and Moon pill furnace. Originally, he wouldn't have shown such a treasure to others so easily. For the sake of refining Genesis-level pills, he could only use the pill furnace. After all, the better the quality of the furnace, the higher the possibility of creating the pills was. He couldn't afford a single mistake. Of course, since he dared to show Huang Xiaolong the Sun-Moon furnace, he planned to kill the man after the deed was done. Huang Xiaolong stood before the furnace, and he saw the etchings on the surface of the furnace. Even though it wasn't activated, he could feel the hidden power pulsating through the artifact. Good furnace, Huang Xiaolong praised inwardly. He was lacking a good pill furnace, and who would have thought that Zheng Lei would send one his way? That was a windfall for him. Young Master Huang, if everything is ready, shall we start the refinement now? Seeing Huang Xiaolong staring at the Sun-Moon furnace, Zheng Lei couldn't help but sneer inwardly. All right. Huang Xiaolong nodded his head as a warm smile appeared on his face. Following which, Zheng Lei took out the materials for refining the pills. 9 heaven silver water, empty fairy grass, Genesis-level herbs were placed before Huang Xiaolong one after another. Huang Xiaolong narrowed his eyes as he knew that he was right. Zheng Lei was definitely planning to refine Genesis-level pill. Exactly 108 herbs were placed before him. After an hour, Huang Xiaolong activated the Sun-Moon furnace, causing the skies to change color. With the power of absolute blaze and the nirvana flame, phantom suns and moons appeared above him. The sun blazed on as a silvery glow covered the lands. When Huang Xiaolong was starting to refine the pills, Lin Zhuai and Lu Xinxin returned to the Dragonfish Creed. When the upper echelons saw the state they were in, their expressions changed greatly. Even Bai Cheng, who could remain calm if the world collapsed, frowned. What's going on? The person who spoke was Li Shui, the Grand Hall Master of the Dragonfish Creed. When Li Shui saw her beloved disciple beaten up so badly, her charming smile disappeared, and her expression turned dark. Huang Xiaolong did this to us. Master, please avenge us. What? Huang Xiaolong. The upper echelons of the Dragonfish Creed changed drastically, including Li Shui. Bai Cheng frowned, and his eyes seemed to pierce through the world. His gaze traversed through space and time, and anger burned in his heart. When they felt the aura coming from Bai Cheng, everyone couldn't help but tremble. Even a mid-ninth esteemed Dao venerable like Li Shui felt her heart thumping with fear. The existence of a peak-late ninth esteemed Dao venerable was enough to crush everything in his way. First came Yu Zhou, and then Hu Yifeng's direct disciple Han Tong. Now Huang Xiaolong has moved against Lu Xinxin. He's doing this on purpose. How dare he challenge the authority of our Dragonfish Creed? Zhu Hui couldn't help but growl. Huang Shui, who was sitting at the side, sneered. Huang Xiaolong severely injured junior brother Lin Zhuai and junior sister Lu Xinxin. He's provoking all the great creeds. No, he's challenging the entire Divine Tuo Holy World. Everyone knew that the top creeds in the Divine Tuo Holy World had banded together. Injuring Lin Zhuai was the final straw. As Huang Shui was the son of creation, challenging his authority was nothing short of provoking the Divine Tuo Holy World. Your Highness Huang Shui is correct. Hu Yifeng added, Patriarch, Grand Hall Master. You tolerated Huang Xiaolong because of his talent time and time again. Not only did he not appreciate our gestures, he even injured our young patriarch. In the future, he will definitely move against us. That's right, Patriarch, Grand Hall Master. Please give the order to take him down. Several Hall Masters voiced out in succession. One after another, everyone started to speak up. Shuai, how did Huang Xiaolong injure you? Tell us everything that happened. I want nothing but the truth. Bai Cheng looked at the two of them and asked. Yes, Master. Lin Zhui bowed respectfully before replying. He didn't dare to hide anything, and he recounted everything that had happened. He knew his master's temper. If Bai Cheng found out that he lied, he would be severely punished. When they heard that Huang Xiaolong had taken out 15 billion to purchase the shaking dragon spear, everyone was astonished. But when they heard that Huang Xiaolong Gad sent the two of them flying out of the mystical pavilion's branch with a single flick of his fingers, they were flabbergasted. The only thing that was more surprising was that Huang Xiaolong possessed a 6th esteem Dao Venerable Realm Beast that had sent Du Lime flying with a single strike. One had to know that taming a 6th esteem Dao Venerable Realm Beast was extremely difficult. One needed a special taming method that most Dao Venerables didn't know about. How in the world did he do it? Moreover, there was the matter of the 15 billion. In contrast to the money Huang Xiaolong had paid, Bai Cheng cared more about the 30 strands of beginning qi that he had given to Huang Xiaolong. Did Zheng Lei really not charge Huang Xiaolong for the beginning qi? Bai Cheng asked. Lin Zhui nodded his head. That's right, Hu Shaoqian wanted to, but a single strand for 1 billion. But Zheng Lei refused to sell it to her. He said that all of them were for Huang Xiaolong. It seemed as though he gave them away for free. Everyone turned and looked at each other. If that's the case, Zheng Lei definitely needs him for something. Li Shui judged. It has to be something really important to Zheng Lei. Otherwise, he wouldn't give away so many strands of beginning qi. What the hell is worth giving 30 strands of beginning qi? Wang Ziyang frowned deeply. It was worth a terrifying amount of money. How could Zheng Lei possibly give them away without asking for anything in return? Moreover, based on his identity as the pavilion branch master, why would he need Huang Xiaolong's help? Huang Shuai, who was standing at the side, commented, It doesn't matter what he needs Huang Xiaolong for. The fact that Huang Xiaolong provoked our dragon fish creed doesn't change. Patriarch Bai Cheng, pass down the order. We'll capture him. After capturing him, I'll pardon him if he's willing to pledge his allegiance to us. Otherwise, we'll kill him to prevent anything from going wrong in the future. We'll use his head as an offering during my Ascension ceremony. Huang Shuai's eyes radiated with killing intent. Everyone turned to Bai Cheng, whose eyes flickered slightly. I shall follow your highness' will. He turned around and ordered, Li Shui, make a trip to the mystical pavilion's branch. Demand for Zheng Lei to hand him over. What if Zheng Lei refuses? Li Shui muttered. Others might be afraid of the dragonfish creed, but with Zheng Lei's identity that wasn't impossible. After all, he had the backing of the mystical pavilion. If he refuses to hand him over, we'll kill our way into the mystical pavilion's branch. Turn the entire place upside down to locate him, Huang Shuai added at the side. Li Shui turned towards Bai Cheng as he nodded his head to acknowledge it. It didn't take long for Li Shui to lead the experts of the Dragonfish Creed over to the mystical pavilion's branch. As they soared through the skies, their aura pressed down on the land. Experts were alarmed, and those who recognized Li Shui were shocked. That's the Grand Hall Master of the Dragonfish Creed. Lord Li Shui is personally leading the experts of the Dragonfish Creed. What in the world managed to alarm her? I heard that Lin Zhui and Lu Xinxin were beaten up by Huang Xiaolong. Their meridians and Dao hearts were shattered. What? Is that really true? He's crazy to provoke the Dragonfish Creed. Now that Lord Li Shui has personally arrived, he's doomed. He's courting death. With Lord Li Shui taking action personally, even the mystical pavilion won't be able to protect him. Let's go and join in the fun. When the news got out, Experts who were waiting to participate in Huang Shuai's Ascension ceremony started flocking towards the mystical pavilion. Very soon, the mystical pavilion's branch in the Dragonfish Creed was tightly surrounded by experts from all around. Even Zhang Wen, Chen Shaoan, Shi Chuan, and the other expats who were ordered by Zheng Lei to guard the area felt their expressions changing. Even a high-level Dao Venerable would feel numb when faced with so many experts. Zhang Wen took a deep breath and greeted Li Shui respectfully. "Lord Li Shui, what's the meaning of this?" Even though he was an eminent elder in the mystical pavilion's branch, he would have to refer to the Grand Hall Master of the Dragonfish Creed respectfully. That was the prestige possessed by a ninth esteemed Dao Venerable. Even if Zheng Lei was present, he would have to be respectful to her. "Call Zheng Lei out right now." Li Shui's face was cold as she went straight to the point. "Hand over Huang Xiaolong." Zhang Wenxiang squeezed out a smile. "Lord Li Shui, Huang Xiaolong already left a long time ago. I have no idea where he went." It was true that he was unaware of Huang Xiaolong's whereabouts. Or rather, he had no idea where Zheng Lei had taken him. Li Shui sneered. "Humph. According to my sources, he's still here." Zhang Wen smiled. "Lord Li Shui, you shouldn't trust others too easily. Huang Xiaolong is no longer here. If you don't believe me, you can look for him yourself." Speaking up to this point, he looked at the experts behind Li Shui. However, only Lord Li Shui can enter. The experts behind Li Shui frowned. "All right." Li Shui paused slightly before signaling for them to back down. Even though the mystical pavilion looked like it spanned tens of thousands of miles long, there were countless overlapping spaces inside. No one knew how large it actually was. Even a ninth esteemed Dao Venerable expert like Li Shui would need some time to search the entire area. However, after an hour, Li Shui's face turned unsightly. She looked through as many spaces as she could, but she failed to find traces of Huang Xiaolong or even Zheng Lei. After leaving the branch pavilion, Li Shui reported what happened to Bai Cheng. It didn't take long for her to return. Those who had come hoping to catch a good battle were disappointed. "It looks like Huang Xiaolong managed to escape," Shenyuan Patian sneered. "He can escape once, but he can't escape forever. He will never be able to leave the divine Tuo holy world." Hu Rinqing smiled. "That's right. Even if Li Shui fails to find him, the Dragonfish Creed will definitely pass down the order to hunt him down. He won't be able to hide in the divine Tuo holy world." With the various creeds working together, no one would dare to protect Huang Xiaolong. Not even the super races born during the creation of the world would dare to. Subsequently, Shenyuan Patian and the rest of the people left. Not too long after, the 10 great creeds passed down Huang Shuai's order to capture Huang Xiaolong. The bounty was a shocking 10 billion Tuoshan Dao coins. 10 billion Tuoshan Dao coins. When the news was released, the entire world went into a frenzy. Of course, there was a condition. Huang Xiaolong had to be captured alive. Huang Shuai also announced that if Huang Xiaolong was willing to surrender to him before the ceremony, he would pardon Huang Xiaolong of all crimes. He made it clear that if Huang Xiaolong were to miss the deadline, he would be dead no matter what. When the experts in the divine Tuo holy world went looking for Huang Xiaolong, he was carefully refining a furnace full of Genesis-level pills in a certain space within the mystical pavilion. The herbs turned into strands of medicinal liquid that emitted enchanting medicinal qi. Ordinary primal ancestors would be able to benefit a whole lot if they caught a whiff of it. Zheng Lei stood at the side, and he sneered in his heart. "Enjoy it while you can. Once the pills are refined, you'll have to return everything you took from me. 11 high-order Saint Fates, 3 grand Dao souls, and a mysterious bloodline. If he could turn Huang Xiaolong into a pill, the effects would definitely be no weaker than a Genesis-level pill. In fact, the effects might even exceed Genesis-level pills." Zheng Lei thought to himself as his eyes flickered. He decided to wait till Huang Xiaolong had finished refining the pills before capturing him. He would throw Huang Xiaolong into the pill furnace he had finished refining the pills from and refine him into a pill. He had a pill recipe that could refine humans in order to refine a supreme pill. Of course, the person in question needed at least 9 high-order Saint Fates and 2 grand Dao souls. Huang Xiaolong completely fulfilled the criteria. The higher his talent was, the better the pills would be. Several months later, with Huang Xiaolong's constant tempering, the medicinal liquid fused with each other, and pill fragrance filled the skies. Rays of colorful light emerged from the sun-moon furnace. That was the sign that the pill was about to be refined successfully. Zhang Lei's heart tightened. As time passed, the sun-moon furnace shook more vigorously. A slight trembling came from the space around them and pillars of light emerged from the mouth of the furnace. A pill shot out from within the furnace. As soon as it appeared, the entire space went dark. Lightning clouds gathered in the skies above and bolts fell on the pill. The power of the lightning caused Zhang Lei's expression to change. A lightning tribulation would appear when Grand Dao pills were successfully crafted. When a Genesis pill was made, it went without saying that the tribulation would be much stronger. Zhang Lei was prepared as he waved his hand casually to resist the tribulation. For the sake of refining the pill, he had spent a lot of effort in making the array. He had used countless Grand Dao materials and an extremely high-tier spiritual stone to power the array. As soon as he activated it, the lightning was blocked off. Pill formation. A blast rang through the skies as a ringing sound buzzed in the ears of everyone present. The divine Tua holy world was filled with the clear ringing sound. That's the sign that a Genesis-level pill has been successfully created. Huang Shuai's eyes turned red as he yelled, "Who refined the pill? Send everyone out to search for the person who successfully refined the pill. If he managed to obtain the pill, he would definitely be able to reach the second esteemed Dao Venerable Realm." Zhang Lei roared with laughter in the mysterious space. Finally, it's done. Huang Xiaolong looked at the excited Zhang Lei and said calmly, "Branch Master Zhang Lei, you can hand over the remaining stands of beginning qi." However, Zhang Lei narrowed his eyes and smiled. "There is no hurry." He then collected the Genesis-level pills and placed them into the jade bottle one by one. This jade bottle had been carefully crafted by him, and he had used Genesis-level spiritual jade that he had hidden for years to make it. The medicinal essence of Genesis-level pills would be contained inside of it, and not only that, but it was also able to nourish it and raise the quality of the medicinal property. As Huang Xiaolong had combined the Nirvana Flame and Absolute Blaze to refine, and adding on the fact that he had used the Sun Moon Furnace, he refined 28 pills, which was 8 more than what Zhang Lei had expected. Originally, he would have been very satisfied with 20 pills, as he had only expected Huang Xiaolong to refine at most 20 pills. Now that there were 28, he was even more excited than before. Seeing Zhang Lei's excitement and madness, Huang Xiaolong didn't move and allowed him to keep the 28 pills properly. After doing so, Zhang Lei then turned around and smiled sheepishly. "Huang Xiaolong, it is all thanks to you that we could refine Genesis-level pills." "This is what I should do," Huang Xiaolong calmly replied. Zhang Lei smiled. "Huang Xiaolong, I won't beat around the bush with you anymore. Hand over the 20 strands of beginning qi you have on you now." "Hand over the 20 strands of beginning qi?" Huang Xiaolong feigned ignorance. "Branch Master Zhang Lei, what do you mean?" Zhang Lei broke out in laughter. "What do I mean? Don't tell me you don't know what I mean. How about you stop feigning ignorance? We are all smart people, and I don't wish to waste any more words. Hand over the 20 strands of beginning qi on you along with the shaking dragon spear. Moreover, hand over all the blue lotus nectar you have on you now. In addition, I want all the Tuashan Dao coins on you now as well. Basically, I want all the treasures you possess that are worth anything." Anyway, since the bridge had already been burned, he didn't need to pretend anymore with Huang Xiaolong. Looking at Zhang Lei's hideous look as he was laughing wildly, Huang Xiaolong deliberately panicked and shouted angrily at the same time, "Branch Master Zhang Lei, you actually broke our agreement? But you swore an oath." Zhang Lei laughed madly. "So what if I swore an oath? I didn't say that I would follow it." Huang Xiaolong's face sank. "Zhang Lei, I know that you are a late 7th esteemed Dao Venerable, and even though I am no match for you, don't forget the 6th esteemed Dao Venerable Vicious Beast behind me. I can simply use it to block your path and escape completely." Zhang Lei ridiculed. "Huang Xiaolong, you think that I hadn't considered this? In this space, I have already laid down the heavenly gathering array, and unless you have a higher combat power than me, it's impossible for you to break this array. Thus, you can dream about escaping from this place. Moreover, I'm not alone. Speaking to this point, Zhang Lei shouted in the air, "All of you can come out now and greet young Master Huang." Just as he finished speaking, the 26 Dao venerable experts hiding in the voids suddenly appeared. When these 26 people showed up, they looked at Huang Xiaolong and laughed, with clear mockery in their eyes. "Huang Xiaolong, I bet you didn't imagine that, other than me, I still have 26 Dao venerable experts here," Zhang Lei triumphantly said. They were using a special kind of world artifact that was able to hide their aura, and even ordinary high-level Dao venerables wouldn't be able to discover them. Huang Xiaolong looked at the 26 of them and said calmly instead, "Oh, is that right?" Even though Huang Xiaolong's reaction was a bit strange, Zhang Lei smiled and continued, "Huang Xiaolong, do you want to surrender willingly, or do you want it the hard way? If we capture you and throw you into the sun-moon furnace and refine you into a supreme pill, I'm sure the effects would be even better than Genesis-level pills. I have already prepared all 1003 different materials. Moreover, most of them are Grand Dao level and some even Genesis level." Zhang Lei laughed. "It can be considered your fortune to be able to mix with all these spiritual herbs and get refined by me into a pill." "Oh, refine someone into a pill? I didn't think you would have such a method." Huang Xiaolong grew interested as he asked, "I wonder if it's able to refine a vicious beast into pills?" Seeing that Huang Xiaolong was able to remain calm, Zhang Lei was startled as he frowned. Could it be that this kid has some special methods up his sleeves? Could he have a 7th-order Dao venerable vicious beast? However, he shook his head as he knew how hard it was to subdue a 7th-order Dao venerable beast. Even many 9th-order Dao venerable experts were unable to do so, not to mention a primal ancestor like Huang Xiaolong. Now that Huang Xiaolong had broken through to the Dao venerable realm, if he chose to hide his realm, even a peak-late 9th esteemed Dao venerable would be unable to see his realm. Thus, it was only normal that Zhang Lei had still thought that he was a primal ancestor. "Huang Xiaolong, stop acting mysterious and trying to fool around. I know you are pretending to be calm now while thinking of a way to escape." Zhang Lei sneered. "Since that's the case, I shall take care of you immediately. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. You can release your mid-6th esteem vicious beast now." Zhang Lei's aura rose, and the 26 experts also locked onto Huang Xiaolong. Under the eyes of Zhang Lei and everyone present, Huang Xiaolong released all the 6 Dao venerable vicious beasts from his dragon pearl. Six of them. The 26 people were astonished. Seeing the 6 Dao venerable vicious beasts, the 26 of them and Zhang Lei both received a huge shock. He had never heard of someone being able to subdue 6 Dao venerable vicious beasts. Even the patriarch from the Beast Frontier Creed would at most be able to control 3 Dao venerable vicious beasts because controlling even 1 Dao venerable vicious beast would require a large amount of Dao soul power. How did you manage to control 6 Dao venerable vicious beasts? After regaining his senses from the shock, Zhang Lei looked at Huang Xiaolong with fiery eyes. If he was able to obtain the method and have several Dao venerable vicious beasts beside him, wouldn't his combat power skyrocket? Even though he was surprised to see that Huang Xiaolong had controlled 6 Dao venerable vicious beasts, he didn't really take it seriously. After all, out of these 6 vicious beasts, 2 of them were 6th esteemed Dao venerable, and 4 of them were 5th esteemed Dao venerable, and it was still possible for the 27 of them to suppress them completely. You want to learn the beast-controlling art? Seeing the greed in Zhang Lei's eyes, Huang Xiaolong laughed indifferently. I can tell you the method, and as long as you have the same bloodline as me, you can definitely control this many or even more Dao venerable vicious beasts at once. Bloodline? Zhang Lei was surprised. What kind of bloodline in the world could possess such an ability? At this moment, a golden dragon appeared behind Huang Xiaolong, and it was like a giant mountain that had covered the sky. Terrifying heavenly might suffocated Zhang Lei, and at the same time, Huang Xiaolong's body radiated the might of a Dao venerable. What? Zhang Lei cried out as the corners of his mouth trembled uncontrollably, and his eyes widened in disbelief. The golden dragon behind Huang Xiaolong was too eye-catching. Everyone else was similarly shocked. It seemed as though they had seen a monster. Huang Long bloodline. Zhang Lei yelled again after recovering from his shock. He could feel the heavenly might emitting from the golden dragon as he stared straight at Huang Xiaolong. Out of surprise, he had forgotten to make his move. What shocked him, even more, was that Huang Xiaolong had completely released his qi at that moment and was actually a peak mid-first esteem Dao Venerable. How is he a peak mid-first esteem Dao Venerable? Several decades ago during the battle in Monarch U Sacred Land, was he not just a fifth resurrection primal ancestor? Sometime later, when he showed up in the Silver Shadow Creed, he was merely a seventh-order primal ancestor. How is it possible that in just several decades, Huang Xiaolong has managed to break through to Dao Venerable? No, this is absolutely impossible. Zhang Lei could not believe and accept this. To him, even if it was the Huang Long bloodline, it was impossible to have such unbelievable ability. Indeed, Huang Shui, who possessed the Huang Long bloodline, did not. Just then, a sixth esteemed Dao Venerable expert from the Dragonfish Branch Mystical Pavilion pointed at Huang Xiaolong in disbelief and uttered, You're the son of creation too? Don't tell me there are two sons of creation in this world. No way. How could there be two sons of creation in the world? Absolutely impossible. I'm certain that one of them is fake. Another expert shook his head in disagreement. But this heavenly might felt so real. The giant golden dragon clearly connects with the world power of the divine Tuo holy world, the former expert replied. The son of creation, Huang Shui, was appraised together by the 10 patriarchs of the Dragonfish Creed, Divination Creed, and Red Fox Creed, so he cannot be fake. Huang Xiaolong must be the fake one. He must have used some brilliant illusion technique or possessed the Dao Venerable Realm weapon with illusion technique restriction. What we saw and felt was all fake. Many branch pavilion experts conjectured rowdily. Zhang Lei lifted his hand to signal the crowd to be silent. Then, he forced himself to contain his shock to look at Huang Xiaolong. With a determined look in his eyes, he said firmly, Huang Xiaolong, I don't care if you're the real son of creation or not. Today, you must die. If Huang Xiaolong was truly the real son of creation, it must be the heavens helping him out. The Huang Long bloodline. If he refined Huang Xiaolong into a pill, then that medicinal pill would most certainly have an unbelievable effect. It would be far more than a lifetime benefit if he took that medicinal pill. Perhaps he could even break through peak late ninth esteem Dao Venerable in the future, become invincible and crush the heavens. Even their main pavilion master would have to look up to him. Thinking of these things, Zhang Lei grew excited, and his heart pumped faster. Attack, capture Huang Xiaolong. I'll deal with the beasts beside him, and the remaining 26 of you will join hands to capture him. Capture Huang Xiaolong, and you'll be heavily rewarded, Zhang Lei ordered impatiently. Even if Huang Xiaolong was really the peak first esteemed Dao Venerable, Zhang Lei was certain his men could instantly subdue him easily. Among the 26 men, 4 were 6th esteemed Dao Venerable, 14 were 5th esteemed Dao Venerable, and the rest were 4th esteemed Dao Venerable. This terrifying force was enough to wipe out any Dao Venerable experts below the 7th esteemed Dao Venerable realm. Yes, without hesitation, the 26 men charged towards Huang Xiaolong as everyone strived to be the first to capture him. They were afraid to lose out to one another. A peak late 6th esteemed Dao Venerable was first to arrive before Huang Xiaolong, and with one punch, he wanted to destroy Huang Xiaolong once and for all. However, Huang Xiaolong appeared unaffected. He did not use his 3 Dao souls or any bit of his cosmos energy. He merely exerted the power of his Dao body of heaven and earth. Huang Xiaolong, do you take me as Bai Yi of the Shenyuan Creed? You really think you can blast me off with just a punch? The peak late 6th esteemed Dao Venerable expert laughed out loud in response. At that moment, Huang Xiaolong's fist connected. Bang! The moment they collided, the smile on the expert's face vanished, and a terrifying look replaced it instantly. Subsequently, he was flung out and his right arm was shattered into pieces immediately. Following this, his chest turned into flecks, then it was his head, waist, lower body, and the remaining limbs. He ended up turning into countless drops of blood rain. Golden rain of blood. Dao Venerable Expert was known to live and die along with the world, and he was the strongest existence in the Huanglong world. The Dao physique in the Dao Venerable Expert had the strongest defense in the Huanglong world, so much so that a boundary weapon was unable to hurt them a single bit. In fact, nobody had heard of any Dao Venerable Expert being destroyed. But now, a peak late 6th esteem Dao Venerable of the Branch Pavilion had just been blasted off with a punch from Huang Xiaolong. What? Screams were heard. The other experts of the Branch Pavilion were intimidated by what they saw. All those who had rushed forward initially halted immediately. Some were unable to stop in time and came right in front of Huang Xiaolong. Seeing him so close up, they were almost scared to death. The golden rain of blood fluttered everywhere from the sky and soon enveloped half of the space. The blood of a peak late 6th esteem Dao Venerable Expert was extremely powerful. Every drop of it contained astonishing grand Dao energy. Zheng Lei was also frightened and stopped dead in his tracks. His face was completely pale, thinking back of the power that came along with Huang Xiaolong's punch. He stuttered in fear. This is the Dao body of heaven and earth. You actually cultivated the Dao body of heaven and earth successfully. Dao body of heaven and earth. The most powerful Dao physique in the world. The most frightening Dao physique. It only existed in legends, but till now, nobody had ever cultivated it successfully. Now he was looking at it with his own eyes. As to why the Dao body of heaven and earth was frightening, it was because between every punch it could use the power of the Huanglong world. The entire power. No matter how terrifying the physiques of those from the mystical pavilion were, they couldn't stand against Huang Xiaolong's cosmos energy. As soon as the other Branch Pavilion experts heard of the Dao body of heaven and earth, they were even more afraid, and their bodies turned cold as if hundreds of millions of years of icy rain had rained on them. Huang Xiaolong looked at pale Zheng Lei and grinned widely. That's right. It's the Dao body of heaven and earth. The Dao physique of a Dao Venerable Expert and the Dao physique of a Primal Ancestor Expert were two different concepts, and the Saint physique of a true Saint realm couldn't even be compared to them. Huang Xiaolong. Zheng Lei was about to say something but was cut off as Huang Xiaolong's punch headed straight towards him in a flash. He was taken by surprise, and a giant blade appeared instantly in his hands. This giant blade had many densely packed Dao runes carved on it. Clearly, it was a Dao Venerable realm weapon that had gone through many great blessings from Dao Venerable Experts. His giant blade swished horizontally in an attempt to block Huang Xiaolong's punch. Dong! Huang Xiaolong's fist hit the blade, and subsequently, Zheng Lei witnessed many cracks emerging on his giant blade. A Dao Venerable realm weapon. Soon after, Huang Xiaolong did not change his stance and attacked Zheng Lei's chest together with the giant blade. Poof! He felt as though he was slammed by a train as his chest caved in. Zheng Lei was a 7th esteem Dao Venerable no matter what happened. His Dao physique was much stronger than the other fallen Dao Venerables. With his giant blade, his chest managed to remain intact. Together with the giant blade, he smashed into the ground heavily. The blade landed an inch away from his neck. The experts of the mystical pavilion stared at Huang Xiaolong in shock. Fear filled their hearts. Initially, they were hopeful that they would be able to come out of the battle on top. Now, their hope had vanished. Only desperation and fear remained. How did you grow so strong? Zheng Lei glared at Huang Xiaolong as he spat out a mouthful of golden blood. He, a late 7th esteem Dao Venerable, was unable to block a single punch from Huang Xiaolong. The kid was a mere 1st esteem Dao Venerable. If he was a 4th esteem Dao Venerable, Zheng Lei could accept the fact that he was defeated. He would accept the fact that Huang Xiaolong possessed the real Huanglong bloodline. However, he couldn't accept what had happened. Even if Huang Xiaolong had the Dao body of heaven and earth and Huanglong bloodline, he should not have such terrifying strength. Huang Xiaolong was indifferent and walked towards Zheng Lei. He said coldly, "What do you think?" Zheng Lei struggled to stand up with the help of his blade. "I know you have 11 high-order Saint Fates and 3 Dao souls. Even so, you should not have such battle power." Huang Xiaolong chuckled. He laughed at the fact that Zheng Lei only knew that he has 11 high-order Saint Fates and 3 Dao Souls. He has 12 high-order Saint Fates and 3 small worlds. He didn't bother explaining himself. Kneel down. All of you, surrender to me, Huang Xiaolong said calmly. Everyone was taken aback. Zheng Lei's eyes flickered evasively, and he laughed grimly. Huang Xiaolong. So what if you are the real son of creation? I will never betray the mystical pavilion and surrender to you. Our main pavilion master marked all of our Dao souls. We will never betray the pavilion master. Even without the restrictions, you must be dreaming if you want us to serve you. Humph, you can try to offer us supreme treasures in order to tempt us, Zheng Lei said slowly. The branch master is correct. Huang Xiaolong, so what if you are the real son of creation? We won't have to serve you because of that. Someone else spoke boldly. Huang Xiaolong shook his head in ridicule. Zheng Lei, what makes you think I'm begging you to serve me? I gave you a chance, but I guess none of you know how to treasure it? Why do you think they submitted to me? He pointed at the 6 beasts beside him and sneered. Zheng Lei was stunned as he slowly turned to look at them. Could it be? Zheng Lei was startled. The eyes of the golden dragon behind Huang Xiaolong flashed brightly, and 2 majestic rays shot out. One of the 6th esteemed Dao venerables was trapped by the rays. The rays soon disappeared into his body. It took less than 10 breaths of time for that expert to kneel down respectfully before Huang Xiaolong. Su Min pledges to follow your highness. Everyone was dumbfounded by the sight. Very soon, the fear in Zheng Lei's heart took over his sense of logic. He wasn't afraid of Huang Xiaolong's identity as the son of creation. Instead, he was afraid of Huang Xiaolong for what he could do. The entire Huanglong world was created by my father. Do you really think that you can imagine the might of the Huanglong bloodline? If it's unable to dominate every creature in the Huanglong world, it wouldn't deserve its name. Huang Xiaolong snorted. Zheng Lei and the others felt their bodies trembling violently. What about the restriction by the main pavilion master? A 5th esteemed Dao venerable asked weakly. Zheng Lei and the others stared at Huang Xiaolong for a response. Huang Xiaolong answered calmly, it's just a mere restriction. If he wanted to, he could easily erase it with the Huanglong bloodline. However, he didn't do that. Instead, he fused his power with the restriction laid down by the main pavilion master. That would allow him to control them without alerting the main pavilion master of the mystical pavilion. He killed 2 birds with 1 stone. Clearly, Huang Xiaolong did not feel the need to explain to Zheng Lei and the others. 2 more rays of light landed on 2 Dao venerables behind Zheng Lei. They kneeled before Huang Xiaolong eventually. The last shred of hope in Zheng Lei's heart disappeared. Waving his hands slightly, Zheng Lei summoned the array. He tore through the void in an attempt to escape. The only thing he wanted to do was to run as far away as he could from Huang Xiaolong. Escape? Huang Xiaolong sneered. His body trembled, and he stopped Zheng Lei. With a punch, he sent Zheng Lei flying into the ground. An hour later, Zheng Lei and the other Dao venerables were controlled by Huang Xiaolong's Huanglong bloodline. As for the Dao venerable who was sent flying initially, Huang Xiaolong threw him into the dragon pearl. He would devour the man's Dao soul in the future. After gaining control of Zheng Lei, Huang Xiaolong ordered him to retrieve the creation pills. They were called the Broken Heaven pills, and Huang Xiaolong kept them all for himself. He also ordered Zheng Lei to retrieve the absolute origin qi and every other treasure he had. He then searched Zheng Lei's memory. From there, he found out all the different ways to use the Genesis-level pills. He also obtained several secrets on the mystical pavilion. A frown formed on his face when he discovered that even Zheng Lei had no idea who the pavilion master was. He only knew that the pavilion master was extremely powerful. Not even the alliance of the 10 creeds would be enough to take the pavilion master down. Huang Xiaolong was shocked. One had to know that Bai Chang and the others were peak late 9th esteemed Dao venerables. How could all of them not be the pavilion master's match? His heart sank as a heavy weight pressed down on his heart. Huang Xiaolong thought that he would be able to move unhindered in the Huanglong world after entering the high-level Dao Venerable realm. Now, it didn't seem so. Soon after, Huang Xiaolong calmed his mind, and he turned to look at the sun-moon furnace. Even though it was a treasure used to refine pills, it could also be used for cultivation. There was still a year to Huang Shuai's Ascension ceremony. He could make use of the pill furnace to refine the strands of beginning qi he had obtained. In order to use the sun-moon furnace for cultivation, Huang Xiaolong had to first refine the item. The sun-moon furnace belonged to Zhang Lei, but now that Zhang Lei had submitted to him, Huang Xiaolong wiped away his soul brand on it in an instant. He spent the next few days refining the pill furnace. Soon after, he entered the inner space of the sun-moon furnace. Sitting down cross-legged, he started to cultivate. At the same time, he got Zhang Lei and the others to instill their cosmos energy from the outside world onto the Sun and Moon Grand Array to assist him. The Dragonfish Creed Patriarch, Bai Cheng, and the others laid down the Supreme Grand Dao Array to assist Huang Shuai in his breakthrough. The Sun and Moon Grand Array was basically the same thing. That was the power of the Sun-Moon Furnace. It used to be the strongest Grand Dao artifact of the Sun and Moon Creed, and it possessed extraordinary abilities. Huang Xiaolong sat cross-legged in the sun-moon furnace and retrieved the 30 strands of beginning qi. He planned to refine all of them at the same time. If any Dao Venerable was present, they would be frightened to death. The beginning qi was something even high-level Dao Venerables had to be careful when dealing with. Now, Huang Xiaolong planned to refine all 30 strands at once. Huang Xiaolong circulated the Grand Mist parasitic art and began to refine all 30 strands of beginning qi. As they hovered above his head, beginning qi streamed down from the void. They transformed into the great Grand Dao laws and cosmos energy as they entered Huang Xiaolong's body. The beginning qi was born with the world. It contained pure Dao energy, Grand Dao laws, and cosmos energy. A light ray shot out from within his inner body. As he continued to comprehend the laws, Huang Xiaolong remained firmly in his position. He continued to cultivate using the stability provided by his Dao body of heaven and earth. When the Dao body of heaven and earth has been cultivated to its peak, it would be able to contain an entire world. The world it contained wouldn't be an ordinary one. In fact, it would be comparable to the divine Tua holy world. Even though his current Dao body of heaven and earth was still weak, it wasn't something the beginning qi could overwhelm. Even if the beginning qi was several times stronger, it wouldn't be able to shake Huang Xiaolong up in the slightest. When he refined the strands of beginning qi, Zhang Lei and the others sent their cosmos energy into the furnace and they neutered his body through the grand array. His entire body was like a golden sun that emitted rays of brilliant golden light. The light rays illuminated every corner of the pill furnace. With the help of their cosmos energy, his refinement of the beginning qi sped up. The Dao runes in the sun and moon furnace grand array began to spin around as the sun and moon alternated. The moonlight was heavy while the sunlight tempered Hyos' body continuously. While he was refining the 30 strands of beginning qi, everyone in the outside world was searching for him frantically. Capture him for a giant reward. Everyone was tempted by the reward offered by Huang Shuai. In the Dragon Fish Creed, Huang Shuai walked casually with countless young masters of different factions by his side. Only people of a certain status had the qualifications to follow him around. Huang Xiaolong hasn't been found yet? Huang Shuai turned to Lu Xinxin behind him and asked. After a year of recovery, her injuries had recovered completely. Of course, that was only on the surface. Not yet. Lu Xinxin shook her head. Hatred burned in her eyes when she heard his name. Although she had gone through a year of recovery, her inextinguishable Dao heart was still in pieces. Huang Shuai frowned. As the creation ceremony approached, he grew more and more frustrated. No matter how much he meditated, he couldn't shake off the feeling of uneasiness growing in his heart. He came to a realization that Huang Xiaolong was the source of his frustration. Linjui said, "Your Highness, you don't have to worry. Huang Xiaolong won't be able to hide for long. I heard that many high-level Dao Venerables have been moving about to capture the brat. He will soon kneel before your Highness." Everyone nodded one after another. Huang Shui shook his head. The divine to a holy world is boundless. If Huang Xiaolong goes into hiding, we won't be able to find him easily. Lu Xinxin spoke abruptly as her beautiful eyes flickered with anger. Your Highness, even though Long Jianfei and Duan Fei are Huang Xiaolong's servants, he seems to pay a lot of attention to them. We should capture the both of them and torture them day and night in order to force him to show himself. Oh! Huang Shui's eyes lit up. Lin Jue muttered. That seems about right. His immemorial fire and ice qilins can be captured as your Highness mount. Lu Xinxin laughed. That's right. The only downside is that the qilins are in the primal ancestor realm. Huang Shui waved excitedly. That's fine by me. They should be the immemorial Dao Venerable's mount back then. The two beasts have cultivated for many years, and they should be able to enter the Dao Venerable realm soon. I will ask Bai Cheng to assist them in breaking through. Everyone responded and congratulated him as they should. I heard that Long Jianfei, Duan Feng, and the two qilins are staying in the Boundary Emperor Creed. Not even Zheng Lei can deal with them. Someone in the crowd spoke. Huang Shui sneered. It's just the Boundary Emperor Creed. Zheng Lei can't deal with them, we most definitely can. If the Boundary Emperor isn't tactful, capture him too. Kill some disciples of the Boundary Emperor Creed while we're at it. He would use this incident to solidify his position before the ceremony. He wanted to let everyone in the divine Tua holy world know that no one could defy the will of the Son of Creation. Very soon, under Huang Shui's command, experts from all over gathered and formed a great army. The army was vast and mighty, and it went straight towards the Boundary Emperor Creed. Time flew by quickly. In a blink of an eye, 11 months had passed. In the sun-moon furnace, Huang Xiaolong's body emitted rays of golden light. If that was the Huang Xiaolong of the past, he would never have been able to refine all 30 strands of beginning qi in such a short amount of time. With the help of Zheng Lei and the others, he completed it successfully. On the other hand, his strength had increased continuously. He reached the late first esteemed Dao Venerable realm. A few days later, Huang Xiaolong opened his eyes and the light around his body gradually disappeared. Huang Xiaolong commanded Zheng Lei and the others to stop while he inspected his inner body. After close to a year of cultivation and refinement, Huang Xiaolong realized that his inner world had expanded again. His cosmos energy was flowing endlessly. His small worlds were starting to take shape. His 3 Dao souls, 12 Saint Fates, and inextinguishable Dao heart had advanced a lot. Without doubt, the most obvious change was still the Dao body of heaven and earth. If his Dao body of heaven and earth gave him the power to destroy 10 sacred lands before, he would be able to shatter 30 of them with the same punch. Huang Xiaolong emerged from the sun-moon furnace and was delighted to observe the change that happened to it. He slowly reached out and the gigantic pill furnace shrunk to fit in the palm of his hand. Within a year, he refined 30 strands of beginning qi because of his Huanglong bloodline. Of course, the sun-moon furnace and the cosmos energy of the other experts played a part. Once the Ascension ceremony ends, I will completely refine the pull furnace, Huang Xiaolong pondered. The moment he gained complete control over the pill furnace, the effects of his cultivation would increase by a huge amount. He would be able to subdue even more beasts then. He felt that the cosmos energy from those outside was lacking slightly. According to his estimation, the sun-moon furnace would be able to withstand the cosmos energy of 1,000 high-level Dao Venerables. If 1,000 high-level Dao Venerable experts used their cosmos energy to assist in his cultivation, how terrifying would that be? Of course, it was impossible for a single individual to control 1,000 high-level Dao Venerables to give away their cosmos energy. However, Huang Xiaolong had the Huanglong bloodline to control them, and it was certainly a possibility. No matter how unwilling Zheng Lei and the others were, they still had to obey his will. Keeping the sun-moon furnace, Huang Xiaolong quickly appeared in the outside world. As for the pills he had and the 7 drops of Huanglong blood essence left over, they would have to wait until the end of the ceremony. Less than 10 days remained till the ceremony. Experts from everywhere should be present, Huang Xiaolong muttered to himself. Zhang Wen, Chun Shaoan, and Sichuan who were guarding the space outside were dumbstruck when Huang Xiaolong emerged. Wasn't Huang Xiaolong supposed to be dealt with by the branch master? What was he doing out there? Soon they saw Zheng Lei following behind Huang Xiaolong like an obedient servant. What in the world? Master Zheng Lei, Huang Xiaolong he? Chun Shaoan stepped forward and asked cautiously. Just as he spoke, he was slapped harshly by someone. Zheng Lei's palm was firmly imprinted into Chun Shaoan's face. The slap was so hard that Chun Shaoan flew out. Zhang Wen and the others were startled. How dare you call His Highness by his name? Zheng Lei lashed out coldly. His Highness? Zhang Wen, Sichuan, and a few others were dumbfounded. Your Highness? They looked towards Huang Xiaolong. Could it be? Chun Shaoan crawled up from the ground and his head spun around in confusion. He had no idea why Zheng Lei slapped him. Once again, he pointed at Huang Xiaolong and yelled, Branch Master Zheng Lei, Huang Xiaolong. The moment the words left his lips, he was slapped twice by Zheng Lei. What the fuck is wrong with you? How dare you call His Highness directly by his name? Zheng Lei seethed with murderous eyes. Zhang Wen and the others sucked in a cold breath. They looked at Huang Xiaolong in shock. They didn't know if Zheng Lei was actually delusional, but now it seemed as though he was serious. His Highness? What in the world? Several people were dumbfounded. A terrifying thought flashed through their minds. Huang Xiaolong was the son of the mystical pavilion's main pavilion master. Yes, only the son of the main pavilion master would be shown such respect by Zheng Lei. Zhang Wen started to panic and he quickly bowed respectfully. Greetings, Your Highness. Zhang Wen did not know of your identity before. If I have offended you, please pardon me. Sichuan and the others reacted one after another and all of them bowed towards Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong was stunned for a second, but he soon realized what was going on. Allowing them to get up, the golden dragon appeared behind him without any warning. Zhang Wen and the others felt their jaws dropping in fright. It didn't take long for them to kneel before Huang Xiaolong. When everything was done, he asked them about the events that took place while he was cultivating. When he heard that the 10 great creeds and Huang Shui had joined hands to pass down an order for his capture, a sinister smile formed on his face. However, when he heard that Huang Shui had given the order to capture Long Jianfei and the others, his face sank. Long Jianfei, Duan Feng, and the others are trapped in the Dragon Fish Creed. They are tortured by hundreds of kinds of soul-torturing devices every day, and Huang Shui said that if Your Highness fail to show up for the ceremony, he will kill them and destroy their Tao souls. Zhang Wen continued. He also spoke about the immemorial fire and ice Qilin. They were slowly being tamed by Huang Shui, and as for the Boundary Emperor and the others, they were locked up in the dungeon. They were treated much better than Long Jianfei and the others as Huang Shui was a little hesitant to deal with the Debai. As a fifth esteemed Tao venerable, the torture methods were useless against him. Huang Shui, you are courting death, Huang Xiaolong growled. Killing intent leaked out from his body and Zheng Lei and the others fell to their knees. They felt as though they had fallen into the depths of hell. Half an hour later, Huang Xiaolong charged into the air as he turned into a streak of light that headed straight towards the Dragon Fish Tao Creed. He didn't bring Zheng Lei and the others as he didn't wish to expose his relationship. Only the 6 Tao venerable realm beasts followed him. He didn't expect them to come in handy and they were there for appearance sake. After all, he was going to face the 10 Great Creed. Several days later, Huang Xiaolong arrived at the Dragon Fish Creed headquarters. Tao runes filled the skies and an air of festivity could be felt. The Dragonfish City was decorated with lanterns and colored banners. All kinds of rare grand DD seen chatting with each other. It was a celebration.